Hey, how we doing, guys?
Hello.
Pretty good.
Is everyone here? Is this it? Is it, huh?
It looks like there's 3 people, including yourself. Unless there's people
Fantastic.
here. I'm confused. The judge is not coming, or?
I'm not sure. I believe it's meant to be in 15 minutes, isn't it? It's still got 15 minutes. So.
Oh
There was
shit!
just a
All right.
shooting outside, so I assume that has something to do with it.
Uriel,
Yeah,
you're the prosecutor, right?
correct.
Could you not address him if you don't mind?
Okay, are you his legal counsel?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I got both these guys are on retainer for me.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, is there any limitations on who can, how many people can defend somebody or whatever?
2 lawyers.
Yeah.
2 lawyers.
Uriel,
Okay,
let
but-
me ask you a question. When I ask you, do not address him. Did you comprehend what was asked of you? Or?
And removed herself as an
Yeah, I
expert
was just
witness.
addressing the room. Not
I got you.
specifically
Oh,
your
they
client.
removed
Okay.
themselves as
Thank
an
you.
expert witness.
So we could still motion to remove her, as she was inherently working as a prosecutor under the guise of an expert witness.
Wait. Did you motion?
No, not yet.
No. Well, I mean, we shouldn't. So she removed herself.
Yes.
Oh.
She removed herself as an expert
wonder
witness and entered
why
herself
that
as
had
counsel.
happened. Oh, she's a part of the council now. That's even better.
So she's the other lawyer working this case.
The problem is she'd applied herself as an expert witness, so since it's already in the documents, we can still attack that angle. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Sorry, what was her name?
Siobhan.
Siobhan.
She was listed as an expert witness.
Okay.
And was clearly doing all of the prosecution work behind the scenes. And then earlier today entered herself
What?
as co-counsel. She entered herself as co-counsel and removed herself as an expert witness.
That's
That's
crazy.
stinky.
She was actually there with the lawyer over there in jail with Max Thoroughbred. And he had a gun out while they were talking to me.
That stinks of bad faith.
Without legal counsel. Yeah.
So she's a council member, a lawyer, and a cop?
Yes.
And they're 3 different oaths. That's unbelievable.
Hello.
Wonder if she knows them all. Because she definitely doesn't know the. Hey, out of curiosity to you guys, what would an agency be? Do you think a police department would be like an agency, like Los Santos Police? Is that an agency or what's an agency?
I'd say so. Doesn't have agency in the name, but yeah, I think it fits. That would be like saying the FBI isn't an agency.
I think we should.
Well, it's a group or a business or a person that provides a particular service.
Yeah.
Basically, so
Yeah.
the police,
Hmm.
since they are in service of the people.
So should we try to get her removed as a co-counsel because she clearly operated in bad faith?
Oh no, she was labeled as she was labeled as a witness. No,
Yeah, and then she entered as the other lawyer.
right. We
to
shouldn't.
prosecute.
We should let them do that because she is meant to be of as a council member. She swears. an oath
What
for
the
people,
hell is
okay?
happening?
We can show that she has bias towards the police.
Yeah, there's certain things Nino
and
can't
For
not
starters,
look
she never
past.
questioned me at all about this entire situation. By the way, none of them did. No questioning at all, especially about the treason. So they didn't even try to make this a balanced and fair process in any way
Interesting.
whatsoever. And her being a councilwoman first is her priority, since it's the Constitution that enforces that in the oath. The other oaths, I don't necessarily believe are in the Constitution.
Yeah.
But hers is, which is the council one.
Yeah, no, if she is where is this? Okay, Los Santos Constitution talks about the city council benefits, blah blah blah, and state authority bullshit. If she's on that if she's on the seat that represents that, then how the fuck is she coming in as a lawyer or a cop or anything like that? It doesn't
she
make any
said
sense.
She could.
Everything about this is perfect. Okay, just remember, we have a woman that is running the case that has implied that she is for the people in the council, and she has gone out of her way
Yeah.
to enforce law on only certain people without any fair privilege. What they're doing is just showing, their true stance. And for me, I don't care if I go to jail. The difference
Yeah.
between me and them is I'm not trying to win for myself. I'm trying to win for the people. Okay. They're trying to win to put me in jail without any fairness. They're not doing it for the people. It's their own ego. This is exactly what needs to happen.
Yep.
If I go to jail, it's worse for them than it is for me.
Um.
Did you know that an overseer is some? Listen, you know what? I've got a lot of questions. I can send you guys some shit that's really gonna. These guys are retarded. Okay. They have implied that I tried to overtake the state because I labeled myself as an overseer. An overseer is somebody who makes sure people are doing their job. And if we live in a democracy, we as
That
the
should be
people,
everyone.
exactly. They don't understand what the fuck a democracy even is, or the logic behind it. It is unfathomably stupid. I'm gonna. I need to woosah. She's
Okay.
going on the stand. She's still there as a witness, correct?
Yeah.
No, they motioned to strike, but the motion was not granted.
Oh,
It's not been granted or denied.
I don't think
Still
he
to
has
be
right.
ruled
Okay.
on.
Well, I mean, listen, we'll see what happens. We'll talk to the judge at the start
Mhm.
because I believe if you're changing evidence, an hour before a court case, I don't know if that's fair and due process.
When should we motion for the mistrial about you being held for too long?
Oh yeah, no, I've got plenty of that in here. It's not only that. Oh, hey, Carmine. Also, were you
This is a
aware,
terrible
Mr.
look.
Carmine,
Uh-huh.
when Bobby Charles handed over his personal information on his phone, that he was required to have a search warrant for it to be lawful, no matter what? Even if you say you can look at my phone, for it to be lawful evidence, it needs to have a search warrant, not a subpoena. It only had a subpoena. And they've filed that as evidence as well, which means another case for mistrial. Their own writings themselves, they don't understand what the fuck they've written, okay? They have no fucking idea.
You can put the spatula down, okay? Everybody knows you can cook in here. I do want to say, though, I think the bear hat with the face tats, I think you might be
It's
cooking too
makeup.
much with that.
Mm.
Because, the
All right.
last
When I
person
hold
had...
the American flag, what do you see? Do you see somebody that wants to be a part of America?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay. And when they feel uncomfortable with me holding an American flag, what do you think about them?
God damn, I love America.
I love your hat.
I think
Bobby,
they're
don't talk to
libtards.
them. Come sit by me, please.
I think they're not proud of the country they live in, and they're the ones
You
that
really
run
think
it
the
right
witness
now.
should stay away from both councils, to
Mhm.
be honest, so you're not coaching them?
For my job
Yo,
security,
Fig Marie,
I'm gonna
thank you for
stand
7
in the middle.
months.
But no, my heart is with you, Soze. No, my heart is with you.
It's with you too.
Don't worry, Bobby. I know they violated your rights.
There's a reason why
Yeah!
there's a reason why other states' witnesses are kept separate from the courtroom until they're needed.
Robin, obviously this goes without saying. I'm coming in, 11th hour, so I'm gonna be probably just observing.
Listen, I can send you a text, but it has to be by networked email. It would be fine if you display it, though, because it is too long to be sent by phone text, but
Okay.
I don't know how else I can get it to you.
Yeah, no, of course. Document?
But yes, it's a high-quality TXT file. I'm 80 years old, and I don't know
Oh.
how to use
This
anything.
is your
Okay.
time. Slacks to pick a side.
Shut up, Bobby.
Pick a goddamn side. Whose side are you on?
Pick a side.
Some of it is just
I'm on the
rambling
side
and
of doing the
quotes
right
from
thing every single
the thingamajiggy just to get my brain working. But there is some questions in there, and I hope you can see the direction in which I'm trying to, push.
On the wrong side of history, Slacks.
You're saying that now.
Soze
You're saying that. Oh
Soze
my God. Oh
is
my
a
God, Bobby.
patriot.
Bobby, chill.
He's a goddamn patriot, Slacks. Man who loves his country.
Carmine's big ass nose is already swallowing the assholes.
Let me see. Oh my God. Anti-MyMac.
Robin, are you able to message Nino by chance?
Yeah.
Yep.
On Discord. Just I'm not sure if you'd
Yeah.
be able to get to mine as well, but
Diversion.
that to you. That's just the general direction in which I read over legislation the last few days and thought I'd.
You're
push
not even
towards.
in this trial. There is no pre-trial for you.
Hey, Mr. K, looking great, looking sharp.
Looking very American, Soze. Hey, I wonder why Siobhan is late.
I'm not sure.
Oh shit.
Lawyer, they can proceed to
Sniffing. Sniffing.
Party people, right?
It's not a good look. Not a good
Not
look.
a good look.
Big ass noses.
Man, I wonder.
Damn, you guys got 3 judges for this? This is serious.
I think there's a fourth one right over there in the corner.
Fourth one in the
How you
corner.
been, Nino? You looking good, dude.
Airborne.
I want to say good, but no.
Oh, I mean, when you got the fucking the foundation of the city, the Constitution all fucked over.
Yeah.
Life can't be good, man.
Yeah. Had a
I have
dispatcher
no
try to
whatsoever to him. Do
tell
not
me,
think that we're related.
she couldn't take a
Or
victim
on top of
statement
it.
from someone yesterday.
Really?
Oh shit! Lucky I didn't call that guy names with the gray hair, because he was coming out all snappy, saying with this, talking shit
Well-
about my clothes. Now look at him; he's wearing a fucking. What the fuck is that? Is he a nun?
How you doing?
He's wearing a fucking curtain, man.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Great today.
Code him with the.
You as well. Oh, shucks.
Okay. Did you know the police officers are required by their own
Can I talk to you real quick?
statute or legislation, whatever the fuck you call it, that any of their clothing to be professional, if it's possible, a badge can be shown, they have to do it. So if they're wearing any hat, any jackets, or any pants that are not badged but could be badged, they are in fact in breach of their
someone had a fun night out.
the legislation.
Oh,
God.
interesting.
Chief of police doesn't have a badge on his side.
You just take a shit, sir.
Bones, is your back?
Just got
fucking
shot. Shit.
Oh.
Hey,
What made you crawl over your hole they came out of?
Oh,
hey, you know we don't know each other, right?
oh, ouch.
Well, you don't remember me?
We were shot.
No.
This is
I'm so
Feminem, I believe.
I know what he's
Oh,
talking
Your
about.
Honor, I know
shit.
we're supposed to start in a
How
minute,
much,
but could
in
we
a
have
hip-hop, to
small
be honest?
delay, given that we were
doing, Max?
just shot outside of the
Hi.
courthouse to...
What's with the shaman look right now?
Hey, how you doing? Why are you guys all
not
walking
funny.
like you just fucking?
Like they just had.
You
a
know
rough
what?
night
I'm looking to
last night.
say.
Well, how
Like
long
we
you been
just
at
got
City Hall?
shot because we just got shot.
About 15 minutes. I came right on the.
Does
7
Nino
o'clock
know
mark.
slacks?
Did you hear the bullets?
No, actually, I arrived and somebody said somebody got shot. That's why no one was here. I was surprised. I expected you guys to be here, but I
Yes.
guess something happened.
Man, me, Bones, and my wife were walking in
Siobhan,
the
what
back
hell
door,
gonna change in the next
and then
5
some
minutes
guy
between you getting shot
ran me and Bones over.
I
And then
don't.
they took
Well,
Bones
we're on our
hostage.
way to do witness prep, Your Honor, and since we're no longer going to have that time, I just need to
And I
talk to
pulled
my
out my
co-counsel
gun and I said, "Hey,
for 120 seconds
let him
or
go."
so, if that's all
And
right.
then they
given
shot
the
my
fact that we
wife.
were on our way to do that when we were attacked
Oh,
savagely
no.
outside
And then
of City
Bones.
Hall.
Could
These
you
most
remember
hallowed
that as we
crimes.
start the
Jesus,
trial?
you look like you caught 80 years yourself.
Well, we start with
You
opening
need a wheelchair.
arguments, don't we?
Fuck.
Yeah.
Hospital doesn't have any of those.
How many days?
You're right there.
Sounds like you're doing things
Probably
like
get some of
that.
the two-step glitched over like
Also,
that.
Well, Your Honor, this was court case was scheduled on Saturday, Friday. All right.
That's fine. I've got my own
Witness
questions.
with other
written up.
witnesses. One was unable to
Which
be done
one?
with sooner, just due to
You
scheduling
guys,
circumstances
come on-
and how
come
last
over here.
minute, or I'm sorry, how
Stop
quickly
it.
the schedule
You
was
guys-
trialed.
did you end up
Wasn't trying to
getting
do
the
things last
documents?
minute. Was
You-
just
you
trying to
get
work
the
I
with
did,
the
yeah.
people's
Yeah, I just
availability,
got a copy.
as I'm sure you can have empathy for.
Just so you guys know, that's
I think
only
we
based
can,
on
whatever
5
you
parts
need to
of
cover
legislation. I
within
couldn't
your
be
time
bothered
frame,
reading
we
the
can
rest. That
cover
was
as
too
we're
much
setting up the
homework.
ground rules for this court.
Okay, well, what if I have to pee?
Do you need a
If you have to pee.
chair? Why don't you
Okay,
take a
I
seat
just,
so
I was
you
trying
don't
to be cool about it, but I have to piss.
get like
I'll be right back.
spinal bifida or whatever it
You got
is.
shot.
There's a seat over there, pal.
So I was lost in thought, ruminating, reminiscing
Oh.
over the lesson that I was just taught.
You ruminant?
I mean, that's a fair
Yeah.
question.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You expel methane?
Jesus.
No, I'm not a cow.
Look at you guys. What happened to what happened to the goddamn police of this city? I used to fucking catch strays all the time.
I got ran over too. It was a thing.
Wait, actually, no. Vehicles aren't dangerous. There'd be no reason to move one off a highway for safety reasons. Right, Bones? You
Uh-oh.
absolute fucking baboon.
Can anyone hear me?
A little constipated.
That's crazy.
Uh-oh.
You're telling me somebody used a vehicle as a weapon and they are dangerous?
Were you jaywalking?
Bones.
No, they're super dangerous and scary.
I'm confused.
That's crazy.
If you were jaywalking, it was your own fault.
I was walking in the back door.
I
just
got
ran over
and fucked.
Yeah, that was then it wasn't your
Wait,
fault.
chat. Does, I genuinely wait. Does Nino
Honestly,
know
you guys should take a seat. You
slacks?
need
I
some
don't know
painkillers or something.
actually.
We can get a medic down here. I don't mind
He's
if
got
we need
such
an
a
IV
baby
or something.
face.
They don't do fucking morphine anymore, man. They gave me.
I don't know.
They gave me
When,
talcum
though?
powder and told me to walk it off.
Oh.
Stop, it just keeps running in and out.
Jesus. Wait.
Is that for
You're
the
the
chop roll?
you're the goddamn mayor.
Oh, on
We
the
are
surface.
entitled
Oh,
to
okay.
free healthcare. I've seen it in the legislation. So
Yeah.
if healthcare ain't drugs in America, what the fuck is it?
Can we proceed with this trial?
It's
Can we-
diagnosing your
Siobhan's
kid with
pissing.
ADHD at
Hey,
6 years
hey,
old and then
everybody.
giving them
Hey, how's it
Adderall.
going?
Hey,
Here, Judge
that's
Steve.
I'm gonna go.
crazy.
Hey,
I'm going
can
over
we
to
go
my
ahead and proceed
side.
with this trial without Shimon?
I'm gonna.
Come on,
Nino's
get
gonna.
in here,
Okay,
fine.
sorry
confront
about
him
that.
later.
I'm ready.
I gotta get
Okay,
my
you
food.
go piss girl.
You know, can you send me
Yeah,
the
I'll go piss
text
girl.
file?
I
Alright,
did.
Let's,
We good.
Let's get this started. Let's get this underway.
Okay.
Someone
What's going
bang
on,
the
big
gavel, you're close.
bone?
I know. I overheard they putting talcum powder on your shit.
Alrighty,
Well, at least
we all
they
here.
defibrillate your head, right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm as
But-
here
but
as I will
Mrs.
be,
Ware, you all
sir.
Go ahead and speak up. We all have everyone you'll need from both sides.
Bobby Charles is right outside, but I believe we have all witnesses present, Your Honor.
I'm with you, my dude.
You like to get Mr. Charles in here?
Yeah, let me go get that little son of a bitch. I'll be right back.
No, you must have misheard me. You must have misheard me.
May I ask a
Bobby,
question,
get the fuck
sir?
inside. You're delaying everything.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm just curious,
You'll see your girl putting
who
up here.
is the list of people being questioned today for evidence? I believe some people have requested things. I'm not sure if it's changed. Last night before I slept, you know, there was a difference. I'm just not sure what's accepted and what's not accepted.
Well, before your hibernation there, Mr. Bear, I'll let you
Mhm.
see the person who's been doing the motions. Go ahead.
Uriel.
Referring to you there.
Uriel?
Yeah, all right.
Speak up. They're talking to you.
All right.
Say it again, Your Honor.
let's go
Bobby
ahead-
Charles is fucking yelling in my ear.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry. 1 second.
Bobby. Bobby,
Um,
I'm putting you on a silence order. Where are you?
The corner.
No
Is that the-
talking.
is that the
Just no
government
talking.
infringing
okay,
on
Bobby?
free
Bobby,
speech?
Please, God.
Bobby, just no talking. Nobody wants to hear you talk.
You
Stop
heard him,
talking.
Bobby. No talking up there on the stand.
Nobody wants to hear you talk,
I get a
Bobby.
better angle.
So talk into the police ears as much as you want. They're all nobodies.
Just one. All right.
Do not talk unless spoken to. How about that?
Let's go into these motions for specifically I want to touch on two things. The motion for the for the psychological evaluation. It has yet to be proved to me so far that we even have a capacity of that in the state. Do we have any process for that? Like we have council members in here. Is there
Wait, we
any
don't have the capacity to
process or
test someone's
formulaic thing that we
mental
could do or
evaluation?
have the
What?
motion be considered?
What motion?
We
psych
received a
eval.
motion for a psychological evaluation.
Nah,
So,
there is not, but
In
you know,
the
you guys have been-
Constitution, I believe there is a 72-hour hold in Carlson's, which is actually the psychiatric ward. So I guess
Parsons is
maybe there
closed.
is.
Then why is
Well,
it in the Constitution?
It's in the
Well, man,
Constitution, my
hasn't
friend.
Been open for quite some time, since before the war that shut this place down years ago.
It must be hard to walk over there and open the doors, considering we're the government and we as a democracy own Parsons. Correct?
I
Oh,
believe
just like
it is
every
open.
other building in this city,
You can
huh?
walk into it. Yes.
Yes, if it's
Throw
government
me into the
owned.
sea.
Mhm.
Throw me into this.
Just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Well, I mean, it's in the Constitution.
Woohoo!
Fair enough.
That's nice. Anyway, we don't have the state. We don't have. any
Is there
state
a
backing
reason
behind
that
We don't
you're
have anything like
being sassy with me, sir? Are we gonna have a due process
That's
and
his
fair trial
permanent
here?
state of being. I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah,
That's just how it is.
Mm,
I'm
It's
hoping.
quite unfortunate.
that. You'll get it together.
Okay.
You'll get it together. All right.
That's okay. We can
let's-
fight fire
let's-
with fire.
let's go ahead and strike that motion then. We don't have anything capacity wise. We'll go ahead and just skip over that. We don't need to motion. We don't need to get anything for that at this time. Now, this notice of appearance for Siobhan, because it was under my perspective that she was being called as an expert witness. Can we get some more clarification?
Also, the motion to strike
behind-
witness is all. Motion to strike
Yeah.
expert witness is also there.
Yeah, I want clarification behind that because being called as a witness and then being called to.
I was not being called
run
as
the
a
court.
witness, right? Because I didn't personally witness the events, right? It was an expert witness. Still able to fulfill the need of the expert witness in the role of prosecutor at this time. And as for striking myself entirely, like what's the rationale behind that? Expediency, Your Honor. We already have enough witnesses. So I don't want to add extra fucking time. I'm sorry, pardon G languages. Didn't need to add extra time
Language
to the
there,
trial.
Miss Siobhan.
I apologize.
It's twice. Don't make it a third time.
How do you spell her name?
No, I'll try, Your Honor, but I am Irish.
True.
Oh, I'm right there with you. I'll probably be swearing as well. So
We do not-
you
I
can
do
start
not
the
give
count for
Irish
me there,
passes.
Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I absolutely
course,
do not give
Siobhan,
Irish
of course.
passes.
Uh huh. All right. Is there anyone? Anything else there?
Maybe rebut to that, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
We believe the prosecution has been acting in bad faith. It's clear that Ms. Thoroughbred has been acting in a prosecutorial manner since the very beginning, and has been doing so under the guise of an expert witness up until around, I don't know, 8 hours ago, whatever, when she put her notice of appearance. So we believe that they have been acting in bad faith and would like to deny her motion to enter as counsel.
Prove it.
Yes, we can prove it. The police report was prepared by her. Her words have been directly copied
I
and
did not
pasted.
prepare the police
Yes,
report.
you
No,
did.
when I asked you
Yes,
to talk,
you
lady,
did.
keep it down over there. Have some respect for the flag.
Hey, we ain't tolerating any bickering, okay? That's the last thing I'm going to tolerate. We're not arguing between counsel here. You are to be addressing us. You're supposed to be addressing us, the panel. Is that understood?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
the police report was prepared by her. Her words have been copied verbatim from her articulation in said report, and copied
Damn,
and pasted
Robin
with a
is
sort of addendum
good.
at the end by the other prosecutor, as well as her being present and speaking with Mr. Soze in the cells at the time of his arrest.
All right, so you're claiming this, but I see as it is in evidence that the report was prepared by Mr. Barrett Johnson.
That's not
Is that
true.
correct, prosecution?
Actually, no, Your Honor. So the prepared by indicates the individual who exported the report, Bones, was having issues exporting. So I assisted him due to technical difficulties. Barrick then exported it later.
Interesting.
So this is simply a clerical filing.
That is fucking
that
brain
they
dead.
are blowing
She
out of
was literally involved if she's helping.
Were you the only police officer available at the time? Oh, sorry. I would like to ask the judges if Mr. Orbit would be the only police officer available at the time to do such a thing.
Hey, on fire. How you doing?
Well, let's get this straight. Siobhan, are you a police officer?
Currently, yes.
When does
Officers
that
are allowed to
happen?
prosecute and be witnesses, are they not?
Thank you, ma'am.
One of your hairs was over at
Okay.
Sakeed's place.
Well, that would depend on which oath you're signed to, I believe.
You and Sakeed getting down and dirty or something?
Your Honor, can you please address the defendant to stop addressing
Wait,
me
is he for the streets?
personally?
I mean, him in September.
Oh no, I
seems like a thing,
said
no?
that to the judge. I said that to the judge.
Like living together.
All right.
What's up?
So let me just be let me cut it straight with you,
After
Siobhan.
you said no to
Were
him.
you involved in this? Were you involved in this?
As a
in
witness?
this-
No.
He couldn't fucking handle it, so he moved.
Okay.
he
What
tried to
about
move
the
on.
interaction in the cells that was mentioned?
Next best thing.
Oh, like after the fact, I was just there in my official capacity,
Holy shit.
as a.
Don't skirt
what's the
around
word
the
I'm
damn
looking
question.
for?
Answer yes or no.
Yes. Sorry, wait. What did I just answer yes to?
You were in the cells.
Sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, I was in the cells. Sometime after the fact.
All right. Let's
It was
address
the next
this.
day. The next day.
I mean, you're a catch. You're hot. You know. You can
May I speak, sir?
He was in the cells the
Ma'am?
next day.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Oh, overlords. She too was involved at the jail multiple times. Where she came up with, I believe, Max and Mr. Bones. Bones could likely attest to this since he's a man of law, and he too said that she was helping with the situation while Max had a gun out in the jail.
Yeah, in prison.
Your Honors, I would just like to state that if there are any civil claims that the opposing counsel or opposing parties would like to make, that those are best suited to a civil court and have no bearing on the criminal matter here at hand and why we are here today.
I'm not sure what civil case she's talking about.
Let's
My
let's
French.
take the time now. Let's take the time down. I'm gonna gather the panel. We're gonna deliberate upon this to determine whether or not this motion of appearance is allowed to stick. So give us some time.
That's what you deserve.
Thank you.
Not what you need, it's what you deserve.
Why is she talking about civil cases when it's part of this case?
I think she forgot what was being argued. I'm gonna be honest. I think she
I
completely.
feel like I'm gonna hear some objections. Objection, penis.
He's not.
Objection.
Deny it. It's the truth. Yeah, he's accepted.
Objection, civil.
Accepted who he is now.
Civil has nothing to do with this. You can't question people's integrity in a criminal case.
He probably, you know, probably put the badge, stick it in himself. You know those badges you gotta stick on your shirt? He probably stick it in his skin. That's how much he's how much he loves it.
All right, the panel has deliberated upon this motion of appearance. We're decided. While we do find it a little bit, let's just put unusual, a little bit empty-handed to originally be testifying as an expert witness, and then I don't know, change your mind.
No
or
shot.
have a sudden ability to testify, or I'm sorry, to prosecute. However, we have always allowed police officers to prosecute in the state for their own matters. We do not find that it's conflictual in any means, shape, or form. So we're going to be allowing this motion of appearance, as well as the motion to strike for Siobhan as an extra witness. So she's going to be operating in a prosecutorial ability. She is not to be giving any testimony here today. Is that understood?
Thank
Yes,
you, Your
just
Honor.
out of
I
just
do
out
have-
of.
Sorry, go ahead.
Could I come to the stand for a second,
Yeah.
sir?
Your Honor, if they're
are you
gonna
requesting a side?
sidebar.
Oh,
we
you can
all
come.
gotta
You can come
up.
as well.
All right,
Cool.
everybody's
Sure,
fine.
everyone come up.
Well, I prefer if she wasn't here because I believe it's going to be in breach of the Constitution. Maybe you could bring her up and talk to her after. I don't mind if the prosecutor's here, though.
All right, state the Constitution that you're specifically
Sure.
mentioning. State
Yes,
article.
which area?
So, well, if she would walk back a little bit, I'll be able to say it. I don't feel comfortable. I don't want to be in breach of the legislation in which that she's okayed.
You called for a sidebar.
They literally, you just called for a sidebar. I'm up
Since she is
there.
prosecuting,
Yes, and she was never labeled as.
Why
a
is Nino here?
prosecutor
He's not on the
until-
docket.
Why is that coming up, and why does that matter? Wait,
That's
Nino, why the
wondering.
hell are you here?
Well, I have paid him, but it doesn't matter if he's here or not. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, and go back if you
Well,
need to.
Yeah, he's not.
Yes, go ahead and please.
As long as
step
I
back.
don't gotta hear the screaming, you know.
I'm just
Go
curious
ahead,
what the
step back.
docket means. If it's capable of the evidence being changed.
Oh, you know,
like,
Pirates of the
I'm a
Caribbean.
cold.
shit.
No, I was saying like you're old school. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah, like you
yeah,
keep it
okay.
old school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Which is
okay.
respectable.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
yeah.
fucking
I
bitch is
bet.
so priced right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Come on, bro. I wouldn't
Yo,
disrespect
anybody
you like
got
that.
food?
No, I don't have fucking
You
shit.
should ask. You should ask.
Ari, you have not given me a single piece of food, man.
I gave you food earlier.
Hey,
No, you gave it to Ramos, or you gave it to somebody. You gave it to Zoe, not me.
hey,
Give him a little piece of
Hey,
cheese.
Curtis.
Has my food now, you know.
Nino
Hey,
Chavez. What's
come over
going
here real
on,
quick.
big dog?
This guy got the JB cut.
Somebody's gonna crush on you.
How the hell are you, Nino?
I'm doing pretty good. How much to slit that bitch's throat afterwards?
Which
Uh,
one?
Siobhan's?
Oh, I mean, a measly 5K. You know,
Alright.
she's not really worth that much.
Yeah, let me know when you do it. I'll send you 5.
Okay. Yeah, you want to fucking slip? Okay, yeah, I got you.
What are you talking about? What,
Excuse me.
Ask Mr. K.
what the fuck?
Oh,
Oh no, this.
A witness was, there is nothing wrong. A witness was stricken after the trial.
all right, Aria.
Sorry, I
So you're saying
As long as he doesn't keep ERPing.
Which? Oh, wait. Which one you talking about? The bear?
Are you aware of what a trial motion is?
haven't seen him in fucking like 7
Oh,
years.
this guy.
but
Yeah.
it was not
yeah.
accepted until after the
You haven't seen
trial.
this
Nino,
bitch
I know.
fucking
It's been a long time. It's been a long
I used to
time.
work
It
for
was
him.
accepted and put into consideration.
Really?
Fucking Oxy runs from it.
No fucking way, did you?
I was like, I used to work for him. I used to do
He
Oxyros.
was a dickhead, you know. He like I barely really saw. I talked to him. I talked to him in passing.
When was that? When was that? Like 5 years ago?
No, nah. I would say 8 years ago.
Wait a second.
Curtis, she
I mean,
used to work for us.
Yeah, when the other
I mean,
party
I
collapsed,
worked
so
I worked with Nino too. Did I not know you back then?
Hold on.
Hey,
You work
We
Pegasus
we
or-
talking about Sahara?
No, I work Pegasus for him.
Oh,
Oh,
Pegasus. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay. Listen, if you don't think we're in trial, then fine. That's
Oh,
fine.
welcome back. Hey, bro. Michael Jackson? What the fuck's going on here?
I was gonna say, yo, hold on, take him out.
Hold the fuck up.
That's a Michael.
It goes way
Man,
back.
Dyed his skin on us.
Oh jeez, oh my God, Zoe, but oh my
shit
God,
that
Zoe,
stopped the trial, like,
Oh,
brother,
So
brother.
what I'm saying here is I asked people.
Yes,
here
I know
now.
what you're saying, and you're changing your
get outta here.
mind based
Fix your
on
face. I don't
bullshit,
know why
sir.
that shit
I
ain't
don't give a
fixing.
shit. Let's go.
Look like default
Speak
damage.
up there.
Don't say shit.
Oh, there you go.
No,
you're good now.
you just said they can swear, and I believe that means I can swear. Fuck you.
Okay. No more clips. All right, let's get it together. Like I said, the motion that was already put on the docket has been approved as it was stated, as we have deliberated upon it.
Hey, I'm
Let's
down.
go ahead and get started with the motions. Or I'm sorry, with the
I don't know
trial.
if the trial started.
So are you playing it?
You wanna just ring me when the trial starts?
Alrighty.
It hasn't started yet,
We're
right?
here gathered to hear the people versus Kale Soze.
Oh, okay.
The statement of charges read as such. Just because he was not successful in rallying an army to his cause does not change the nature of Kale Soze's rebellion. His success would have spared the second war in Sandy Shores. Class 2 weaponry not seen in this city for nearly a decade was used to deny the authority of the state after government equipment and facilities were usurped without permission nor authority to do so. The defendant is accused as the following. Mr. Soze, I'm going to read each one of these, and you are to give a guilty, not guilty, or no contest. Is that understood?
Sure.
On the count of 1 times criminal possession of a firearm, class 2, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
The charge of resisting arrest, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
The charge of joyriding.
Not guilty.
On each of the attempted murder of a government employee counts, you have 3 of them.
Not guilty.
Yeah! 3. Or how many?
Go ahead,
Not
do it.
guilty. Not guilty.
Do it. What's stopping you?
That's 3 of them. All right. And 1 account of treason.
Proceed.
Not guilty.
All right. Let it be shown that Mr. Kale Soze has pled not guilty to every one of the charges presented here today. Now, if you could, those that are giving testimony today, please raise your left hands.
Hey, Max, just be careful raising your hand. We don't want any incidents if you hear.
He's not got the hat on.
Oh, never mind. My bad.
Is everyone raising a damn hand? Ah,
Sheriff Bones, are you raising your hand, or you?
He's trying really hard. He was short.
He's making a good faith attempt, I believe.
He's shot in the arm.
all righty. Y'all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, on the penalty of perjury. So help you airborne.
I do.
Hey.
Is that a yes? What the hell was that?
Yes, Supreme Overlord.
Did someone just get punched in the stomach?
Mr. Soze, are you giving testimony?
I mean, no. I'm not giving testimony, actually.
All right. Fair enough. Those witnesses have been sworn
Dude, this
in.
is so entertaining.
Anyway,
He's gonna get railroaded.
Can still go for the police anyway. The fact that Bones is going to be up there, I can't believe she pussied out. What an absolute pussy.
All right. I want to hit the court.
This
with
is
some ground rules, some
it's
housekeeping
Nino
rules, just
already
to make sure
thinks
that
that
we're
this
all
is
here
extremely
and
kangaroo.
clarified.
It is so
We're
absolutely
not tolerating
flabbergasting,
any,
regardless
disruption in
of
this case.
whether or
This
not she
case
can act
is
as a police
being set here
officer,
a
for her to
reason,
take
how we've expedited it for a reason,
one hat
expedited
and
it
then
for a
swap
reason.
the
I do not
hat and
wanna
then
get
swap the
out,
hat is
ponder or
ridiculous.
instruct in any shape or form. So the content, I'm gonna go ahead and set the bar at, we'll do a solid 25 grand.
Oh, it's extremely fucked.
Let's not try to interrupt the proceedings here. Let's try to get a fair flow so that every party can have an equal chance to represent their case. Do not swear. Obviously, we've already mentioned that. We are seen before the courts. And with that being stated, we can go ahead and get into the overall flow. Prosecution, if you're ready with your opening statements.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's extreme
No
privilege.
one can make laws in Sandy Shores and the surrounding areas all the way down to the city border, ellipses, though we do own the North and Paleto as well, quote unquote. These words are not new. Similar words have been uttered countless times in history, whether the entire world or that of our small island. The authority of the state is absolute. Attempts to deny the authority of the state and to incite rebellion against the state are tantamount to treason. And it will be proven here today the use of high-grade weaponry to usurp the authority of the state and its democratically elected representatives took place. It was conceived and executed by Kale Soze. Mens rea and actus reus will be proven beyond a reasonable doubt today that Kale Soze is guilty of all the crimes of which he has been accused. Thank you, Your Honors.
Carmichael, start a religion.
Are we allowed to rebuttal their opening statement in our opening statement?
Yeah.
No.
You know what?
You can.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, it's fine that I do my opening statement, correct? Or does it have to be the legal side?
If you want to do yours, I don't care. You can do your own damn opening statement.
Thank you. I just damn a swear word, or is that okay?
It's
Fine with me.
half of one.
Hello, everybody. Today, I am a man being prosecuted by the apparent people we have elected in a democracy. I'm sure you all understand what a democracy is meant to be. And I have said myself that I am, as a person, an overseer to democracy. If that is illegal and that is treason, I guess I belong in jail in a democracy in which I oversee, in which we all oversee, because that is what a democracy is. Thank you.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right.
Bravo! Bravo!
Does your lawyer have anything else to say?
No.
No, Your Honor. Soze said it eloquently.
Fair enough. Alrighty. Prosecution. Ready to call your witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution calls Sheriff Jeffrey Bones to the stand.
Sheriff Bones, go ahead and take the stand for us.
All right. Go get him, Sheriff. Yeah, you're a man. Give him hell.
Mr. Bones, you have been sworn
Just
in,
gonna
yes?
stand. Yeah.
I must remind you, you're still under oath.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Alrighty. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please tell us your name and rank for the record?
Jeffrey Bones, Sheriff.
How did you become sheriff?
I was publicly elected off of the PCP 2.0 legislation.
Oh, I see what he's
Did you name
doing.
the sheriff's department?
Yes.
What did you name it?
Blaine County Sheriff's Office.
Were you on duty on the afternoon and evening of June 5th, 2024?
Yes.
Did you encounter the defendant, Kale Soze, during your shift?
Yes.
Where did you encounter Mr. Soze?
There's multiple phone calls that
kind of led up to this, but then I eventually encountered him at MRPD.
Did you exchange any words with Mr. Soze?
Yeah, he was kind of arguing or talking about the legislation and trooper stuff and a bunch of other stuff like that.
In your statement, you said you went to Senior Buns and then had a migraine. What
Mhm.
occurred prior to this migraine?
So we were at Senior Buns, we got some food, and then I believe we were driving up to Sandy, and then I had a migraine on the way up there.
And what happened after you were headache free?
Well, I had a headache around the Del Perro on ramp, just right around Pillbox, the entry of Pillbox on Elgin Ave. From there, I had a migraine for about, I guess, 5 minutes. I just had to step out of the car, didn't just close my eyes completely. I opened my eyes back up and looked for my car, couldn't find it. Then I called Soze and tried to figure out where he was.
Okay. Did you give Kale Soze permission to drive your vehicle prior to him driving it?
No.
And why was evidence not included to display tampering of the vehicle?
Objection leading.
Rebuttal.
I can rephrase the question.
I'm going to rebut, Your Honor, for him why it's not leading.
right,
We're
go ahead.
asking him why. We're not asking him something
Sorry,
yes or
who's in
no.
charge
We're not
here?
giving him the rationale in the answer in the question. We're simply asking why was if he did drive the vehicle as you said, why is this evidence not there?
This is fucking
This
ridiculous.
is well within
So
the
let me get this
parameters
straight.
of evidentiary
Let me get
standards,
this fucking
questioning
straight.
for
This
adversarial,
prosecutor is dropping the
not
ball.
giving
So
away
the
anything within
person,
the question.
the
Hint
fucking
towards an
state
answer.
comes in to represent themselves. What kind of fucking bullshit is this?
Then we could say a lax foundation. We don't know such evidence exists.
Precisely.
He's asking why it doesn't exist. So he's establishing the foundation.
Well, I believe the question was why it wasn't added, not if it exists.
Well, it's not there. What you're saying, the foundation, he's establishing it. Denying that. Go ahead, keep asking.
All right. Do I need to ask the question again?
Yes.
No. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
All right. So why was it evidence displaying tampering of the vehicle not included?
Because I left the keys in the car, so he didn't have to tamper the vehicle to, I guess, get the car turned on.
Did you attempt to regain contact with Kale Soze?
Yeah, I called him. I was asking where he was, and then I found out that he was at the sheriff's office, and I was all the way stuck in the city, stranded.
Did you attempt to recover your vehicle?
Yeah. I went and I had to call Ruby to get a pickup, and then she gave me a ride up there.
How did that go?
About as good as it can go. I was just once I arrived, I saw him.
I was analyzing you.
Tried to detain him for joyriding. He was questioning power and authority and a whole bunch of other things. What I can and can't do up north.
Absolutely.
What the fuck does that mean? You
All right. In your statement in the report, the People's A, you mentioned witnessing Kale Soze speak to Bobby Charles on the phone.
What were you
What did
looking
you
for?
personally hear said by Kale Soze on that call?
He was trying to get Bobby to come up there.
I wasn't looking for anything.
Why would you give me? I'll
In
get
regards to the actual content, I can't remember just word for word.
If you're looking for something,
Did Bobby Charles show up there?
Yes.
sometimes you can't find anything.
Did Bobby Charles interact with Kale Soze?
Yes. Whenever Bobby arrived, Ruby was telling him to leave and kind of leave the scene. And Soze walked out and was like, "They don't have any jurisdiction over here. It doesn't matter."
Can you read the text highlighted in evidence the people
That
see
is below my pay
Bobby
grade.
Charles subpoena?
You know, I think I'm examining
Bobby Charles texted Soze, "I'm in Sandy."
We must be silent now.
This was at 10:07 p.m. EST, and then after that he texted Kill Soze, he said, "Planning my attack now. Don't worry. "Are you dead?" at 10:16 EST.
And then can you tell me what time is indicated for the two highlighted calls in the People's Sea?
The two calls, one was made at 10:01 p.m. EST, and one was made at 10:10 p.m. EST.
Did you witness Kale Soze make a second call to Bobby Charles?
I don't exactly remember. He was on the phone a lot.
All right. Did you believe you had probable cause to detain Kale Soze at this time?
Yes, for joyriding.
Why did you pull out your taser, as mentioned in the report?
He kept on arguing. He wouldn't face away from me or comply or anything like that. He's just generally being uncompliant.
He denied your authority?
Yeah.
Was Kale Soze displaying any weaponry?
Not at the time that I pulled out my taser. I then had like a sidebar with Ruby, and then he ran inside and pulled out an M4 and held the doors of the sheriff's office.
Oh, wait, hold up. Wait, what?
Okay, so Kale Soze did enter the property?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Did Kale Soze enter the property?
Wait, hold
Yes.
up.
Was he warned not to do so?
Wait, hold up.
Robin.
Wait, what the fuck?
You had something?
Yeah, it was leading, but Bones answered. In an instance of
No,
the
so
mode.
they just invited Nino here.
Give Mr. Bones, can you allow like a solid?
I'll give a
second?
space.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just a
10
solid
to
second,
3.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Is something the matter?
No, Mr. Government. No, I was just looking.
Yeah, you could
I was
proceed.
just
I'm
trying to
sorry.
pay attention. sir.
Should I start from that
No.
question again, Your Honor?
No,
Okay.
just keep going.
Okay.
Actually, start from the weaponry question. Just start.
All right. So was Kale Soze displaying any weaponry?
Yeah. M4.
My God, I'm so sorry.
Did Kale Soze enter the property?
Yes.
Was he warned to not do so?
Not necessarily.
Was he warned he was being detained and or arrested?
Yes.
Would leaving the area constitute disobeying a peace
Objection
officer?
leading.
Rebuttal.
We're asking the officer in his personal opinion. I can add that clarifier if you want.
Rebuttal.
It's not about what they're asking, it's about how they're asking it.
Just re-ask it. Lord, if we're here for the petty shit all over the time, excuse my language, you ask the same question, get the same response. Go ahead, ask it again.
Yeah, sustained. Whatever.
Sheriff Bones, in your personal opinion, would leaving the area constitute disobeying a police officer?
Same shit.
Yes, leaving the area would. However, he was at the front steps of the sheriff's office whenever this happened. He didn't really go very far. He just walked inside.
I am being summoned.
Did he resist?
Oh, be safe.
Yes. Whenever he went outside and propped the door open to tell Bobby, that we didn't have any authority here or anything like that, I made that as a split-second decision that should be the point where we go in. While he's distracted in that, I tackled him and tried cuffing him up. He then broke those cuffs, grabbed his gun, and then retreated back to the doors. From there, he eventually pointed a gun at me, and I opened fire on him.
Was he generally compliant?
No.
How would you characterize his demeanor?
Very argumentative. Just questioning authority nonstop. Just non-compliant in general.
Did you have any backup on scene?
I had Ruby.
This is the
and then
main
whenever
one right
he
here.
I'm gonna
Went into the office.
do
I
a
called
question?
more
Is there anything
backup from the
specifically
city.
we should ask? 'Cause I got an
Eventually, I had Declan, Loki.
Whoever engages in and or incites
Radish
others.
was there.
Okay.
And Thixon.
And when did they arrive?
About 3 minutes after he went in there.
In your statement in the People's A, you say Kale Soze pointed his Class 2 weapon at you. Did you have reasonable fear for the lives of yourself and your fellow officers in that moment?
objection relevance?
Rebuttal.
He's being charged with attempted murder of.
You could
government
say like
employees,
domestic
and resisting
terrorism,
arrest. We're
maybe,
trying
which
to
isn't a
articulate
law, but treason would be
why,
absolutely
Sheriff Bones felt the need to do
is
the things
not.
that he did.
Wait,
So he's
secession
been
is
charged
by
with his
way
own
of
actions, not
sovereign
those of
land
Bones,
claims
how
or
they felt
annexation?
relevant?
Yeah. Unless you have anything to add, do you want to?
Is that like a handler or something? Is he gonna handle it? Is that what that is?
I think he's a sock puppet.
Fuck, are they allowing a witness?
I thought the police hired him. I'm confused on why the
Yeah,
I'm gonna for
yeah.
the response, Your Honors.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Let your
this
words
this
all
is
get-
fucking
words all get.
ridiculous.
Just wanna
I'm
let you
actually
know.
getting triggered right now.
We're yapping over here.
Oh, so you got to get even more triggered when you see his head explode trying to answer the
Are
questions.
the
I got.
judges literally letting a fucking witness coach counsel?
No, they.
She
No,
entered as
she-
co-counsel and removed herself as a witness.
Yeah,
What the
and she
fuck did I
became the
miss?
primary. Clearly.
Yeah.
After the trial started, mind you.
Yeah, we
What
tried,
Yeah.
the fuck?
tried to nix it, and the judges just
Yeah.
didn't do their job.
Just remember, it isn't about me going to jail, guys. At the end of the day, it's the message. That's all
Yeah.
that matters.
Mm.
The people are more important than me going to jail.
All right. I got it. All right. Panel is determined. Listen, we get, we get the clarification and we get the
Yeah,
ideology
this
behind
kind of
the-
thing shouldn't be happening.
behind
It's
the-
so
behind the objection. However, we're kind
nasty.
of at this point where we think
in the
everything's
simplest
semantical at
term I
this
can
point.
put.
Unless it's like a real obstructing.
Well, Nino wasn't
objection, we
planning to
feel
be
like
counsel to
relevance
begin with,
In this scenario,
be honest.
it's not really pertinent to the case. It's just trying to confuse and mislead. We get it. We
But
understand how
it's so
it's not
gross.
relevant.
Can the prosecution stop asking irrelevant questions then?
Could you stop objecting on semantics then?
Well, they're just wasting our time. If you're going for expediency, sir, then they should stop asking irrelevant questions.
And same back to y'all then. Anyway, let's
I'm
keep
sorry.
going.
Is this guy?
Let's not
Is this?
get- let's all
Is
just
he a
hold
judge
hands
or what's
here
going
throughout
on
this whole
here?
process. Let's not try to get
Jesus
into
Christ.
bickering arguments. With that being said, we're just going to rule. Just move on. Just move on from this.
Why is it that the judges
All right.
feel hostile to anybody that's on defense?
Sheriff Bones, what actions did you take to reasonably protect yourselves?
I opened fire on Soze.
Who gives a
Why?
fuck?
Because he pointed his
It's
gun
true
at
that
me.
they said it. I mean, I was going to ask
And
him all this.
he had a
sort of
fucking
shit anyway,
M4 pointed at me. It
because
wasn't
there's
just any
the
gun.
law of the fleeing felon, which implies
any
you can only
officers
shoot
injured
somebody
during
when
this
you
incident?
think they're going to be
Yes, 3.
capable of murdering somebody.
How
I
many
was running
charges
inside
for
a
attempted
building that
murder of
was
a government
fully locked,
employee
and
are
there was
being
nobody
pressed today?
inside, and he shot me
3 of them.
in the back.
And is it for this act that Soze is being charged with attempted murder of a government employee today?
Yes.
Can you reference the People's A evidence article titled "Selfie with Insane Ramblings"?
Yeah, I know.
You know what? How the fuck? I'm starting to
What's the
wonder
title
if
again?
it's even fucking worth
Selfie
it.
with Insane Ramblings.
Okay, yes.
This-
I got it.
Los
Can you confirm
Santos is
who wrote
fucking
this outside
dumb.
of the sheriff's office?
Hold on. This evidence.
It's fucking dumb.
It's in the
When the
People's A, Your
fucking
Honor.
judges are
Okay.
brain
Inside of
dead,
People's
A.
working
It's
for
in
the
the-
fucking
Clarify.
prosecution.
All right.
Got
Is that,
you.
is that noted for the defense as well?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
How is this guy
All right,
like?
go ahead.
All right. Did you confirm who wrote this outside of the sheriff's office?
I did.
And who wrote it?
So
It really is working for the prostitution. This guy's got
Mirandized when he said this?
fucking cock so
Yes.
fucking.
No further
Oh,
questions for this
Jesus
witness, Your Honor.
fucking Christ.
Alrighty, Siobhan.
I mean, if the fucking judges,
Further questions for this witness?
you know
no
what it
further
feels like?
questions for
It
this
feels
witness,
like
Your
the
Honor.
judges have like
We may have
some
to redirect
pre-
pending also.
Understood.
Thank
oh
you.
God.
determined notion
Lost
of like
favor.
what's happening in front of them
We
Uh,
good to
that
go
they're
or not?
refusing
yeah, can we,
to
we'll
allow
move
the
Gareth. We'll move
defense
Gareth.
Oh,
I'll
yes,
just-
go
we'll
ahead.
fit them in.
to massage and like present their opinion, because the
When
opinion in
did
general
you-
is
you
already
said,
made.
I had said that I wrote it.
Yes.
When did I say that?
In the cells.
Is it in the report that you wrote?
It's like they've already know the answer and they're just waiting to hear the results. Does everything line up? Did they do this? Did they do that? Okay, we already made the decision. Just make sure the prosecution hits these check boxes. I'm not actually sure they understand like the basic laws of fucking
No, it's not in the report.
logic.
So you're saying you remember it happening, but it's not in the report.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, clarity, Your Honors. It's in the second paragraph of Bone's statement in the People's A.
Could you, if it is
Well,
there,
hold on.
Bones, could you,
I just want to make sure there's no
Find it.
misstatements. Hold on, I'm gonna do an objection to statement of evidence.
Okay, if the witness misstates, then that's his fault. Not, it shouldn't be on the prosecution to.
Hold on. Let's not all talk at once. All right, you need to present that in the form of an objection, Ms. Siobhan.
You know,
I did objection to statement of evidence.
You know, it's kind of
Objection
fucked
to
up,
statement
and
of
maybe I shouldn't be
evidence.
thinking this.
It's
by
noted
now.
in the second
But you
paragraph
know,
of
one
the
of those judges kind of looks like she's on the council. The
I
other
don't
one
believe it's
kind
a
of looks like she's
misstatement
a
of evidence.
cop. The other one kind of looks
he's
like
not
he might have
saying,
gotten shot in the
that
face.
the evidence is different. He's just saying he
But the fourth
didn't
one's
know
cool.
it was there. Correct. This would be semantics, I guess.
Yeah, it's teetering.
And the inherent problem with that is,
I
wait a minute,
meant
why
her,
the
but
fuck
sure.
do I
Yeah,
have?
it's
Wait,
fine,
hold
it's
on
fine,
a second.
guys. Bones gave his testimony.
Why the fuck am I
It's
feeling
fine,
like
it's-
I
it's
shouldn't be
sort of
waking up
irrelevant anyway. Can you,
we'll overrule this.
while looking at
that
this
question is going
panel
to
of
be
judges?
still on the record.
Could you say the?
I need to stop feeling
where it's
bad.
in the report. Just go ahead and have a look and just tell us what it says. Just so we're sure, everybody's sure what's.
Hold up a
I have it
second.
here. The second paragraph
Hold on.
Reads as such.
Why
Bones
am I
walked up to
worried about
Sandy, he
waking
saw
up for
Soze
these
in the
things?
car right outside the sheriff's office, where Soze was writing
It
up
said
the
when
Sandy shows and
Bones
surrounding
got to
legislation.
Sandy, so in the
Yes,
third
this
person,
is-
correct?
This is Bones' statement, yes. And then it says he later admitted after he was Mirandized that he wrote this.
I just had this like moment of clarity.
So, Bones.
Like, listen, I love the RP behind this, but I'm realizing I need to stop
Objection,
feeling
Your
bad
Honor,
about playing a
argumentative.
character that may have
I mean,
similar,
sure,
like, you know,
sounds
might
like
have
we have
overlap
bullshit, you don't
because I
want to,
just
Your
realized.
It's a yes or no question. There's not much argument to be had, to be honest.
I'll entertain it to a very thin, fine line. Just answer.
I mean,
this one.
which
Just
part?
Answer this one question. Overruled.
Typically in police statements, you do write in the third person.
And why would you write in the third person if it is your statement?
Objection relevance.
He's a police officer, and he is the person that writes the statement, and I need to understand if it is only him that is writing the statement or somebody is helping him. I'm trying
I would
to
like-
make
I'm
sure it's a
confused.
validated statement.
I'm confused, Your Honors. Are we going to be allowing SOPs into the courtroom today for the first time ever?
I don't think
Excuse
that's
me?
the argument at all. It's listen.
How officers write reports is quite literally.
You know the thing about
Objection,
semantics,
actually?
is this
Like,
every
what the
question
fuck?
that I ask, I'm gonna have to listen to her, you know, just cry.
I feel like we've opened up this
Objection,
gateway
Your
very
Honor.
much. Hey, I'm talking. All right. How I get it. Okay, I get it. He put in the very beginning, he put that it was his statement. I get it. I understand. We can go through the semantics. We can go through the arguments. We as judges, we're not tone deaf. Okay, we can read what's on the report and know that Bones is writing it because in the start it says that it's his narrative statement that's being written. We don't have to carry on with this whole cat and mouse chase. It's gotten entirely too semantical. Let's calm it down. I get what the question's being asked, but I can clearly read. I'm not tone deaf. With that being said,
Okay.
we're gonna carry on.
I'd like to request a sidebar.
All right.
What the fuck is this? Is this our legal system in Los Santos?
Available publicly on your MDTs.
I don't know what to tell you. Welcome to what we have right now. Technically, she shouldn't be acting as counsel if she doesn't
No.
have an active bar.
the judges are brain dead. For them to see no problem with this, and I don't know if they've got functioning synapses.
I'm gonna have to ask them after this why they allowed her to be counsel, because she doesn't have an active bar. She, unless they're gonna say, oh well, because she's a sworn-in deputy, she has an active bar. No, she doesn't. In technicality, there.
If you stop, the thing is, if you stop playing wishy-washy with all kinds of shit like this, well, you know what? I'm gonna go run, become a judge, and then, you know, you're like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna jump on this case. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna jump at this prosecution. Wait, you know what? I'm swapping the defense. Bro, like, what the fuck is this? If anything, they may look. I'm coming in like 11th hour, right? I haven't even fucking read the docket. I'm only here to observe, and I am absolutely floored. There may already be enough to possibly appeal this as I mean, these actions may just be malicious prosecution. She's on the fucking console, bro. She's
also on top of that, like, I'm gonna say this: they scheduled this really quickly and denied any continuance. There could have been more shit to come forward, but they denied it. Yep. They legitimately have denied
I'd like to know
everything
why my objections are
for
being characterized as crying.
defense versus them. I mean, anything coming from her is crying. Jesus Christ.
I mean, most of the arguments I heard is, well, actually, excuse me, it's like she's like, I don't know. I don't necessarily have a problem with her being there. It's the swapping from effectively being the subject of the charges. In other words, the claim is treason, right? Treason against the state of which she's representing, and then, like, as a member of the council, then coming in as special prosecution, and then being the fucking primary counsel. It doesn't make any sense. I think these judges are brain dead. Like, that's the only thing I could think of. Or they're just you know what? She's special. We're gonna let her do it, which is such a slippery slope.
Here's why I think there's an issue with it is because she is married to Max, right? So Max said that he was appointed by the state as commissioner, right? With that being said, she's probably viewing it as, you know, an affront or an attack against the power that her and Max have right now. And doesn't want somebody that goes against.
I mean, it sounds like
them.
fucking actual malicious prosecution.
It pretty much is. You know, like we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, it's I am dumbfounded with what I'm
Where's
witnessing.
Slacks at? Slacks.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Speak up.
Right here, sir. Your Honor.
Has anything changed with writing reports? The other writing in third person?
Yes. It should be the same as far as I know.
Oh, I guess it wasn't. Anyway.
I just don't understand
Wait,
why they're wasting time with this bullshit when you can't even get
I
it.
could just answer this question for you.
I
guys,
understand.
Right?
So let's
I
get
was
the
a
hell
cop back
going.
then,
That's
and I'm still the cop now.
Yes,
I
this
can just
is.
answer
Oh, hey,
this
what's up,
question.
man? How you doing?
I
I was doing
entertain
it
that. I
from a-
literally
My
My
entertain
brain
that.
is
Let's
melting
answer
from
the
this
question
case and many
third
other
person.
things
Are
going
you,
on.
are you a lawyer?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
He's part of the COB that has never been used.
What's the COB?
Civilian Oversight Board.
Oh, the one, the thing that Murphy.
Yeah,
runs?
Murphy heads it up. It was made by
Alright.
Crane,
Yes, we
but
will keep
as of
them-
right now, we can only give recommendations, and we haven't had too many cases to work with.
Yeah.
There was a case, but he hasn't ever brought it to your attention.
We've been trying to get
Wouldn't,
something
that's kind of the
scheduled,
point.
just transparently, but scheduling.
Let's chat after this.
Yeah.
And
oh,
yeah. Oh.
He'll be back. He's just taking a nap.
Nino is getting absolutely floored, pissed, and
Inside the mind of a bear, it looks like.
Can
All
we have a
right.
recess? Yeah.
It appears so, yes.
Let's take a
Mm,
5.
take
Anybody
a
have food?
Siobhan wanted to make a complaint about Soze being unprofessional because he said she was crying.
she was crying though.
Yeah, And then she said, I don't like all my objections being characterized as crying. And I said, not all of them, just the ones where you're crying.
Damn, have you been doing this for a minute?
Me?
Yeah.
A few months.
Robin.
Yeah.
Did she say she wants to put in a complaint against him?
Yeah, she said that Soze's acting unprofessional. I wanted to say, Soze doesn't have a bar license. So
Is
he
this
can-
Yeah, he
Rockstar
can't-
Tryouts? What is happening?
Deputy Crane.
Does she understand she can't do that?
Yeah,
I believe the
I don't
judges are
know.
talking to you.
Yeah,
You know, I'm surprised she didn't say, "Hey, you know, I'm actually going to be stepping in as the 5th judge. I've experienced in the past.
Shouldn't
I'm going to help
she-
be the decision maker at the end."
Okay,
this
you
is
said-
actually fucking like another level. I am so brain damaged from what I've witnessed in the last 15 minutes. I have
pointed
no
out-
idea when the state decided to like rebuild. Did they want to rebuild it into like a mountain of like turd? Like I'm
Also,
just so
I feel
fucking
like,
confused.
Judge Jackson feels inherently biased because he said, we're not going to be hearing this argument about state authority when literally no one has mentioned
one is
state
that?
authority. The one in the middle. So
The-
it sounds like he already has a preconceived notion.
one
of
that sounds
the
like a
with the
child?
hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like he already has a preconceived notion of what he thinks is going to happen, which means he's not fit to sit on this case.
Not elected to any of it, by the way.
It's probably probably a thing where you need to. I don't know how to say this, either mistrial or go for an appeal.
Not elected to any of it, by the way. Yeah.
If only we could. But oh, there he
All
goes.
right.
Recess, your owners? But just kidding, he's here.
You're gonna have to explain the text.
Oh, I overheard who you were talking about. I
Oh,
was
which
just
part?
remarking that. I was just remarking that not elected to any of those things. Any of the 10 jobs.
Yeah, the third person thing.
Or
Who's not elected to?
Siobhan.
Why do you write in third person? What's the
Oh, she's given the position.
Also, I'm not sure
Yeah.
if you're not yelling.
Well, yeah, I'm
sir,
not
Judge.
surprised. You know,
Hey,
the way she's
yes,
acting.
I was not.
There we go.
Look,
Better?
we got to catch her.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It is common protocol and tower trained.
Not by a camera, though.
So I'm not questioning if it's an SOP or whatever. Do you know, as the sheriff, do you understand the reasoning for doing third person statements?
Easier for people to read, go through it.
You say you wanted to speak to me?
In terms of exact legal reasoning, not 100% sure, but it's all.
Okay.
I've been doing that, and it's how I was brought up on.
So, being the sheriff, are you well versed in the law, both the penal code, the legislation, and the Constitution?
Yes.
Oh my
And,
God, quiz
do
him,
you have an
please.
oath that you're sworn in as sheriff and as a police officer? Are they the same or different?
Right. Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
You're pressing the charges.
I mean, if a sworn oath is not relevant to a police officer in the court case, I guess it's not relevant. I'm curious as to why
Do you want a
I
response,
couldn't
Your
build.
Honors?
Yeah, give me a rebuttal. One
That,
rebuttal.
that's how it works.
I'm just
One
trying to.
one rebuttal.
Oh, sorry.
The officer's involved oath of office has no bearing on the criminal charges for which Kale Soze is facing today and are utterly and completely irrelevant.
They are when he's the one pressing the charges.
Did I ask for a rebuttal from you?
No.
Cool. All right.
Bro, are these guys like sucking the cock of the prosecution? What is this fucking attitude? I want to jump over that desk and literally strangle this fucking. Can they hear me from over here?
Yes, they can.
Oh.
my God. There's no way. Hey, Mr. Chavez, you might want to come here real quick.
Yeah.
All right. The panels is deliberated upon it.
Just as an
Uh,
FYI, this place has shit sounding, so everybody can hear us.
Oh,
very
shit.
much.
talking about, Mr.
Well, I'm
Chavez?
glad they
You were
heard
just-
that.
Only did the scope open
I was
up.
What were you
whispering.
saying?
It is just
Yeah, I could hear from back here.
It's a decent
Understand that,
question.
but
We've
just
already
your mouth
opened
was moving a
up
lot.
not
I'm kind
only
of
just the line
curious.
of questioning, but the line of questioning before that when we
Does your mouth
talked
move a
about
lot?
how he became a
When I
sheriff,
speak
how
to
he got
people, yeah.
elected, et cetera,
Yeah.
et cetera. So
When
I
else
think
does it
this is
move?
fine.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, you'll be learning
Oh, hey,
soon.
Ray asked a question there, Mr. Soze.
You don't want to share it?
Sure.
Yeah, when you say yes, Daddy.
So
Okay, go back to your seat.
As a sheriff, you had
You're
to
the one that's
swear an oath.
dismissed. Go on the other side, dumbass. This is defense.
Don't worry about me.
I
I'm doing
swore-
police
I
work.
am worrying about you.
Whenever
Right.
I
I'm doing my
became
job
an
right now.
officer in the
I'm
Okay.
on
Army, I
duty
had
doing
not to swear
security.
a new oath
You're doing
before
security?
every
Stand over there, because if you're passing
And are you
information,
able
we're going to get you
to,
thrown out.
Say what the
Go
oath is
ahead.
to the people.
Okay.
Get me thrown out.
I mean, if you have to read
I
it
can.
from the
Two
MDT
officers
or
over there
whatever, that
might
would
be
be fine. I
passing
don't
information
expect
over
you
the
to read it off by heart or
Okay.
anything.
I, Jeffrey Bones, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution
I
of the
am gonna
United
say that
States, or
Siobhan
the,
should
of
not
the
be
state of San Andreas
co-counsel on
against all
this.
enemies. foreign
Listen, it's not my court.
that I
Wait,
will
Chad,
bear
did they
true
actually
faith and
hear?
allegiance to
Not
the
my
Constitution
circus,
of
not
the
my
state
monkeys. At the end
of
of the
San
day.
Andreas, that I take this obligation
Also, why
freely
is she a
without
sworn
any
deputy
mental
still?
reservation or purpose of evasion,
Good question.
and that I will
Talk to the commissioner.
I will well and
Oh,
faithfully
cool.
discharge the duties
Yeah,
of the
that'll
office.
go. Yeah, that'll definitely go well.
I mean, I'm giving the answer
okay.
you're looking for.
I'll get
So,
treason and terrorism.
Joyride. Can you explain the charge for
Ah,
the
come
for
on.
the courtroom?
Come on now.
Yo. I
that
got to
can't
see his
happen. It is an
POV. That is
operation
so
of a
good.
vehicle
Have you
with
seen what he
owner's
looks like when he's on duty?
And
That's that
your
tab.
lawyer asked
No.
if you
Oh no,
gave
you
permission.
you don't
Were
know
the
what he
owner of
looks
that
like when
vehicle?
he's on duty. Oh, it's bad, Silas.
Oh Jesus.
I think of a
Purchase
certain
that
World War
vehicle?
II individual.
However, I am
Are you the owner of that vehicle?
I'm being very honest here.
I'm not the owner of that.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Oh shit.
Okay. Also,
That was more
you,
epic than the
are aware of the law which allows
Also, do you remember the one child
self-defense
policy
and
in the Mime
protection
Act?
of others around you?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think closer to China than anything else.
I understand self-defense. Yes.
Damn.
So, do you? Where did you say the vehicle was again?
Hey,
It was.
calm down.
It was a flying.
Just,
It was a
Calm down.
Pillbox.
in what direction? What sort of road?
You
Was it on?
post like the
It was
50.
going eastbound.
Dude, I gotta see that
on Del
clip.
Perro Freeway.
So it was on a freeway where vehicles travel at very high speed.
It was on the on ramp of it. So
Right.
Not
Can
the
they?
speed
limit on the
Yeah, I
highway
was wondering, like, why
is
did
what,
everyone go quiet?
Right. So it's possible that you would be driving 90 miles per hour.
yes,
on
but
that
the on
highway,
and
correct?
off ramp could be different speeds as well. But yes,
Sure. And somebody could be speeding illegally in the city, which is common, correct?
yes.
Okay. So, do you think a vehicle being parked in the middle of a highway is safe?
Objection, misstatement of testimony. He said it's not in the middle of the highway.
Uriel, stop. Don't object.
There's the puppet master. What?
We withdraw the objection. Your Honors, I would pray that you heard that comment calling me a puppet master.
Hey, that's a compliment, no?
So what's happening?
Can
Are
I
we
just
withdrawing the
ask
objection, or-
questions as well, or not? Or what's going on? I feel like every question is
I will
objected to, and it just
withdraw.
falls
Yeah,
off.
exactly. Exactly, bro.
This is light work. All right.
I
it's
mean,
gonna
he's
be
not
over.
wrong.
Whatever.
We withdrew the objection, Your Honor.
Drawn there, son.
Yeah,
He
but if
can
you're going to public
continue
now,
answer
sure.
means,
Do you
calm down.
believe
We're not going to object.
a vehicle?
Yes, I heard it
Actually,
first time.
so do you believe a vehicle parked in the middle of a highway, in which vehicles obviously drive fast, like you had said, is safe?
No.
So, if somebody was in that vehicle, they could get injured.
They
So,
could, yes.
and vehicles passing through there could obviously collide with it, causing an accident. So other people, too, could get injured.
Is that a question? Are you stating that?
I'm asking, yes, I'm asking you to confirm, it's possible other people could get hurt on a highway if a vehicle is parked there?
Yes, it is possible.
And what time was it, do you recall?
We just lost 2 judges.
Dale
Should we
Soze is
pause?
facing today and are utterly and completely irrelevant.
They are when he's
I
the
mean,
one
I could
pressing
fill
the
them in,
buttons.
but it's up to y'all. Are you comfortable?
It's fine, listen, if it's all on paper, it don't matter.
All right, I'm writing it down, so I'm good.
It was
Here,
nighttime.
Let's deliberate on that.
So
Sorry,
it was
repeat the
dark.
question again. Sorry.
I just asked if it was, what time of day it was.
Oh, they
really-
couldn't hear, guys. What the fuck? Oh my god.
So,
oh my god. I thought that was way. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Would you deem it safe to move the vehicle.
Yeah,
off of the
really
highway.
quiet. I don't think they heard it. Yeah, yeah.
Off of the
yeah.
highway, yes.
I thought it was
Correct.
like
And
it
the highway
microphoned,
you
you know?
was the one that goes onto Sonora and heads north.
I did not
Is
say
that
that.
the one you mean? You just said it was at the on ramp,
Oh.
correct, going east on next to what's it called?
Pillbox.
Elgin, the hospital. Yeah.
Yeah, all the way in the city. Sonora is is past Route 60, or it's like
No. Sonora Freeway.
Sonora Freeway is way. I think you're thinking of Los Santos Freeway. Sonora Freeway is way north of Los Santos Freeway.
That
that's
ramp,
an
where does
extreme
it lead?
distance.
Where does that ramp lead?
That would lead to, if you kept on going east where we were, it would lead you to the on ramp of Los Santos Freeway.
Mm-hmm. And where does Los Santos Freeway go?
Then that leads to Sonora Freeway. But there are plenty of
Correct.
spaces where you can pull over
So
and park the vehicle safely.
Yes, sure. That's very true.
Wait, did we
do
just
police,
lose the
vehicles
judges?
ever have weapons, evidence, drugs, paraphernalia, anything that could hurt or harm somebody inside?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be wise to leave one randomly open on the side of a highway for safety reasons.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree.
Is that a question for me? Or are you?
Yes, I'm asking. Is it safe to leave? Is it safe to leave an unlocked vehicle with weapons and other dangerous goods in it on a highway unlocked?
No.
So you would think it would be reasonably safe to deliver it to a police station.
Yes.
I think Mark's nose is
Interesting.
getting backed into a corner here.
And you did understand, like you said, just to reaffirm the defense of yourself and others, even to the extent that you can use a weapon to defend yourself.
Repeat the question one more time.
You said you understood that the citizens of Los Santos, in the legislations, that we are able to defend ourselves and the people around us to the extent that we could use a weapon if necessary. Equal force, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting that you totally agree with everything. I'm very confused. So, what is your PC on joyriding?
I think there are many things, many steps that you could have taken.
Just the PC for joyriding is what I'm asking.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Have permission to drive and operate that vehicle at all. And there are many steps that you could have gone, but you did not go through.
And who didn't give me permission to drive the vehicle? Who's the owner again?
The owner is Jimmy Avola. He's a police officer. He parked the vehicle in a shared.
That's plenty. That's plenty. And did you ask him for permission to drive his vehicle that day?
As a member of High Command, I am able to operate the vehicles and the shared motor pool for police reasons.
Right. So you're saying that the law doesn't apply to you in this area, the penal code?
Not necessarily. It's a police cruiser. He parked it in the shared parking pool.
Do standard operating procedures override law?
No.
So you are not above the law, is what you're saying, Sheriff?
I'm not saying that I am above the law.
So you could say, based on the penal code, irrelevant to your SOPs, that you were joyriding that day.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained. Ask another question.
Considering he's a police officer and he's the sheriff, I believe asking him about legal conclusions is very well in the scope, considering we're talking about legislation.
Are you asking a question?
I'm asking it's my rebuttal. I can't hear that is all. I don't know if the judge is
Apologies
still.
there. Yeah, sorry. I can keep having these damn head pops, and my apologies there.
Yeah, I got the same.
Yes, I think it's the fifth one. Anyway, what I say with it is, I'm going to overrule the objection there, and I want you to ask a different question because you are at that point asking him, essentially, if that is the case, to incriminate himself.
Didn't he? Your rebuttal?
I'm asking him to ask a different question.
So I can't ask somebody to incriminate themselves, is what you're saying
Your
in a
Honor,
courtroom?
if they don't want to incriminate themselves, they can plead the fifth.
Yes, I know that they can.
So why are you giving
Yeah,
giving them
exactly.
the out?
Okay, listen, I'll rephrase the question. If somebody doesn't have permission to drive a vehicle, and they do, that is joyriding, correct?
Yes.
And just to reiterate the last thing I said, you did not ask for permission to drive the vehicle that day,
I am going to
correct?
object on relevance.
He's restating what he already asked, frankly.
Yeah,
Let's
well,
move
okay,
on.
objection
It's
asked
not
and
the
answered
relevance.
then. Asked and
There-
answered.
There you go. Keep going.
There you go.
Okay, so that was a yes, just so everybody knows.
Yes.
Okay, where were we at? Yes, okay, so what did you say the PC was again? I was going to build on that, but I got interrupted.
Objection, Your Honor,
so I
asked
can't
and
quite
answered.
recall.
If he can't recall, that's on him.
Well, it's on
frankly, I
you because you don't shut the
also-
fuck up,
hold on.
honestly.
It's also Stop now.
Your Honor,
Let's
we don't
hold
need
on.
to do
Hold
that.
on.
I thought we could swear today. I heard the judge say it 3
Oh,
times.
I'm fine with swearing.
Listen.
I don't care, but give her a chance.
I also
Oh, my bad.
actually had
Your
a
Honor,
nice
I-
little.
Sorry, quiet.
I also had a nice little head pop, so I didn't hear anything else afterwards.
I have.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
Oh my God.
It was
You know,
asked for the PC for the arrest.
I didn't really like Soze when he was a trooper, but
Yeah, I believe 2 of you might have not been.
this Soze,
I
I kind of fuck with him.
Like the 3 judges are gonna have to combine everything at the end, second hand.
Just let me look at my notes.
I'm a little afraid of hanging out with him a little bit too much, though. I've noticed I've been a little bit more open with him, what I'm willing to say. Oh, fuck.
Do you understand your jurisdictions?
Yes.
Could you explain your jurisdiction?
I can operate anywhere in the state of San Andreas.
You can operate? You mean
yeah,
enforce
2
law anywhere
non-filtered
in the state of San
individuals
Andreas?
hanging out
Yep.
is always dangerous.
And what are the borders
mix.
to San Andreas?
I'm not exactly sure of the exact borders, but I'd consider most of this island.
So you don't know where the borders are of your jurisdiction?
Exact borders.
I
don't.
Your Honor, can I just can I ask that you instruct the witness to wait 3 seconds for objections rather than answering right away?
She's
since we
literally
did
doing
do that for
the exact same thing, and then she's complaining about it.
Yeah, I just think he needs to be readdressed.
Stop jumping the gun there, Mr. Bones.
Thank you.
I'm confused again. You said you don't know where the lines of your jurisdiction is.
I said I didn't know the exact line, but I'd assume it's the entire island.
So you're making an assumption of the law.
Objection, Your Honor, misstatement of testimony.
I believe he just said he assumed.
Misstatement of testimony.
What was misstated?
It's doing petty semantic bullshit. I trust that the judges are aware of how to do their jobs.
It's not semantic. It's
I'll
very
take
well
my,
building the
I'll take my
foundations
contempt
of
or
his
whatever it
lack
is
of
that I get for
knowledge of
that.
the own law in which he enforces, just like you.
Okay, let's clear it up again because I thought I had cleared this up already. I'm allowing objection, 1 rebuttal on one side, 1 rebuttal on the other. I'm not asking for all the side talking. I'm not asking for Robin
Yes, Your Honor.
to chip in. I'm asking for when you are allowed to give a rebuttal, you are to give a rebuttal. Then you are allowed to give a counter rebuttal, and then we deliberate upon it. I don't want to hear the semantical arguments. I don't want to hear the talking. I want to hear rebuttal, rebuttal, we deliberate.
No.
Cool? I'm only saying that once more time, or I'm
Yes,
going to
Your
start throwing
Honor.
contents.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can we
So-
get those rebuttals to be stated again without everybody's voices?
What is this guy wearing?
The objection was for misstatement of testimony.
Correct.
Can I
We
get
just
a
asked
rebuttal
him
on the
which
defense
part
side?
was misstated exactly.
Can you give them a clarify?
He said he wasn't sure of the exact ones, and then he made it into an absolute. Being unsure and then forcing things into an absolute and saying that he doesn't know at all versus unsure of the exact borders but could guesstimate are not the same
That
thing.
is-
It is a mischaracterization of the testimony that was given.
It is not true. I said you assume where the borders are. So it's an
Assume-
assumption of the law,
Well, then
which
I'm-
means it's exactly what he said. Yes, you're right.
Then I'm going to object on speculation that he's asking for assumptions.
He answered with an assumption, so I'm clarifying it.
Can I have one of you guys check on
That is all I need to hear. Let's deliberate.
On Forte?
check on Shabone? She's got like a pool of blood underneath her.
Okay.
You know,
What?
Burns didn't say he
Wait.
didn't know whether. He did say, I assume that's where they are.
True.
I'm gonna call you down here.
Did that police officer have a badge on her uniform?
Which one?
Hey, you guys are
The one that just swapped out.
Was it a cop?
She had a police vest on, so I assume.
I didn't look back.
If possible, logos be one that identify the work as a member.
All
of a
right,
specific
panel's
entity.
deliberated. We reached the following decision. We do understand what Mr. Bones said. He specifically said verbatim, actually, was that he was not aware of the exact linings of jurisdiction. However, we find it to be treated similar as I do not recall. He merely stated that he is unaware or it doesn't actually have the full definition behind a line of jurisdiction. So that sort of creates an area of which he is not being qualified.
I'm
to
sure
answer a
you're
question
bald
that
from ripping
he
hair out.
Otherwise, would have known. We find it to be
literally said
whatever. So
Oh,
it is-
just
that
to
misstatement
just to
of
confirm, he's
testimony
not qualified to
I just
answer
think
his
that this is a
he's-
this is pathetic and sad,
his
generally
opinion on the
speaking.
jurisdiction. He's not.
Listen, I like a lot of our peers up in that
that has a jurisdiction.
judge's chamber.
You're
It's
right.
just
And I'm
or,
stated
up
that.
on the stand. It's just
earlier
very
which is why we're
clearly
getting at the
like
point where
we're biased,
finding
and it
this
feels like a
whole-
kangaroo
which
court. Like
exactly which
I don't
island
understand
of
why
this-
one
which
side,
specific subset
who
of
is
island or whatever,
literally
everything
the
that's in the state of
prosecution
Pennsylvania
and the
is under
cops,
jurisdiction.
are
That has
allowed
already
the
been testified to.
leeway,
That is
but
a
not
well-known
the
fact by
defense. The defense is the one
Your
that
Honor, can the
pays.
courts
It's
define the
literally
state of San
the
Andreas, please, on the
opposite
record?
of how
Anything on
courtroom
the
should
timeline,
function.
for all I care.
Yes.
Literally anything.
For
anything
all
here.
you care, or is this like
Yeah, for
based on
anything that I
legislation?
care,
I'm
because
confused.
I'm
Whack, thank you for the 9 months. Buffalo, thank you
Well,
the
you're not
prime
right,
sub.
Right, right.
And that
But you
it sort
are
of
not
like
the
extends to the
legislation
fact
or
that
the
why is the
Constitution,
judge being
correct?
like,
So I'm confused.
why
I
is
am
the
to have an
why
opinion on the law.
are the judges
Correct.
assisting the
Of course,
prosecution?
and that's
Your Honor, we're
why we're
asking
trying
for
to build
the
the
fact-
foundation of the
opinion.
jurisdiction.
Call a map maker. Sustained.
Why was the defense told to
So
stop
I can't,
bringing up petty objections
I'm
to the
confused.
point that they don't feel comfortable
Wait,
enough
so
to
I just
object?
can't,
but then on the
which one is this,
prosecution side, they're object,
I'm just trying to understand which question's being written off here. He doesn't know the boundaries. The assumption
Yes.
there, he doesn't know the boundaries, right?
Yes, the question.
thought this
yeah,
was
that
supposed to be,
question
like,
about
where's
lines
the
of jurisdiction,
balance?
Which is sustained, or I'm sorry, which
The
had
second
objection,
question, correct.
That was sustained by Siobhan.
Like
yes.
from the very beginning, I don't even listen. Nino thinks Soze is a bit insane, and he's probably going to be guilty with some of these things. But the fact that the very courtroom seems to have
it's been
the
long
judges
8
seem to,
questions I've asked so far.
in my opinion, unless you're not watching,
let me have a look.
seem to have already kind of come to a determination, and they're just like letting it play out. Like there's no, I don't know. It's confusing. It almost seems like what you would imagine out of like an appeal case. And furthermore, if anyone should be granted more leeway in their questioning, it's the defense. Like, even when, like, understandably,
okay, so
Soze's trying to outline certain arguments and they're shutting it down because they're saying, well, we don't want to hear this argument. Man, let the guy make the argument.
How many?
Let him make it and then
turn-offs
determine
from
it in the
that,
chambers. If the
highway,
argument
if
fits,
you
how
were
do you know what the
driving,
argument is until he
would you
completes
need
it?
to take to park at Sandy Shores safely?
Depends where you exit, enter. I mean, there's different routes that you
If
could
you were
take.
driving up the highway that was on the off ramp,
Are you taking Route 68? Are you taking East Joshua
No.
Road? There's many different things.
Your vehicle was traveling east, like
Hop
you said,
along.
and it
Think of
went
it
onto
3
Los
months.
Santos Freeway. If you were to go up Los Santos
No, it did
Freeway,
not- I don't know where the vehicle was last. Last I recall, my vehicle was on Elgin Ave on the off ramp, or on the off ramp of Del Perro.
You're on a misstatement of testimony. You called it an on-ramp before.
he just said it
On,
was that, but
off,
he's
whatever. We were arguing like whatever on off ramp.
so it wasn't on Elgin. It was on the Del Perro off ramp that goes onto Los Santos
right
Freeway.
near Elgin. Yes.
Yes, so it wasn't on Elgin. It was on a freeway. And if you're to go north on Los Santos Freeway, how many turns do you need to take to get to the sheriff's office where your vehicle? Well, sorry, not your vehicle was.
Let me look at the map. From Los Santos, you would.
I'm starting to
need
realize
take,
why people
Route
have a problem with the
68,
fucking state. Why is a member
and then
of
make
the
a right
fucking
to
council
Panorama
prosecuting?
Drive,
She represents
and
the
then make
fucking
a
people.
right on
Like,
Alhambra
is this fucking retarded?
Do you know how to count? Could you explain how many corners that would be?
3.
Like, at what point were the
from where
judges
vehicle
like,
was, just to
this is
reaffirm,
brain
driving on the
damage?
highway, it would be 3 turns in its entirety to get to where the vehicle was stopped, and you came to grab it.
Yes, 3 direct turns. Yep,
Okay.
that is possible. I don't know what route you took or anything like that.
And
And the
when
fact
did
that
you
the
speak to
judges
owner of the vehicle?
allowed it. This isn't even like
I didn't. It was parked in a shared garage, which I.
the cops,
use
who are
those
by
vehicles that are parked
definition
in the
gonna
shared
be
garage
dumb.
when I'm on duty.
So how did you ask the owner if I had or didn't have permission?
I mean, shit. At this point, we should bring Murphy up over here too.
You are.
You
not
know,
a
help
police officer.
have him help us.
You don't have permission to use shared vehicles and parked in a shared garage.
I didn't ask that question, sir. I'm asking.
That's my answer.
When did you ask the owner?
What
if
kind of
I had
precedent
permission
is
to drive
that
the vehicle?
fucking standing? What is next? What is next?
I don't need to ask the owner.
That's what I want to
if they have
understand.
permission to drive
What
it.
is next?
I'm just wondering why you can't answer the question, sir.
Thank you for the 14 months.
Rebuttal.
Many nodders.
Are you avoiding evidence or something? I'm confused. What's
I'm
happening?
waiting for the rebuttal.
Prosecution, do you have anything to add?
What are we rebuttaling? Did I miss something? Oh,
The
prosecution, never mind.
objection was
My bad, yeah.
was non-responsive, and I'm asking if the prosecution has anything to detest if he's being non-responsive or not.
1 second, Your Honor.
All right.
You guys need a few more days on the case.
No, we're actually we wanna add an additional objection that has been asked and answered.
Pardon.
Okay, so what? So you're objecting to the question?
Yeah, we're actually objecting to the question at this point that it's asked and
Okay.
answered.
That's going to be sustained.
Cool.
The non-responsive.
Thank you.
Just Mr. Bones. Don't make me have to find you in content. I understand you have a way of thinking, but you need to answer the question as it's presented to you. Okay.
Will do.
Okay.
Text me.
If the PC for this charge is to confirm that somebody doesn't have
Yeah, we should get on Brian,
permission
find
to
out
drive the
Soze,
vehicle from the
and
owner,
go to war. Oh my God, how sick
how
would that
did you
be?
come to that
I should have gotten on Brian for this whole thing instead of Nino. Brian would have been here and
Object, Your
been
Honor,
like, "This is
counsel's
ridiculous.
testifying.
How dare like." That's my
Rebuttal, he's not.
That's my FTO right there.
All right.
Oh my god.
I'll allow rebuttal from the prosecution.
All of a sudden, EMS runs into the courtroom.
I'm sorry. Do I have to respond to a nuh-uh rebuttal?
You don't have to.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, come, yeah. Give.
You really leave me a lot to
because
work with. That's all.
That it did not.
No.
I mean, in the rebuttal,
Is
the
this
prosecution
semantics
should be able
again?
to articulate
Yeah.
why the
Yo, Veronica,
why
I
Mr.
need-
Soze's testifying here.
Hey, Veronica, I need. Are you busy? You mind running into the courtroom for me and
No,
just
I can,
screaming?
determine, I can determine whether or not a council member is testifying or not. I'm reading through the question that was stated again.
It's happening.
In fact, do you want to just repeat that question, stated verbatim? If you can, you do
I had asked if the PC to a joyriding charge is based on asking permission from the owner. I asked, how did you confirm? Did I say what I said? I can't remember, honestly.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
How did you arrive at that conclusion to have PC? Correct.
What does it say?
No, I think it's a fair question. That's being
Oh,
stated.
my boys
I'm
know how to
I'll
ask.
just overrule it. Overruled.
My answer is because it's a police vehicle.
Thank you.
You are not allowed to drive a police vehicle. You don't have permission to do that.
From the owner. Correct.
Yes. From the owner.
Where does it state I do not have that permission?
You and Haley, Max, for a thing.
It states it nowhere. I don't think it's written anywhere, but you were
Okay,
not
thank
allowed to
you.
drive a police vehicle.
Oh, because Mr. Bones says okay. All right. Let me have a look here. Can you explain the charge of a Class 2 firearm?
Yes, a fully automatic weapon.
Yeah, the rest of it.
Let me get the exact definition.
It would be without a license.
Without a license, yep.
Do I have a gun license?
Yes.
Sorry, a weapon license.
Yes, you do.
Could you explain why I would be charged with a Class 2 firearm if I have a license? And it says if I have a license, it is fine.
I believe that the firearm license that you have is only for Class 1 firearms.
You believe? Is that written anywhere? I look at the charge, and it's written the exact same way as Class 1, without a license. You can confirm that if you wish. Is that correct?
That mask on. You need to remove it.
Repeat your question.
Does the Class 1 law state the same without a license?
Without a proper license, yes.
Okay. That's fine. So it says the same thing.
Yeah, it's a little different in the sense that it says proper license, but that's about the only different.
Well, I'd want to hope we have a proper license for our weapons, sir. Otherwise, that would be forgery. Let me.
This doesn't say.
Okay.
Oh my. Oh shit!
In
Wait,
the,
hold up.
Los Santos Constitution and legislation. Is it?
It doesn't
true that
say
we as the
what kind of
people,
weapon.
Run the government and city and the local government and city.
I'm not sure.
Yo, what the fuck?
Do you know what a democracy is?
Yes.
Could you explain your understanding of it?
Yo, 3gun, thank you for the 1 year, man.
As a group of people that vote.
On
my basic on different laws,
Yes.
legislation, stuff like that.
Yes. And do you know if we are classed as a democracy?
Lawyer RP, baby.
Yes, we are.
I know. I
What is an overseer?
Can you give me context of?
Kale Soze is an overseer of Los Santos. Can you explain what an overseer is?
I think it has many different meanings, kind of different meanings based on what.
What did he
actually
say?
happening. Like you can have an overseer on like any job that you have, which is they kind of operate as like a supervisor. That's my definition of it, or my opinion of it.
So, is there a legal authority of an overseer anywhere in the constitutional legislation that you know in the federal government or in
I'm not sure.
the local government?
I'm not sure.
Please let's not
Why
go back
would
to
you?
senators.
Why would you push charges if you're not sure?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
What?
Why would you push charges for treason if you're not sure what an overseer is?
I got clarification from a prosecutor. I brought them up and they were like, yeah, you have PC for this. So I clarified with the legal experts before I did anything.
Were those documents submitted to both attorneys present in the case?
In terms of what? I
need to
basically
know
gave
who said
testimony, same testimony that's in my report about that.
Right. The legislation states that any PC or whatever that is used to hold somebody or put them in jail
No,
is
we need to
required
know who
be,
said it,
submitted for
because
both attorneys.
you can't
It was
just
that-
charge
that
someone
specific PC
without
that you said
that individual
It was pretty
being
much via my
documented
report.
to have generated the probable cause.
who did you say told you it was PC?
I asked Uriel, the prosecutor.
So, the prosecutor told you that saying, well, can you explain what they said in PC, because we didn't get the court documents in which we were meant to get. So could you explain that? Which part you said that implied it was PC?
Pardon the interruption, but Mr. Soze, it is available in the third section of your public MDT if you would like to refer to it.
Can I look at the MDT here?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Everyone can.
Oh, fantastic. It's in the report. What was the number? Did you say?
Share
Or do I
report?
have
Just look
to-
under shared reports, and it's the only report there.
Oh, I see. Perfect. Wow, that's handy. Where did you say it was? Sorry.
The PC.
Yes, the where you said, yeah, whatever PC you had for treason. Whereabouts was this? Sorry.
You can read my statement. I also explained to him basically what happened there. He saw the evidence that is in the report as well with the writing on there.
Right, I'm just trying to ask which part of this is the PC to imply
Your Honor,
treason, because that is the
misstatement
charges
of-
in which you're applying.
Statement of evidence. Mr. Whitlock is not referenced in this report at all.
Well, listen, could you explain the PC
Hold on,
for
'cause there
you
was
to
an
push?
objection. Hold on. There was an
Sure,
objection.
sorry, my bad.
Prosecution. So the objection is that Uriel is not mentioned in this report.
Yes, Mr. Bones is saying that he consulted with Mr. Whitlock, and the consultation is evidence in the report, but Mr. Whitlock is not mentioned in the report at all.
Yep.
He has the
Okay.
content of the PC.
What?
Prosecution, do you have anything to say? Like, period.
I mean, I was brought on as an advisor before regarding the PC, and that PC was articulated then later by Ms. Siobhan Thoroughbred.
Oh,
for
the
the
one that is no
purposes of
longer a
the report.
witness to the evidence in the trial.
Motion dismissed.
She's a prosecutor.
The
on
entire
case.
base
Okay,
of
Miss
PC is no longer here. Is that what you're saying to me, sir?
She is an officer and a prosecutor on the case.
What?
Right, but you need PC to file charges.
Yes,
where is the PC?
exactly.
All right. Breaking off from this. Listen, we already came into this court with an understanding of
And
how the
welcome
PC
to
was
why
established
you
and
don't
verified,
fucking
by
mix
Ms. Gatsby over there. So, hi,
juices.
Gatsby. Gatsby, we've already made this PC known to the court. I don't think we need to argue about the semantics of it anymore.
What?
No, we didn't. Have never made the PC initially known to me at any point
This
in time.
judge is so
I do not know
stupid.
the PC in which I was placed under arrest for treason.
That can be up to question. However, as it
No,
relates to
there
how
was
it's-
no document served based on the Constitution. You are meant to serve any documents that is applied to both parties in your own writings in a fair manner, which says specifically any documents that are pushed towards the docket that show PC or anything like that. Any request needs to be shared with both parties. I never got the PC request. I don't know my reasoning for being locked and detained in treason.
Your Honor,
and the man
I'm
that
gonna
I
object
am
at this point that
understanding
counsel is
you were let out.
testifying.
and the man that I am asking in front of me who is crucifying me can't answer it either.
All right. I'll go ahead and elaborate upon this when we get to that point. However, it is to my understanding that you were let go on a writ of
Yes.
habeas corpus.
You were removed due to that.
It was stated to you. I don't know at some point, and we'll try to determine at what point that
That has
was
nothing to do
stated
with
you.
PC.
Yeah, what is
Why
that?
was the PC of me being detained initially? Is what I'm asking.
Because that's what's being put into question by the writ of habeas
Yes.
corpus. We'll go ahead and move on, but I do understand your point about we need to be clarifying and have clarification on everything when it comes to a HUD arrest. It is actually a pretty pertinent thing. We'll address that when the times come in deliberation.
So, okay, just to be sure, you don't know what the PC was for me being arrested.
That's not for the court to determine. That's the.
I'm asking the. I'm asking the.
So can I ask you a
yeah.
question with this? How long were you held to?
I was held for approximately, I believe, a day and a half. Then the filing was posted, and at that point, the legislation says that I should be released if there is no PC or evidence immediately. It doesn't say I cannot be held. I am not allowed to be held unless the PC and evidence is posted. It was not posted. I was in jail for another. I didn't even know. Maybe a day
In
or something like
total,
that. I
Judge
did
Bailey,
inform.
He was incarcerated for around 48 hours.
I did inform the lawyer, the prosecutor. In fact, I informed that entire side, and it is stated that if any person has their rights violated in that due process, which that would maybe be indicative of, that a lawyer or anybody involved needs to step forward and request a mistrial, including the judges. So I'm curious as to why any of us are standing here at the moment.
Well, frankly, I did ask you the first question of how long. Now, I do have to ask the question of Mr. Bonesley. Was anything filed for a 72-hour or excessive of 24-hour hold?
So the PC was given to Gatsby. That was so the 24-hour hold was originally, and then we did some interrogations, gathered more evidence to further support the PC, submitted the PC to Gatsby, and then informed him of his charges. And then the docket post got put up that night, I believe, the same night that
Which
let him
which
know about
PC
that.
are you talking about at the moment? Didn't you just say you don't know what the PC
hold
was?
on,
I'm confused.
Soze, give me a second. I need to establish something very important here. So, did you do interrogation after a 24-hour period?
No, this was within the 24-hour period.
Within the 24 hours. All right. And when did you file for the extension to 72?
Gatsby, would you be able to answer that better than I could?
What?
I don't know the exact date and time.
One
Why?
second, I do make sure everything is filed properly. The HUT was approved June 6, 2024 at 8:05 p.m.
So within the 24 hours.
All right. With the appropriate charges.
Yep. No charges were changed or added.
There was nothing listed on the docket when they posted the docket. It was all pending. So there was no PC or evidence posted when they made the post, in which would indicate the process has begun. And it says, once that's begun, that I cannot be held unless there is evidence or PC in which neither of me or my attorneys.
He's
have
100% right.
It's also partly the reason I got released, I believe.
Yeah, that's why the writ.
Yeah,
happened.
that's why I'm not having a stance on this right now.
Give me one second. Go ahead. Keep speaking. I'm
well,
cooking.
I mean, at this point, I don't want to have to tell you the law. This is why it would have been great if the expert had been around to answer these questions that they had written.
Oh, just like the same person that told us what the state lines are. Got it.
Well, I didn't tell you what the state lines were. I asked what they were, sir. A very big difference. Maybe you should listen.
I understand. I do listen. Very intently.
Clearly.
I mean, that would indicate a neurological issue, wouldn't it?
I just heard Siobhan say we could have called her as an expert witness. No, the fuck we couldn't. She's fucking co-counsel. Siobhan, how could we have called you as an expert witness if you were motioning to enter as co-counsel
At what
and
point in
striking
time
yourself?
was your docket posted there, Mr. Soze?
That's when they posted it there. I think it was like 32 hours in or something like that. I don't actually know. I can't remember. I honestly cannot remember.
Your Honor, according to the docket filing, it was Friday at 1:31 Eastern.
So I'm not questioning that, I wasn't okay to be held for 72 hours, but the change happens in the legislation. It says once it is actually posted and it doesn't have any evidence or PC explained that they must be released until whatever happens next. It was just never posted until yesterday or whenever they added their evidence. So I believe I was incarcerated for approximately about a year, I guess, without any reason to be held.
Oh, son, they changed that whole year thing.
Oh,
It's
no.
a day now.
Yes.
Oh, it
Get
felt
back
like a
Max
year.
over there.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Uh-huh.
There's stupid legislation.
All right, I'm going to take this into consideration. I need to actually wordsmith this, not wordsmith it, but look at it in the way that it's written to understand everyone's perspective. This is not going to be done now, but I'll do it in deliberation. If you all want to keep going, I just need to think about this for a bit.
Sure.
I treated that all as a sidebar, by the way. I didn't write notes on that, but yeah, we'll deliberate that.
Okay, so okay, so we went over the PC on the Joyriding. So okay, when I stepped out of the vehicle at Sandy Shores, what did I say to you?
How do you not have
I didn't see you
basic
step out of
civil
the
rights?
vehicle. You were.
Oh well, when you
And
arrived,
due
I
process.
apologize.
Sort it out. 6 months.
I don't recall what you exactly
6
said.
months.
You
But
don't
you
recall
changed
anything
the
of what I said
fucking
from
time.
then on?
From the moment I
Has
arrived, I
anyone
remember
brought
the
any of
first
this
words
up?
that you said.
You said I was,
This goddamn
I believe,
spelling error is in a
argumentative
fire report.
to authority.
Yeah, you were saying.
No wonder
when
it
you
takes them a
questioned
year
earlier.
to fucking produce something to the fucking
that
docket
I'm-
because they don't write anything.
What did I say?
You basically were saying verbatim. I would say you definitely said that I don't have power in Sandy, and that I don't have jurisdiction, and I only have power in Los Santos.
Okay. And can you specifically say that? Did I ask you questions?
You did ask me questions. In terms of the specifics of those questions, I don't really remember those.
So you can't remember what I was asking and what I was
Verbatim.
saying So it's very possible that I was asking if you had authority at that point in time.
Yes.
Okay.
It's possible.
Okay. And is it going against the state to ask questions about jurisdiction?
No. However,
okay.
The argumentative stuff was not facing away, stuff like that.
Who asked?
Objection badgering?
Sorry, I've got a stutter.
Of course.
I'll entertain who asked. Just one.
I
Just
will.
one, Siobhan.
Of course.
Okay. So once you called me, was the vehicle immediately given back to you?
Well, whenever I called you, you were all the way up in Sandy, and I was stranded on Elgin Ave.
Where in Sandy was I?
You said that you were at the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. And when you arrived, I was at the sheriff's office, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I delivered the vehicle
Shebs,
to
thank you for the
your
12!
sheriff's office. Is that yours? Who works out of that? I'm not sure if that's
I work
yours.
out of
the one
there,
up
yes.
north.
Have this sub for what you just called out.
So the vehicle, just to confirm, the vehicle that you hadn't asked for permission for, that I drove to Sandy Shores, was delivered directly to your property.
It was taken to the sheriff's office, or that's where it ended
Yes.
up.
Oh, yeah,
Delivered
I
is-
apologize.
is-
It's not
is
your property.
different
Your
wordage.
Yes, your sheriff's office, I should say. The sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office.
Yes, my bad. Okay. Do you know if the state prison or the jail? What is it? Is it a prison or a jail next to Sandy Shores?
Objection relevance.
There is writing on the wall indicative of one of those, and I'm asking because two things are completely different, and we need to verify what was said.
Please, the panel knows that Bolingbroke Penitentiary is Bolingbroke Penitentiary. We don't need to get into the semantics of it. We know that it's a facility for holding criminals.
Correct.
So we don't
Is that
need to get into
sustained?
semantics. Sustain. Let's not
Thank you,
get
Your
into
Honor.
the semantics of whether or not Bolingbroke is a jail or a penitentiary.
Is it still not called Dogtown?
We know.
A jail or a prison is very relevant because a jail is a much smaller area, and I don't believe we actually have one that's open here, sir.
That's okay. I sustain the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So so we can't talk about a jail and a prison. Is that what you're
Let's proceed
saying?
with the next question.
Okay, sure. Does it say jail or prison on the wall in which I apparently wrote?
I'll have to read it.
Did he just hit somebody? I think it was one of those accidents. Yeah. Similar to what Slacks had, so he should hopefully cut him some slack.
It says jail.
Correct. I saw that as well, actually. And where do you process people? Where's the jail or prison or whatever in this city or county, whatever you label it as?
Processing happens at police stations.
Correct. And where do they go once they're incarcerated?
To prison.
The prison?
To Bolingbroke.
Oh.
I'll correct what I said. To Bolingbroke Penitentiary.
Okay. Thank you.
Before we get into
thank you for that.
Yeah, no worries.
Can you give me a shout out? Yeah, fuck Jimmy.
Have we asked you what your well, we did ask you the PC for treason. We've already asked and answered that, and you didn't know it. Okay, so what other charges did I have here? Do you believe? Oh, actually, who shot who first inside the public space of the sheriff's department?
Can
I'm
you
gonna
call
object
my
on relevance
wife a
again,
bitch?
Your Honors? As Sheriff
would
Bones is
indicate
not. I'm not
oppression.
done finished. Please don't interrupt my beginning
Sorry,
of my sentence,
sorry.
beginning of yours. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know who does that.
Oh shit.
I lost my train of thought. Well, I'm keeping my objection as it is.
Okay, I don't need to hear much more than that. Objection,
you.
rebuttal on the defense side.
Yo, I love being the side commentary.
I have no idea why I would need to rebuttal that, considering it's obviously a part of the case.
Rebuttal, prosecution.
Yo,
He didn't really leave me much work.
because if you barely hear like the side when you, because you can imagine when you just hear a little bit of that, it's kind of.
I shot you first. The first bullet was fired from my gun.
And based on the constitutional legislation, when is it allowed that you can shoot somebody fleeing?
You pointed your gun at me. That's when I shot.
When are you allowed to use lethal force on somebody fleeing?
If they pose a threat, an active threat.
Did you tackle me through the door and say, if you keep running, I will shoot you?
I'm not sure what I said in that exact scenario.
Oh, convenient.
You can't remember?
I don't remember, no.
You didn't write any of that in your statement either for your memory?
I can look at my statement.
Okay, at this time, you can place on arrest on Carmine for assault and battery.
Arrest that man. Arrest that fucking hooligan.
Okay, Carmine's
Didn't
going to jail
expect
for
Soze
assault
to have
and
so much prepped. Maybe he doesn't. He's rolling with what's being given.
Get the statement so I can.
Is
my statement, and
is Yo-Yo just
the only
there
thing that
too?
is in my statement is me yelling at you
Hold
to
on.
put the gun down over and over.
Why is
until you
Uriel here?
pointed the weapon at me, or at Bones, which is me, and at that point I opened fire on you.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt because they can hear.
So you don't recall ever saying you were going to shoot me before shooting me?
I believe the verbiage I used was, if you don't put that gun down, you're going to get shot.
Okay. And what other lives were in danger in that situation?
The police officers that were with me.
I meant other lives, not including the police. Civilians or other people.
There was no civilians, I guess, in the exact crossfire inside the department, but I mean, just locals around Sandy Shores could have been at risk if you opened fire on the outside.
Was I on the outside?
You were inside.
And were the doors locked? Could I leave? From the
Gizmo,
backside?
think it's 17.
You could not leave from the backside. The front door was open, though.
Did I retreat and fall back into the sheriff's office?
Yes, you did.
So, is it in your profession? Is it aggressive generally that somebody would fall back from you?
Hello, Mr. K.
I mean, it could be seen as tactical. I mean, it's not necessarily just a blanket. They're trying to de-escalate. No, you were retreating back to get a better position, and then realized that you couldn't really go anywhere else and point your gun.
Oh, that is what happened now? You're saying that's what happened?
That you ran back, you went all the way up to the door was not open, and you pointed your gun.
So you chased me into the corner with your weapons out, is what you're saying?
Yes.
So
giving you multiple warnings to put your gun down or you're gonna get shot, and you did not, and then eventually you pointed it and you were shot.
So you did say that. You said put the gun away or you're gonna get shot.
I've already said that. Yeah, I stated that earlier in the question.
And what was the weapon?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
He hasn't answered what weapon it was, I believe.
Oh,
I'm
sure you all have a transcript. I'll defer to your judgment.
Yeah, hold on.
I just don't remember asking. We haven't talked about weapons.
We've had
for
about
a
50
while.
questions. Hold on, give me a second.
I don't mind answering it. I really don't.
Don't get why the judge.
To save time.
There doesn't
It
need
was
to
an
be any
M4.
objection. What weapon was it? Done.
Yeah, it was an
Ah, easy,
M4.
go.
I don't think that we're wasting time.
And how big is an M4? Just for the people that
Pretty
don't
fucking
know
big.
guns?
Okay.
And where exactly did you expect me to put away the weapon?
On the ground. Drop it.
Well, you said correct. You didn't say that. You said put away the weapon or I'm going to shoot you. Correct? You just said that under
There's multiple ways that you could.
Right. Did you not just say under oath that you told me to put away the weapon?
Yes. You can put away the weapon.
Did you see a place, box, gun rack, or something where I could put away the weapon?
The ground. You could put anywhere. You could drop it.
Okay. Did you ask that?
I mean, yeah. Put away the gun, or you're gonna get shot. Is pretty simple.
Okay.
Put away,
once you said you went around the corner, were you the first to shoot or other officers?
I was the first to shoot.
Okay. And did the other officers shoot as well?
Yep.
Were they under your command?
Yep.
And what was the command given?
Whenever it was an exact open fire on this guy, whenever I shot, they also shot in at the same time.
Okay. And is it, a general thing to de-escalate situations when there's a threat or what you perceive as a threat?
Yeah, and I attempted that.
By
saying put the gun away, put the gun down. Also trying to put you in handcuffs using less lethal force.
Sure. And did I? Well, sure.
Hand to hand.
Did I ask you to explain why I was being told to surrender?
Repeat the question. You said a lot.
Did I ask you reasonably why you were trying to detain or arrest or force me into handcuffs?
And I was talking about joyriding, and then eventually you retreated.
Right.
To the inside and pulled a gun.
And could you explain then
I
why I'd
explained
be
the
charged with
charge.
joyriding?
You asked me to read the charge, and I explained that, and then eventually I would try to put you in handcuffs or get you to face away, and you did not comply with that. You also stated that if I tased you or did anything like that, you would defend yourself over and over.
So you are remembering what I said now? What can you be more specific on what I said?
I just said what you said.
Just that I wanted to defend myself.
Well, you said if you tased me, that would be assault, and you would defend yourself. That is verbatim.
Okay. What are the other charges we had? Let me have a look. So we talked about the PC as well for the state charges, the Class 2 and the joyriding, and what other charges were there? Do you remember, Mr. Bones?
Attempted murder, resisting.
And I was resisting, which arrest was that? I assume from joyriding. You would imply.
Yes, that was the original reason, yep. And then you eventually from there you went into the sheriff's office, and I went in. You had a Class 2 out. I tackled you.
Yes, I know.
For cuffs. You resisted those cuffs. There's multiple ways that you resisted. I'm explaining You asked how did I
Yes,
resist, right?
yes, I
So I'm
fell
just
back
going through all
multiple
that.
times. That is true.
Mhm.
Okay. Alrighty. So is it in your true belief that I am guilty of all charges?
I believe so, yes.
And can you explain PC for any of them?
Yeah, joyriding, you were not allowed to drive.
Oh, we've already asked and answered that one. Any of the other ones?
You just asked me that question. And
Correct, but
I
that's
went
already
over...
asked and answered, so you can go on to the next one.
All
We
right,
don't need to hear it
do you
again.
not want me to answer your question?
Well, any of the other ones,
I
sure.
answered one of them. Resisting.
Correct,
okay?
and I have...
You ran away from us. You also broke handcuffs.
Okay, so I resisted arrest. What about the other ones? Keep going.
Well, you just asked for one, right?
I know. I asked for. Could you give the PC for all the charges? Is what I'm asking. You said that I am guilty of all charges. You thought I was guilty, and I'm asking how you would come to that conclusion. That's what I'm saying. But we've already heard the joyriding one and your logic behind that. I was asking for the other ones, so to speak.
Okay. The treason. You called Bobby Charles up there. Basically, put up all this crazy legislation that you were I guess the overseer of everything. You told Bobby that we have no power or jurisdiction up here, and then kind of got other people to incite a rebellion against what we have done, and upholding the law up in the entire state. From there, you walked into the sheriff's
I'm asking
office.
for
I'm
the
not
PC.
done talking.
Yes, right, but you're
I'm
not talking
explaining
about
that.
what the
I'm
PC
explaining,
would be.
that is exactly what. Do you
Well,
know
no,
what
you're
the treason charge
saying
is?
no. So you're saying I did things without explaining the PC. What would make that
this
probable?
Is what you did to make this. This is the actions that you committed, right?
Oh, okay. I just thought you might mention the state or something. That's fine. Go ahead.
Did I not just say that, or are you not listening?
Oh, just keep going. Fine.
Well, I got
Go
cut
ahead.
off. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I just didn't think you were answering the question. But if you think you're answering the question, just go for it. It's okay.
Yeah, I was busy answering it, but I got cut off, and now I'm a little out of the loop.
We can start over. I'm just asking. I can reiterate. Let's do it in smaller
Please, Your Honor,
batches.
let's not start over.
It'll be easier.
I
Can
feel
you
like
explain
I'm
the
interrupting
PC
a
for the
conversation right
weapon
now.
charge?
I didn't write a single thing that just happened.
It'll be easy to
PC
just
for the weapon
separate it.
charge. I believe that, and I could be wrong, but I think it's up to a judge to decide. That the firearms license that is given out by judges is for Class 1 firearms, not M4, a fully automatic weapon.
So
well, some back in the day that was specified every single one of them.
So you wouldn't say it's probable. You didn't know, correct?
That is the reason I pushed the charge. I believe that is the.
Okay, I understand why you pushed the charge.
Right?
I'm trying to understand how you come to the conclusion that you think it is more probable that a man with a weapon license can't carry a weapon than otherwise. I'm just asking why you come to the conclusion that you had a fundamental belief it was probable that had happened.
Officer experience, and what I've done, how the firearms license that has been given out has been going out throughout the city. I don't think Class 2s are kind of within that.
Okay, so you're just saying you don't know. Okay. And the charge for okay, we did the joyriding. What was the other one? Oh yeah, the
Not
resisting,
articulate.
I mean, that's whatever. It's whatever. Oh, actually, I did want to read one part of. I just want to let me just read one more part of the thing for you and ask you a question. 1 second.
Let's go.
Interesting.
Okay, sorry. So the word on the wall, which part would indicate legislation or state that you said?
The title, legislation.
And what did it say though? That was against the state. I mean, state legislation.
Let me pull it up. Kale Soze is the overseer of the state of San Andreas for life.
I want to underline something.
Just to confirm.
Is
the title
that
Sandy
Bones
Shores
did
and
stuff?
Surroundings
Fine.
Legislation 1.0.
Put him on a hut.
By the overseer, correct? Is me.
Fine. Or on a
That's what is written.
investigative hold. Fine.
What part
then
of
they
that,
charged him
You also said that
per consulting Uriel,
Sandy Shores,
who
and its
hasn't
surroundings
said
all the way
and
down to Los
presented
Santos
a
City
word.
border.
Is there any
So
evidence that he
you own
produced the
Toledo in the
probable
north as well.
cause
Thank you, Simon.
when Siobhan came at the end?
And
So
keep
who
going through
produced
all
it?
this?
No, that's fine. We can keep going if you want to. Go for it.
Kel Soze can change anything he wants, whatever he wants.
You can't
Fuck the
play
people
handball
and them
with probable
manipulative
cause.
failures in which made us.
It's as
which
idiotic
made
when
us fall 5 years ago.
back in the day and
so,
even today, someone,
I mean,
a
insulting the
superior
people that,
officer
made us
tells a
fail 5 years
cadet,
ago,
No one
go
can
charge him
change
with this.
unless authorized.
You
Apologies,
can't
Your Honor.
do
Can we
that
call a
without
brief recess?
providing
My
the
co-counsel
PC.
has,
You can't
been
just
raptured.
arrest and throw shit at the
I don't
wall.
want him to miss stuff. I'm sorry. It is important
yeah,
so
alright.
we know what's
If
being
it's-
testified to.
All right, we'll allow 5-minute recess. To allow
Okay, thank you.
Come back.
2 more. Oh my god. Declan Crane, who I don't know why he's being called, because it's just going to be the same as Bones, except less. And then Bobby.
Primary witness.
So
yeah, you
just imagine if
technically
all the
struck
evidence was still there.
everything
I got a whole
from
list.
Siobhan's
At this point, are we still
statement
considering,
in here,
like, the
technically,
other
since she is
witnesses?
counsel.
Yeah, we
Needed?
should actually. Yeah, we'll do it in a post-trial motion.
So-
because if she is counsel, she
Depends.
cannot
Do you
have
like
this
having
be
PC in your charges?
in here. Like,
Well, I think
legit.
they're
Yeah.
gonna say, well, cops can prosecute.
Well,
she technically shouldn't be a sworn deputy either.
Yeah, we
Bro.
brought that up as well, and they said they sort of just hand-waved it. They're just not listening to any of the loops I was pointing out.
these judges, can they hear me from here?
You're whispering now.
You're whispering, so technically no.
Okay, but can they?
Yes.
Just speak like this
Fuck.
anyway.
Wait, is it that scuffed?
Yes.
They hear what I said earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
There's a
I didn't
big
hear
chance,
much
yeah.
of what you guys were saying.
Um,
If you guys were, I didn't hear shit anyway.
No, I was talking shit at the desk. I didn't realize they could hear it.
We only just barely
Oh.
heard it to give you a sense of distance.
Yeah, no, I heard a bit of minor shit here and there, but nothing I don't think they would have heard. So, I mean, you think there's some extra points? I'm at a point
I
where I
was
don't
thinking about
understand
asking,
how.
like, where is his sheriff's office? He's going to say Sandy Shores. Is that in Los Santos? No.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't got to that point yet. Yeah,
And,
I know.
and technically, all of their PC should be stricken since now the witness is now counsel.
You're loud.
No, I'm whispering.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The witness
I'm
is
just a
counsel.
little-
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
sure.
apparently they weren't a witness. She was just a witness to whatever was on the wall.
No, she was.
The thing is, there's no. I don't understand if I do not understand how these people can say they don't understand or don't have the PC or anything, but everybody's just comfortable with the charges being processed. I mean, I could understand resisting arrest because I was not going to be detained by a bunch of fucking chimpanzees because they think overseer is some sort of authority when clearly it isn't, and anybody with a fucking brain knows it isn't. So I still don't understand how any of these charges stick, except for resisting and, well, I guess the
You brought
attempted
him to
murder
admit
of
he
government
didn't have
employees.
permission to drive the vehicle.
So, yeah.
No, yeah, and he didn't prove that I didn't have permission, so he could not provably say that. I mean, it is probable
I think
that I didn't have permission. So
I think on the
Loudly, so no
on the
one thinks
PC
there's
thing you
impropriety.
mentioned, Judge Bailey
Uriel
said
is
he was going
back
to
on the
deliberate on
train.
it. I know it's not
I'll be
the
here
answer you
shortly.
want, but I think he at least did acknowledge it.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, the thing is with the joyriding is irrelevant because I had explained to Bones that I drove it there because it was parked in the middle of the highway for my safety. That is more of the point. You were allowed to defend yourself logically, and I shouldn't be charged for that.
I hear you.
I mean, at the end of the day, listen. Like I said, I will resist arrest and I will shoot a cop if he is a fucking stupid asshole, and he was a fucking stupid asshole. I don't give a fuck if I go to jail for it. The rest of it's a sham.
Yeah, like they were calling Siobhan as an expert witness in her supposed writing of legislation.
Yeah.
And that's their whole PC behind you is that she was the reason why they are able to arrest you. But now that she's counsel, her whole statement in there technically should be stricken because she cannot, back it up. And if they're going to say, oh, well, she's an officer, she can do that, technically she should not still be a sworn officer. She's only a sworn officer because her husband has decided to put himself in place as commissioner.
She technically shouldn't be in the council either. But I mean, at the closing statements, I will explain all that anyway. I had a lot of information. Her council oath says not to join any other agencies or governments, otherwise you're essentially failing at the oath. And if you're failing at the oath, then you should be removed.
You sure you get impeached or removed?
I'm gonna try and bring it up to Crane because her bar should technically be removed since the deputy mayor's bar was removed. Her bar should be removed and it should not be on an LOA. Like,
good luck, brother.
Excuse me.
You could tell as soon as I walked in here, they were talking about the state and all this other shit when I hadn't even fucking mentioned
The
thing
judges,
about the
right?
state. Like they
Give him a moment
I
to
was gonna
sign
say
in, Your
something.
Honors, and then when he comes back,
It's a very strange occurrence.
You're talking about the judges?
Yeah, it was
Oh
almost
my
like
God.
they thought I was
Yeah.
going to sit here and talk about the defense of the state and what's the state and what isn't the entire time.
That's the impression that I was losing my mind on from the beginning. It just feels like they predetermined it, and now they're seeing if you're hitting the check boxes, which doesn't allow you to actually present an argument, which they can then deliberate on. It doesn't. I'm losing brain cells.
Currently, with the way the DOJ is set up, it is guilty until proven innocent.
Well, it isn't. I think it's guilty based on whatever these people say to them, I believe. I don't know what sort of fucking due process these guys think it is, but even when I explained there was reason for a mistrial, they all just walked around and looked fucking stupid. So they're going to just change it in a way that fits their narrative, and nothing is going to change. I can already sense it in my penis.
Yeah, we brought up the whole thing about her breaking her oath, and then she said in a smarmy, I know better than you voice. I guess they haven't heard of the PD liaison then. And I was going to respond, but I couldn't bother. But the PD liaison has to be in that position and can. It says, I have no formal allegiance to governments, agencies, or special interest groups which prevent me from acting in the best interest of the city of Los Santos. He is the representative of the police, so he is acting in the best interest of the police, not in the best interest of the city. That's his position.
There's a clause in that position that says
they are
it should be
breaking
high
their
command.
oaths. There's no debate about it.
Yeah.
Also, she I overheard her saying that if we wanted to call her as an expert witness, we could have done, but that's literally not possible because she entered herself as counsel and striked herself as a witness in the same motion.
Just out of curiosity, they never gave you the PC, data information, right? No.
The supposed PC is in there with Siobhan's statement, but technically it should be stricken.
Bones said Uriel said it.
Yeah,
It's in the report, it's not there.
so from my understanding of it is Uriel pretty much is just reiterating everything what she is saying because he is quite literally because she wasn't able to put it forward herself. She went through Uriel to do it.
We literally said where Uriel made an objection and she went, no,
You know
withdraw
what?
that objection.
I would, after this, subpoena her phone records.
She has like
for this.
Well, I'm
You
going
should
to tell you
probably
this.
Look at a class action type thing for all of them, not some of them, because how it also says is I haven't even brought it up, but there's the MIME Act, and there's the second the citizens that are deemed not good enough. But if you're for the people, and they're a part of the people, I don't understand why their rights would be removed or why they think they would have the right to do that.
up?
Yeah, they also had the. There's a lot of things that they've been doing going against the people of the city, and just nobody has really brought it up.
Yeah, I mean, I can ask this doofus over here about it.
Here he is. He just got back signed in.
I asked the question.
Looks like you guys are back up now.
I'm still waiting for some
Oh,
PC.
Nino.
You guys got some PC?
Anybody else?
My house.
Yo,
I don't think they have
I
them.
got raptured during our
All
last
right, are we ready to
conversation, but I
proceed?
think I heard
Yes,
you say
yes, thank you
speak
so
to me
much,
after.
Your
I'm
Honors.
happy to.
Apologies.
Oh,
Hey,
I
Robin,
was.
don't forget to try and strike it.
Yeah, let's chat with
I
him.
forgot to
Yeah,
put it up.
absolutely.
Oh, my fault, my fault.
Then there was
Okay,
the whole thing
yeah,
about you
I
asking
got
James
taken
to
notes,
incriminate
so I wasn't
himself,
sure.
and the judge was like, yeah, we'll
You
just
good?
move on from that.
Yeah, as if
Just
it's
try
not
and strike
relevant.
her whole thing because she's now counsel.
Who owns Sandy Shores sheriff's office?
The building is owned by the state.
So the government owns it.
Yeah.
And who owns? Sorry, what were we going to say?
No, go ahead with what you were going.
And in a democracy, any
treatment.
any building that's bought with taxpayer money is owned by who?
I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna object at this point, Your Honor. I'm gonna object on opinion of a lay witness.
On what?
He's a police officer, not a statesman.
Correct,
Not a
but he also
legislator.
said he understood the Constitution at the start, very start of my first question. Opened up.
He hasn't been
the script to
established as
literally
an
everything.
expert witness on the Constitution. Opinion of a lay person.
No, they get removed because they're scared.
All right, hold on. Deliberation. We'll
No,
deliberate
wait.
on it.
They swear an oath on it. What?
Yeah, that's true.
Soze.
Yes, sir.
As you said before, as part of our conversations that you had, is that, for example, you can just walk in and open up Parsons, right?
You can, yes, if you are the government and you own it.
Yes. Is there anywhere with, and please correct me if I've been here a long time, Soze, and I don't think there is. Is there an actual title housing anywhere that I can see this is distinctly owned by the state, and the actual person that purchased on behalf of that state any documentation that supports this says 100% government owned, this is what we paid for?
Wait,
this establishes
there's a
every building.
document for that.
If it's a democracy, yes. If nobody personally owns it, it is owned by the government. That is how a democracy works.
And you say it was built by taxpayer money. Hold on.
It's irrelevant to how it was built because
Well,
they
you said
are
it
in
was bought.
ownership because they own the land, correct?
But you said it was bought with taxpayer money.
I said Parsons was bought with taxpayers' money.
No, you said that.
I said it was
Sandy
owned
Shores.
by the government.
I'm going back to Sandy Shores at this point. You said
Right.
it was done by taxpayer money.
Well, if that's yes, if it was paid for by
Wait,
by the government and
property-
they own it, yes, that's where they get paid tax.
Would you have
where they get money.
Mr. Mayor, do we have any proof of purchase within the tax whatsoever?
No.
Yeah,
Your
but
Honor,
he
he's the
wouldn't
mayor
be the
of-
guy.
Your
He
Honor,
came
he's the mayor of
afterwards.
Los Santos, not
Personal
Sandy Shores.
ownership. You don't need
But
it if
you're
it's the
saying for the
government.
state there,
It would
Soze.
fall. Right, and is the state a part of a government, sir?
Yes, it is.
It's a form of government, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
You're
so what are we
asking,
talking about here? Are we in a democracy like it says in the Constitution or not?
You're asking him basically that we, the people,
yes,
own every single building that is out there, right?
Yes, that isn't privately owned. Yes, inside the jurisdictions that we control. Yes, that's how the governments work. If it's a local
apologies, Your Honor.
government, they would own the local area. If that's how it's done, the government would own it. Yes. Who else owns it?
I'm confused.
This goes
Is
back
he
to
is
the
he
same thing.
conflating economic systems with systems of government? I just don't understand, and I wanna understand what's
Oh,
happening.
you definitely don't understand. You don't even understand your own oath.
That's not necessary, Susie. Please.
But wait, why
Thank
is
you,
it
Your
not
Honor.
necessary for
Here's
him,
what I'm
but
gonna
it's
say
okay
with
for
this,
her?
Soze.
I don't know. what's
I
happening.
don't want to go back and have this argument of who owns what and what owns what and what the actual, I'm guessing what you're getting to at some point is rights for the people if it's tax.
Oh, I forgot what I was getting to. I don't even know what I asked anymore. I was
Oh.
just trying to, try to get this
Then do me a favor.
questioning
Just
done.
go ahead and
done.
restart it and go.
Well, that's handy. I feel like I was interrupted then. So is there an objection or not? No objection. Are we fine?
Well, go ahead. If you don't have it, then we'll keep going.
Okay. All right.
Where was
What was I asking? Oh, why? Jeez, I didn't even know what I was asking. So oh yes, okay. Let's get back to that point. We're at the I forget, but we'll get back to the Sandy Shores. Do you know where Los Santos is?
Yes, it is a part of the state of San Andreas.
A part of the state of San Andreas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And where did you say? So you said earlier, correct, that your jurisdiction was the state of San Andreas. Where is
was
that,
this?
defined?
Am I blind?
I'm not sure where it's defined.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking how you
Legal
come to that
marriage,
conclusion.
mutual
Is it
combat.
because the mayor appointed you and he's from the state or
Oh,
something? I'm just trying to.
I've lived here long
This is
enough
why
to
I'm
know
going to
that.
throw this all into a different
So, you know what,
document.
that
Oh my god, the
You're
searching.
the state police?
No, that that San Andreas is that Los Santos is a part of San Andreas.
Oh, right. So, but before you said you had state authority, correct?
My jurisdiction is the state. Yes.
Okay, that's
the
what I'm
entire,
asking.
I have
That's why-
jurisdiction over the island. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking. So where does it say? Where does it give you that jurisdiction? Do you know how
I'm
that's
just going to object
implied?
on
Is it the
relevance
mayor
at
or
this
something?
point because it's not relevant to the criminal charges in hand. And if he wants to make a constitutional argument, he can save it for closing.
Can I rebut
Yes, you
that?
can.
I don't understand how somebody could talk about jurisdiction and in their own testimony bring up the scope and then imply that it isn't a part of the proceedings. I'm very just I don't understand.
Wait, is it empty?
He has brought it up multiple times himself.
I'm so confused. Wait, is it empty or is my MDT broken?
Like that, anything else there?
Me?
No, Soze.
Okay.
May I clarify?
Oh,
Your
no,
Honor?
I'm just saying it's already been brought up by him, the jurisdiction.
May I
So,
clarify,
unless-
Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Getting into the particulars of where Mr. Burns' jurisdiction is could be wholly relevant to the case because if it is found he doesn't have jurisdiction, then the whole case falls apart.
I would like to respond to this.
Should I not see this? Maybe that's why.
If
Maybe
Sheriff Bones doesn't have
those are
jurisdiction, I hope
broken.
this court enjoys overturning and vacating cases in the last 6 months that outside of city limits.
That's
Keep
not
us-
clear.
What- why is that relevant?
Please keep those to yourself.
I said it was a response, not a clarification. But sorry, Your Honor.
I think it's fair for us as a society that is building our own law and
literally just
constitution
said
that
them.
we as the people
I
are
don't
more
think she can
willing
do
to
that.
apply the law and it being correct and
I'm
understood by
pretty
the
sure
people
you
than
can't
it
do
is for
that.
somebody to have to overturn something in a courtroom that may have been a
He
mistrial.
just gave ammo to 90% of the criminals in this city.
I'll allow the question. Keep going.
Okay, so
I don't think she understands what she just did.
Where do you get your jurisdictions from, and your understanding of where your jurisdiction is?
If only Mr. K was sitting here,
I was
he would
told
bite on that
and
immediately.
clarified this through Max, who's the mayor.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm the one saying this.
Max isn't here to
And
testify.
He's son.
I just listen. I'm fine with just answer it. I want to understand. where
He's
you
the
got,
he's an
your
agent of the
jurisdiction
state, and he
from.
also told me that I have full jurisdiction over the entire island.
Correct. Okay, that's fine. And as an agent of the state that is allowed to create local law, why do you think that local law, which is under a state, would be state law?
I think those are like not finished.
Repeat the question one more time.
If he is appointed by the state, that does not mean he is the state, correct?
Well, he has the state's best interest in mind, right?
Right. And if the Constitution says him and the council are here to enforce the Los Santos local law, that would be indicative of that, correct?
I think so, yeah. But I think that he also there would
Let me ask you this. This might be an easier way of saying it, right? So there's the state of San Andreas. It doesn't matter if it's actually a state; it's just the state of San Andreas, and the state government is an entity that we believe is above us, or right? That's what we understand.
But at the same time, like treason, I don't think should stick at all.
Or do you think you're equal with them? I'm trying to clarify what your understanding is because I personally don't know either. I haven't been here for 5 years.
Could you actually just clarify that question? I think that's even confusing to me to understand.
Oh, I think my voice box broke for a second.
you're
I was
fine.
asking, do you believe you have state authority or local authority based on the legislation?
I'm not a part of the state. No. I'm.
Okay. And with Max, do you believe he has state authority or authority from the state to enforce the Constitution and legislation that
Objection
we create
compound.
locally?
Rephrase the question.
Is this the whole semantics thing again?
Yes.
We're getting too much into the real questions.
Yes. Just
Yes, I
rephrase
think
it
so.
in a way that.
Okay.
that's-
Is the power authorized from the state to Max, in your understanding?
Yes.
Is the legislation and constitution created for Los Santos localized under the state?
Can you
Objection
define?
confusing.
Well, no. There's a
Repeat
local
the
government,
question.
there's a state government, and there's a federal government.
Repeat the question.
I'm
Just repeat it again.
asking, are we the local government, we as the people making these legislations?
Did that clear up the confusion?
And then he joined the clowns.
The council makes the legislations.
Correct. Based on the authority and the votes in which we as the people ask. Okay. So it isn't that Max has the authority of the state. He is appointed authority from the state, correct?
Jackie's
Correct.
So let's clear this up, okay? If I walked to the state government facilities, wherever that may be, and I got
What are
a
my
job
thoughts
as
on the
a,
case?
As a toilet cleaner, I wouldn't just be able to go next door into
The judges
Bobby Trial's house and start
made up
cleaning
their
his
decision
toilets,
before they walked in
right?
here, and that's the unfortunate thing.
I'm localized to that specific area.
It seems like they
under
made
the
their
authority
decision
of
and
that
then
state government, or
might
that
change
building,
their
wherever It
mind.
may be localized. Yes.
And those indicators came off very early on, and that's not, you know.
So,
what are you doing?
Bobby
Charles' house?
I'm
Sorry,
trying
I've been
to
up here
do
for
a
like 2
very,
hours, so I'm you know,
trying to. Yeah, listen. These questions were gonna get heated. Trust me. Listen, okay. I'm just clarifying. You did say that he has his authority from the state, not authority.
He was appointed by the state.
To be the
Yeah,
state.
it really,
Yes.
it
So
genuinely.
he wouldn't be the state. He would be under the state with power from the state.
Yes.
Okay.
They knew about the
and,
case before the case
is
began.
The Constitution
That's insane.
based on Los Santos.
That gave them the PC to be able to arrest him. If you look at it, this is Siobhan Thoroughbred's articulation of probable cause.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. That's fine. When it comes to police and inappropriate attire, is that something you enforce via the penal code?
Objection confusing.
It's a charge in the penal code to wear appropriate attire, $1,000. I'm trying to establish that he does not fairly base his charges on people as a person, considering there's a person right next to us not wearing any badges on the armbands, and it does say in the penal code and legislations that you should wear a badge
You have any food?
if it is possible, like you are on your shirt, sir. And I believe
Oh.
there is definitely a
Identify
shirt
yourself,
wearing
skinny
a
man.
badge on it.
I'm gonna
Do you have
object.
food?
Relevance.
Yeah, can we
Answer the
focus
question.
on the charges
Skinny
that
man.
were
Please
pressed?
focus in. This
Sure.
has gone on long enough.
Hey, what are you asking me?
Can I explain the
Identify yourself.
I'm not trying to hit on you.
Or should I
need
go
food.
by skinny man?
I don't care what you call me as long as you give me food.
Please, let's focus on the charges that you are being pressed right now.
Okay, so I can't question.
You've
police
already
officers.
explained the relevance.
Do you have food?
Okay, sure.
State your
Listen,
name.
you know what?
Nino.
That's fine. Let me. Can I just talk
Full
to my
name.
counsel for 1 minute, please?
Nino Chavez.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Food, skinny man.
Yes.
You are going to eat this and gain weight. Understand?
Have a drink.
Negative.
Do you know who does?
And how would I know that?
You're a cop. You have a radio.
That's right.
So use the
But it has
radio.
nothing to do with police work.
Okay, it does, because if I die, then this trial goes to shit. And given that you're on the side of the prosecution and have involvement, that'd be a problem, wouldn't it? And it's your duty to serve and protect and look over individuals.
I don't need to feed you.
You got to feed me.
I wanted to because you're skinny.
Okay. Well, do you not want to?
You have legs. Walk to a drink store.
There is no drink store. I'm gonna go pass out over there.
Understood.
Are you good? You normally talk like this?
I'm great.
Okay. Right. It's an odd way to hit on somebody, I'm just saying.
Negative. I did not assault you.
Forget it, it's fine. But everything we've said is, written and understood, so they all know that this has happened.
And if not, we can get it in closing otherwise.
No, we don't want it in closing. I've already said this. We need to let them forget, because if they put me in jail, then we can push the charges.
Oh no, yeah.
Impeachments, whatnot.
No, yeah, I think you pretty much hit everything that was needed.
Okay, let's just we'll cut it there and just let it go.
Yeah.
Probably motion to
You don't have any
dismiss based
questions,
on
right?
Prejudice as
It's not
well.
more.
Probably motion to dismiss on
yeah, we can do
prejudice.
that.
based on your
I
outburst
don't
earlier
believe we
on
want
the
to
offender
ask any more questions.
of
Just to
a not guilty
just
plea.
to clarify, guys.
And for
Give
any
me a moment.
precedents
I'm
that
having a little bit
could-
of an interesting conversation with my other judges here.
which could in turn lead to other cases being dropped. Like, that's actually insane.
You're referring to when she said like the whole.
I mean,
6
it
months
is
of
insane,
cases?
but they could also just do a law right now that says we are not paying people back based on old mistrials, and then enforce the law
Yes.
after. But thinking about something like that is very difficult for some people. Imagine you got power from the state, right? And you said, I own Los Santos and the laws around it, but you didn't just say, hey, I own all the counties. That's all you had to say in the legislation. Literally
so
all they needed to say.
There's actually a document that lists all the government shit, but I can't see it for some reason. It's on the reports tab.
Yeah, I've got that. Hold on.
The thing is, you guys got to remember that everything about this it doesn't matter. Like the charges are irrelevant to the point we're making. The point is, no matter what, there should have been a mistrial, and there wasn't. So everybody is not fulfilling their duty, and they have all been fulfilled in that duty. So and even worse, these guys. I told that fucking prosecutor over there my rights were violated, and he still went through with the trial without calling for a mistrial. So
The Uriel guy?
yeah.
Why is he here? I don't think he actually did anything.
He asked some
Well,
questions.
I think he
believe
sent her
they
the stuff.
hire him as a prosecutor, and then somehow she is the prosecutor.
Yeah.
We have to get subpoenas on that shit. And check their phone records. There's some shit
100%
going on.
She's the victim as a member of the council, who is also the individual involved in your detainment, arrest, and processing, and subsequently also an expert witness and the prosecutor and a beneficiary.
It is a very good due process while breaking 3 different oaths. Very
And I'm pretty sure she's really good friends with the judges. From what I've seen.
They are. They started mentioning the state shit without me even fucking saying anything about arguing it until now. So
They were working on one because they were expecting things to go down a different way. What I heard about it. It was bad.
Oh my God.
They didn't push through that legislation.
Yo.
It's on them.
Wonder what they're discussing.
I just got my bar license. I'm not looking to.
I got no idea. It sort of came out of nowhere, to be honest.
I know. The thing that I got most blanked about is when you were asking him about shit that you would like the Constitution, and he's not an expert. Well, he fucking swore an oath on the Constitution. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and he also mentioned it at the start. Like, he talked about the Constitution, and they okayed it. So the scope was clearly open.
Yeah.
I think if we get into touchy subjects that they don't like, for some reason they're gonna push the objections. It's a very good way for them to just disrupt, the thought process.
Well, yeah, or allow an argument. How do you then? The bit that's confusing to me is how do you then come up with precedent if you're not able to make unorthodox arguments that may expose problems with the current law?
We can, but I believe, like I said, I think the thing is, we as civilians can push laws, push charges, so we can actually prosecute the judges. We can technically do that because there is proof if they've done something wrong that they can too be charged, just like the police. But we just need to prosecute and have a judge that wants to work the law. The thing is, I don't think we need to prosecute anybody. What would be a lot easier is if we saw the law, saw that it was shit, and fixed it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh,
instead of having fucking egos and implying that you're a fucking genius as an expert, and then just not showing up as the expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that cop definitely isn't wearing any badges.
Yeah, apparently that's irrelevant. Doesn't matter if he doesn't enforce law evenly.
Yeah, that judge was like, you've explained the relevance, but you hadn't. He just.
I don't think Nino thinks it's corrupt. I think Nino thinks that it's a bowl full of tadpoles,
Someone threw blood beneath her legs?
and they don't notice the food on the surface.
Audible gas.
System just feels a bit rotten to the core.
They just say something about me.
I heard Slacks say something.
I don't think it's rotten. I think the attitudes are what's broken. The thing is, we came in here and I wasn't trying to be hostile. They started swearing. When I swore, there was backlash. It felt like there was pushback against us immediately based on us wanting to make sure the law, is what it says it should be.
Yeah.
Everyone understands it. If we as the people are confused by the law in which they ride, I think it's up to us to do something about it. And I believe that's what we're doing. Win or lose.
Oh, 100%.
The points are relevant. This is all on paper at this point.
Yeah.
And we can subpoena it, get the information, and see what they say.
Them saying they don't want to hear about semantics, but that's kind of the whole that's what jurisprudence is, whole semantics.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. The people will end up being what control this place, and we need to remember that.
Yeah, I hope so.
Mr. Chavez.
Yeah.
You been acting cool?
Genuinely, do I know you?
Wow. Listen, if your memory's that
can
bad,
you,
that's on
can,
you.
Can you, you could act like a normal human being and say, we met here.
Well, I can, but the problem is...
You don't remember.
No. You
Okay,
treat
so
people with respect.
when we met.
Okay.
When we meet.
Right in front of Mission
I'm confused. Are you like trying to, say that my lawyer isn't respectful and stick your chest out at him like you're an overwhelming power or right about something here in the courtroom?
Yeah.
What are you doing, Slacks?
Mr. Soze, you can sit there and spin that narrative all you want.
Why don't you back the
reality
fuck up, you
things
spineless
is-
prick, and go sit in the corner, you jellyfish-looking motherfucker?
Why
I'm
are
doing
some
stuff
police
right
not
now, Mr.
following the...
Soze.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
You
where's
approached me.
where's the paperwork you were gonna for me when I was in jail, pal? Why'd you go sit in a fucking fish tank and swim around like a little fucking jellyfish there, buddy?
Or a flag. I'm sorry you didn't find it.
Oh, I found a flag actually, but I didn't see no letters.
There were paperwork beneath
Slacks,
it.
why are some
please
officers
land
not
a tell me what we
following
did.
the DRIP Act?
We used the Xerox machine to print out all the legislation that you requested. Then we left it and pinned it down with an American flag on the edge of the property.
Okay,
Hoorah!
Maybe you're not a giant asshole then.
See, I mean, I gave you what we requested, but
Well, listen, I
heard
got the
Mr.
flag, but
Chavez
somebody stole
yapping
the
something,
papers.
so that's why I'm right here. That's all it is.
Why? I'm sorry. You approached me and you're offended that I don't recognize who you are.
I'm not offended. I'm
You-
just.
you are offended. You would
I'm
not
worried
have
about your
approached me with
actions. Okay, that's all.
Actions what?
I don't know. Just you were saying something.
What?
Was defending us as a people.
Yeah,
What
I
do you
am
mean?
so confused. Yeah.
Just.
Can you use like actual like definitive statements as to like what it is that you're
making sure everybody's okay. That's
Listen,
my job.
Okay.
Sheriff Bones is his boss, so it's very, very possible that he has no argumentative side to him that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Are you drunk?
Oh, you
This
believe
has
he has some
nothing to do
PC?
with my sheriff. Okay.
Is somebody getting
Oh,
contempt
yeah.
against him?
I'm just having a conversation.
You're not having a conversation. You came over here and confronted me because your pussy's hurt that I don't know who the fuck you are.
See, this is the problem. Okay. The
No,
insults,
it's
they
not the
keep
problem.
coming.
You came
don't show
here,
respect.
approached me with attitude.
Jesus Christ, is this 2 hours coming off my bail
I said, Mr. Chavez, how you been? You don't
Hope so.
remember me? And you're like,
No,
no, who the fuck are you?
8 minutes from hour 3.
Being a queef, Slack. Stop
Is this
being a
Yeah, but stop being a
hours?
queef.
Come on.
We started
Stick
at
your
7
nose in my
Eastern.
business.
Yeah, we started at 7 Eastern. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
we're 8 minutes away. From
you know,
3
enjoy your
hours.
conversation.
Okay,
That's the
Could
first
you
one.
please, for the love of God, tell me when we met?
If you don't remember, you don't remember. It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's why some
Hey,
officers don't get
Slacks, you might want to go around and start writing citations for the police without badges on. Isn't that a charge or something? $1,000, whatever.
Well, tell me the job.
Oh,
Yep, she isn't wearing a badge.
incorrect uniform. You need to be wearing a badge if
Oh.
you're a police officer under the legislation.
Just get off duty and come back here. Okay.
Might as well
Hassan
start
misses
writing those
you? I
citations
miss
up,
Hassan,
Mr.
man.
Fair and balanced friend.
Yeah, you know, accountability and all that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure she went most of it. It's only 20
Everything's coming
minutes.
out, huh?
Go
I mean,
ahead. Why are you
technically-
laughing like that?
So it's only 20 minutes of a
It's just-
paycheck.
What? What?
Just,
What?
You know,
What?
sometimes a reality is stranger than fiction. That's all.
I'm going to say this.
It's in
Technically,
the
is-
legislation. You can have a look.
technically, isn't it also freedom of speech to not be wearing certain things under the
Not
persecution
by the
of the
legislation.
government? Yeah, but it's persecution. Technicality.
Yeah, but you can't
you're a
write I'm getting
government
fucked in my
entity, it
arse on
doesn't
Twitter
matter.
either, so
Yeah.
who knows?
I mean, the DRIP Act in itself should not be ever have put in place.
It does say
I mean-
possible.
Oh, I do
Well,
have one more
it's possible
question.
for
I'm
the
about
other
to fuck
police.
his day up. I forgot. They
Possible for the
they
other
don't
police
have
dressed
the
same as her.
I don't think they had a search warrant. It says in the wait, did I already ask him that? In the law,
yeah.
it says that you need a search warrant no matter what for it to be lawful to get the phone record. So that's
Yeah,
two should be stricken. The phone record should be removed. Her statement should be removed, and it's
Yeah.
only him.
There was only a
at this
subpoena.
point.
There was only a subpoena submitted for Bobby, not a search warrant.
How many days were you? How many
Yes,
days
and you
was
need
it
the search
between-
warrant.
How many days was it between your arrest and this trial?
I don't know.
Arrested Friday night. I
five-
think?
I think that's
Or
going to be
Thursday
irrelevant
night?
either way.
3 days, right?
Well, 3
Yeah, this
days.
is the speediest trial I've ever known.
On the third day, they are supposed to give you a receipt for anything if they actually did go through a warrant.
Well, they put it on the
Because-
docket, but I don't know if they actually gave it to Bobby.
There's no warrants. They only showed subpoena. The thing is, the subpoena is not a warrant. A subpoena is what you get from the warrant. The warrant is when you ask the judges for a subpoena and they return the subpoena. But he wrote his own subpoena by the look of it because he said he had authorization from Bobby. But the law doesn't say that. It says it's only lawful if you have a search warrant to get anybody's private property or housing, etc. search. So him going through the phone is not lawful evidence. So it shouldn't be used either way.
According to Tessa Lamb's case, this establishes that subpoenas and search warrants are to be delivered to their subject within 72 hours of service, unless delayed notice is
Right, that's what I'm asking. Did
approved.
Bobby receive a receipt within?
Did he receive
It's
a search
irrelevant.
warrant?
It doesn't matter if he. It's fine that he got a subpoena. He doesn't need to see the search warrant, but they need to put a search warrant in. If you look at the legislation,
Yes.
let me show you. And they didn't do that because it was based on what he
Article
said.
5 of the Constitution, the word subpoena is never mentioned, only search warrant.
With Tessa Lamb's case, they are also putting in that effect of what I just mentioned. So technically,
It says right here, these warrants must be submitted to an appointed judge or justice and must bear the signature of a ranking member of the law enforcement command structure. Searches conducted under a search warrant approved by a duly authorized judge or justice shall be considered lawful. So that would not be considered lawful because there is no search warrant.
that should have been provided to you. Yes, that's the biggest thing.
Well, no,
Well,
that's the thing. They
subpoena
didn't
was
give a
provided.
search warrant.
Search
That's the thing.
warrants,
Yeah.
however,
The subpoena, the warrant goes to the judge, and the judge signs the warrant. Then you can do the subpoena. But because they thought, well, I assume it says that Bobby gave them permission. They thought they didn't need a search warrant, but it says right there, for it to be lawful, it needs to have a search warrant. So it just shouldn't be lawful.
They've submitted what looks like a search warrant on the docket, but they've called it a subpoena.
Yeah. So well, I mean, that's their problem, not ours.
God, what is? I'm sorry to say this, but what the fuck is this, Slacks?
Well, the thing is, if they listened when I was explaining all these things to them, all they would have had to do was take it on the chin and be like, oh, maybe we could fix that up, instead of being salty and trying to give me treason because apparently an overseer is a fucking immortal authority that takes from the state or something like that.
Also, Soze wasn't going against the state, he was going for it.
So they never gave you the one with the signatures on it? Is that what you're saying?
No. Slacks. They gave
There's
us
no warrant.
A subpoena, not a search warrant. They made
search warrant isn't a
however, they
subpoena.
called it a subpoena. It's the,
Yes,
on the docket. Look at the People's D. That is a subpoena, not a search warrant.
a search warrant goes to the judge. The judge hands you a subpoena. Right? That's what it is. It says you need a search warrant for any search or seizure with evidence for it to be lawful. And that's what we're saying. Where the fuck is the search warrant? There might have been one, but we don't see one.
This is just setting
And
up
again,
more and more for a mistrial. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
There's plenty of reasons for that to have already happened.
I mean, there have been plenty of reasons. I mean, one of them is that you had the reason for the PC technically striking themselves as a witness and now becoming prosecution. So all
That's not going to change. They changed the evidence. The judge even said that you couldn't change evidence after the trial had started. And I said, when did the trial start? And he said, oh, when I hit the gavel. And then I said, you hit the gavel, and then you approved the removal of her as evidence. And they were like, so they are not going to enforce their own mistrial failures. But in saying that, like, I don't know if that's a law now, because it's not like it was fucking written down somewhere. I don't know how case law even works at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's case law, but and none of it's actually been updated. There's case law in the docket,
Case law exists, but the public can't access it. It's quite dumb.
Oh my God, secret laws.
It's a common law precedent. It's a DOJ document made by Lance Moulton.
Oh, I have so many comments I want to make about.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Is there a picture of the trooper uniform anywhere that we can look up?
I'd like to make it clear here, everybody else here. I will be stepping away actively from this trial, joining you in the audience. They are going to proceed as needed and as necessary.
Wait, what?
Wait.
A minute, I gotta ask him something.
All right.
Watch
With that
out.
being said,
Wait.
here's how
Did
we're
they just
gonna
piss him
focus. We're gonna refocus this case.
What just
I've
happened to
heard
Bailey?
A lot of argument. I have taken great notes. However, I really want to get back to the consistency of these criminal
Wait,
charges.
yeah,
being
isn't that a
pressed, the treasonous
mistrial?
charge that's being pressed. Okay.
Yes.
I have heard the argument and I have taken them into account. And if we do hear more argument, I'm willing to entertain it up to a certain extent. We've already been at almost 3 hours, nearing to. We're at approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes with Mr. Bones as the primary witness. We still have 2 witnesses to go. I'm at this point. I'm going to call out a filibuster if I see it. I'm not entertaining more than a reasonable amount of argument that needs to be made. I have heard a substantial amount of it, and I am absolutely actively taking that into consideration. But please try to focus, as it is the child that is underhand at the moment.
Yo, how is this not a mistrial?
I understand. I'm just curious in which part this is in relation to. Is it asking about the Constitution part, or is this just a general?
No. And like I said, we've taken great consideration to how the Constitution works and affects this case. But the more so semantical arguments that can pose things, but and we understand where the line is being drawn and where your defense is being made. However, at some point we have to cut it off. At some point we have to find a reasonable ground to stand on with the argument, because we haven't even gone into redirect, which I'm sure there's going to be a lot of redirect questions with the prosecution. So let's try to entertain as much as we can, and I'm going to try to find a stopping point wherever I see fit.
Okay. Okay, sure. I mean, I'll just get back to where I was then.
Cool.
We were close to the end anyway.
Thank you.
All right.
Did see, I listen. If I repeat something, just tell me. I'll try to just be quick with the last few questions. Was there a search warrant submitted for the evidence of what's his Bobby Charles, the phone and search and
Subpoena
viewing
was
of?
submitted, yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking, was there a warrant?
Subpoena for his phone records was submitted.
Your Honor, can the witness answer the question, please?
I'm
Just
gonna
asking
object on
if a
relevance.
warrant. It's a part of the legal due process inside the Constitution.
About something.
Oh my
All right. The courts are aware that a subpoena is a type of warrant. Thank you.
So a subpoena is a warrant now.
It is a form of warrant that can be pressed. It is not a it's not a factual search warrant. It is a warrant that can be pressed. Yes, go ahead.
And he just like straight up.
So okay, I'm just to reiterate, a subpoena isn't what you get from the judge. You give it to the judge, and they sign it.
I don't know. It's impossible for lawyers.
Okay, well, I will wholeheartedly disagree with that, as they are both very clearly defined as two different things. But
Yes,
that's fine.
I am more than aware that a search warrant and a subpoena are two very different things. I understand. In the practical sense of how a subpoena and a search warrant is being carried out, the courts are very well aware of the difference between the two.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking. Was there a search warrant signed off by a judge? That's all I'm
that was
asking.
being objected to, so I was clarifying. All right.
Wait, so
I'm going
is
to,
he
I'm
answering
going to
or-
overrule that. Yes, please just answer the question.
Well, no, he's pissed about this whole case. Something.
Was there? Was there a warrant submitted for the search of the private property?
Yeah, subpoena was submitted. Well, there were not. Yeah, subpoena was sent in, but for his phone records.
If you want to go talk to him.
Okay, so there was not a warrant
Not a
submitted,
search
is what I'm
warrant.
asking.
No,
okay.
not a search warrant.
Thank you. And you are aware for a search and it to be lawful, it needs to have a search warrant signed by a judge?
Guys, I want you to
subpoena
remember
was signed by the judge.
this is
right
RP
and
at
I'm
the end of the
asking
day,
you,
right?
The warrant that
So
is filed needs
you
to
can
be
be
signed,
have your
by the
opinions
judge.
on the role
evidence
play,
to be
the
lawful.
opinions
I'm
of
aware.
say characters,
Okay,
but
and where
make
is
sure
that,
I'm only
warrant?
it's only a few people,
Objection.
but do not talk about
Relevance and also logical fallacy, you can't argue
OOC
from the
related
negative.
stuff.
What the hell do you mean? I'm confused to retort to that. Could you explain yourself?
No.
No.
I think the lawyer can do that.
No, she literally made that shit up.
I will argue that the relevance of the Constitution and how searches of private property are relevant to this case because he used a phone as evidence and it is submitted in this court as evidence, and they have referred to it multiple times already as evidence, including Bobby Charles. And if this is done unlawfully, then everything that Bobby Charles has said should also be considered unlawful.
Would you like a response, Your Honors? Okay,
Yes,
I was going to
please.
ask. The phone records provided in evidence were subpoenaed and signed by an active sitting judge. Those records were then provided per the subpoena. Bobby Charles gave his consent for these records to be submitted to court for the specific day.
Now I have a question for you, Siobhan.
Yes.
Could that just not have been answered by the witness?
I thought I did by saying that the
but then it was
subpoena was
objected to.
submitted and a judge signed it.
Okay.
can we
I objected on
see the
relevance
point?
because it's you know this, I know this. Why does it need to be done?
Anyways,
I'm trying
like,
to respect what your owners said about expediency.
Yeah, I understand that, and I do get the need, but I think that at this point we can, if it's relevant, but if it's relevance to the fact that we already know it, I feel like we can just entertain the question and not go
Yep.
in a circle.
No problem. Thank you, Your
yeah,
Honor.
I think
Appreciate
we
the
can just do that.
clarification.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Do we have to answer? Did you answer
Yeah,
it then?
if you want to ask the
Bones?
question again, yeah, if you want to ask the question, go ahead.
Oh, ask it again. Okay. Where is the search warrant that makes the
there was no search warrant.
search lawful?
There was a
Okay.
subpoena
And
for his
okay,
phone
and
records. And his phone
okay.
records were given, and that was signed off by a judge. The subpoena was signed off by a judge, and the contents of that were
okay.
provided.
So just to reiterate
where's
the
the
question,
subpoena, then?
there was no search warrant for the
subpoena
phone, is what you're
basically
saying.
is on the
It was a subpoena or something that you got signed.
Yes,
That's only
it was
the
a subpoena
results.
that was signed, not a search warrant.
Okay. And are you aware of the the Constitution, which states that for
It is here.
a search to be lawful, even in any circumstance, it doesn't say anything about giving or providing information.
No,
free of will.
Siobhan's
For it
right
to
on
be
that.
lawful, it needs a search warrant.
A search warrant is only needed for private
I was more
property.
thinking that
Phone
the
subpoenas are
subpoena
not
was a form of
private, but
a
it requires
for when it comes to
a
the phone and bank
subpoena, which is a court order to the phone carrier.
I mean, a
in
subpoena
order
is a
for the
subpoena, a warrant is a
production.
warrant. I'm going off base what's in the. It's semantics at that point, I guess. You know, maybe
Yeah,
maybe
it
someone
is.
should articulate these definitions a little better in the legislation. So we're not
Agreed.
Quick sidebar, Your Honors.
Yeah.
Of course, yes. Oh, Siobhan, please jump.
As Soze said, semantics.
I see what he's trying to like. He's trying to say. I think he's going with the whole like. The judges have been like, "Oh, well, that's semantics," even though that's literally what law is.
Yep.
So, Soze saying, "Well, okay, well, that's just semantics. So where the fuck is it?"
Subpoena was signed for by Anastasia Gatsby, 6/7/2024, 11:30 p.m.
Jump the wood.
I think
taken a picture of the MDT then?
No, because we don't do that. We export.
Well, why not? When this was so better evidentiary.
Because the judges know if it was signed or not.
Chat's
'Cause we
been
can look
pretty
and see if
good,
it's
man.
signed.
Yeah, usually you get like one or two people that forget this is role play, you know, and say something. I bet because someone was like, Coyle's going to get rid of the judges. I think there probably needs to be some level of like serious. I don't think training. The issue, I think, is the panel of judges do not represent the people.
Yeah, with regards to that.
And therefore, it's hard to throw
The
judgment.
subpoena on the docket doesn't have a judge signature. They said it does in the
Speak up,
MDT.
please.
So I
Oh,
said,
my
why
bad,
didn't
sorry.
they just take
There's
the picture of the
nothing,
MDT? And they
labeled
said,
as a search warrant that
oh,
is,
well,
in-
because the
in
judges
evidence
can
of
see
you
that it's
submitted,
signed.
correct?
So I said, are we supposed to just take their word for it?
Yes, nothing labeled as search
That's
warrant.
crazy.
So, yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
And you
Due process,
understand
by the way.
a
Yep, due
warrant
process.
is generally the process in which you send to the judge to get authorized, and then a subpoena is returned.
I've never done it.
Objection. Misstatement of fact.
Mhm.
Objection for
Oh, do you have
expediency.
Google? You could check it out for yourself. Is there no is there no clarification on a difference between a subpoena and a warrant? Do you guys are they the same thing here? Is that what you're saying?
No, they listen. I have been a sitting judge for a very while. I've signed search warrants. I've signed subpoenas. I know what a subpoena is. I know what a search warrant is.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's what I'm just trying to clarify that there's the difference, and it does say
Do you know what a
factually.
search warrant and a subpoena is?
Well, yes, like I just explained, that the warrant is what questions the judge to see if there's reason to do so, and then the subpoena would be what they submit and you give to the person to get the records.
Okay,
so
so
the
we're all
first
on the same page here.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's okay. That makes sense. That's good. I'm just asking. Like I said, you know, so there was no search warrant that we got right. It was just a subpoena.
Yeah, is that a question for me or for the witness?
Oh no, I'm just asking. I'm asking him. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, that was a question.
I mean, I think
It was
he
just a
actually said there
subpoena
was no
that was
search.
submitted. There was no
Okay,
search
yeah, well,
warrant.
that's fine. Okay. All right, and okay, that's it. I mean, we could keep going, I think, but do you have anything you'd like to ask, Robin? Is there anything you'd like to discuss, or? I'm
No,
starting
I
to fall
believe,
asleep, honestly.
No, no further questions from the defense at this time.
All right, we're gonna open up to redirects.
Understood. Redirect. Yes.
Fine.
I'll keep this quick and swift, Your Honors.
Yeah,
Thank you,
sure.
Sean. Thank you.
Sheriff Bones, do you have jurisdiction in the state of San Andreas?
Yes.
Does Kale
Objection.
Soze have a
Objection,
Class 2
facts not in
weapons
evidence.
license?
Yep.
Oh
Hold
my.
on. Objection. What
He
was
answered
it?
the question.
Say he's a
My
layperson
rebuttal, he
too.
answered the question already.
Like, go for a layperson too.
Someone just powered.
Facts not in evidence.
All right, thank you. Rebuttal.
Opinion of a layperson.
He answered the question already. You gotta be quicker.
It was, but like the judge said, you were being a bit loud.
All right, again.
Maybe you should have been louder. I don't know.
Bones.
I mean, I can be if you want me to be.
Jesus
Woo!
Christ.
Yeah.
Please,
I
please
will
give it-
wait.
Yes,
I will
give it a
wait. I'll
second.
wait.
I
I'll wait.
know.
I'll wait. I've been up
Thank
here
you.
for fucking 3
No,
hours.
I
I know,
understand.
I know.
Thank you. But yes, a quick
Give
reminder.
it a moment for Mr.
Yep,
Mr. Loudness over
problem.
there. All right. Yep. Go ahead.
Does Kale Soze have a Class 2 weapons license?
Objection asked and answered.
Rebuttal.
I can still barely hear him. I think he was whispering again, not sure.
He said objection asked and answered.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm hard of hearing. I'm 39 years young.
What is your 39 years of rebuttal?
We never asked if he had a Class 2 weapons license under direct. We never asked if Kale Soze had a Class 2 weapons license. We talked about the weapon itself, but not the weapons license.
I had asked.
Yes, we did. We,
Per
Bones
my
specifically
notes.
pointed it out.
Per my notes, I specifically said I see the line here. I think she's asking Class 2 license.
I am. I'm
which
asking if there's a
think
Class
it
2
has
weapons
not been
license,
asked
which
if
is different. It
asked.
has not been asked.
Does it
It
exist?
has not been asked because I see in my notes weapons license. Weapons license / gun license was originally asked. Gun license was originally asked. It was followed up with weapons license. It was never mentioned whether or not it was a Class 1 or Class 2. So it's going to be
Understood.
overruled.
All right. So I'm going to ask the question again for Bones' clarity because he's been up here a while. Does Kale Soze have a Class 2 weapons license?
No.
Are Class 2 weapons licenses available?
No.
Can you stand your ground against police officers?
That helps you.
No.
Yeah.
Do we use the state and the Fed interchangeably to mean the same thing as a colloquialism?
Objection leading.
You can say no.
Rebuttal.
It's not inherently leading.
Can you
She's
explain
basically-
more as to why is it not leading?
It's not leading because yes or no questions are not inherently leading. He has the opportunity to say no. He doesn't have to say yes. I'm not giving him the answer.
Rebuttal for the defense.
She's giving him a very clear answer in the question that she's probably hoping he says yes to.
I would actually articulate that I'm asking a very clear question so that there's no confusion regarding what I'm asking.
All right, deliberate quickly.
I'm curious where it says you can't defend yourself versus police officers. Where does it say that?
That's a good point.
Do we base this off new laws, or is these just imaginary laws in the background? These are all opinionated from. I'm so confused.
Okay.
I looked at the legislation
that's
and
going
said
to
we were here
be
to create the
overruled at
laws.
this time. Please
Mhm.
ask the question again.
Do we use the state and the Fed interchangeably to mean the same thing as colloquialism?
You define whatever the fuck it is.
Colloquialism,
and-
just like as a common saying, as a phrase, a turn of phrase. Common lingo used here in the specific geographical region.
I never reference the Fed. I always reference just the state.
All right, that's
Objection
fine. Perfect.
confusing.
Okay. No further questions. That's it. Thank you, Your Honors.
Okay.
Sweet to the point.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bones, you are
knows
free
what
to
the
sit
point
down at
was.
this time. Thank
You
you for
guys.
your input.
I don't have a Class 2
Thank you
weapons
for your time,
license, but I
Sheriff.
do have a weapons
All right,
license.
let's go ahead and move on to the next witness.
Was that it?
Yeah,
Jesus
pretty
Christ.
much.
I'm happy to
One
say I
moment, Your
murdered
Honor.
those cops, and I'll do it again.
Oh, hell yeah.
Papa does to consult the master.
I will happily defend myself and my rights as a fucking goddamn human.
There is no due process in this case.
But what I mean to say is like,
Sorry, give us one moment, Your Honor. There's an active situation. I need to get Declan back here.
The ability to be mistrialed.
Could call Bobby in the meantime. I have no idea what he's going to testify to that Bones couldn't.
I mean, yeah.
All right, Your Honors. The prosecution will call Officer or Senior Deputy Declan Crane to the scene.
All right. You have been sworn in. I'm not going to remind you again. You have been sworn again under the oath. You are free to give
Good, I'm
your
good.
witness testimony at this time pertaining to questions.
Thank you, dude. Do you have anything to drink?
Bones, you're shouting.
Bones, you are shouting.
Would you please state your name and rank for the record?
Declan Crane, Senior Deputy.
Were you on duty on the day of June 5th?
What day was that?
Would have been last Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yeah.
As stated in the People's A, did you respond to a call for backup in Sandy Shores?
Yeah.
Who made that request for backup?
The sheriff.
Do you recall at what time this was in EST?
Not really. I think it was like probably later in the shift. It wasn't right in the beginning when I got on duty. It was a little bit later. I don't really remember exactly.
That's fine. What was occurring on scene when you arrived?
Bones was standing like, so there's a couple of steps that go into the doors, and Bones was standing like next to the steps, kind of on the, what I would call like the street side, right? And he was facing the doors, and then there was a guy standing like kind of on top of the steps, like at the doors, and he was holding a big ass gun, like a, I don't know, like a machine gun thing, and then Bones was pointing a gun at him, and we showed up, and so I pointed my gun at the guy also.
Would you characterize the suspect's behavior as compliant?
I mean, when I got there, I hadn't heard anything yet, so I didn't know what was going on, but as time went on, no, he was not compliant.
Sheriff Bones stated that Cale Soze opened fire on officers. Did you personally witness him shoot his Class 2 at officers that were present?
Yeah, he shot at me multiple times, including other officers behind me and to my left.
Do you know which officers were present for the record?
I had a cadet with me, Thixon. There was Loki, who ended up getting shot down. Bones was there. I know there were at least one or two other officers there, but I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look back at my statement.
How many officers were injured by Cale Soze's gunfire?
Multiple. I was still bleeding. I almost went down. I managed to IFAC and then tourniquet the wounds that I had, so I didn't bleed all the way out. But several people, I think one or two people went down. I can't remember if two went down or one, or he shot at like 3 or 4 of us. I can't remember exactly, but it was a good amount of people. The reason why I'm like not 100% sure is because I was like, my view was kind of in the front. So the people that got shot besides me were to my back and my left. Bones would have been to my immediate left, and there were other people behind me and to my left. So I know I saw Loki on the ground, and he had bled out. He was unconscious, but I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look at this statement for the rest. It was at least Bones, Loki, and I 100% for sure.
All right. And was the Class 2 he had the one that is noted in evidence as the People's A as Cale Soze's possessions?
Let me look at the thing. Cale Soze possessions. Yeah, that was the one that was put in evidence. Yep. taken off of him.
All right. And so, still referencing the People's A, did you take the selfie titled Selfie with Insane Ramblings?
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Did you hear Kale Soze state this rhetoric himself at any point?
No, he was. It was mostly Bones talking. That dude just like didn't listen.
Is your jurisdiction within the entire state?
Yeah.
Now, who is the ultimate authority on jurisdictional grandstanding within departments?
Objection.
Bro, I
Opinion
don't
of
know
a
what any of
layperson.
that shit means.
Yeah, he pretty much said what I
Okay,
said.
first off, Declan, stop shitting. Stop saying shit. You said
Sorry,
shit
I don't know
3
what any of that
times.
stuff
Stop
means,
fucking
dog.
saying shit, bitch. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
What was the objection? That was
Opinion of a layperson, but his answer said it as well.
yeah. That's gonna be sustained. Please.
All right. Yes.
This guy is 19 years old, man.
Like Togs.
Wait.
Is the commissioner an agent of the state?
Wait, what did I
Yeah,
what did I
he's
miss?
the one I went to talk to about getting my my Gargura
Wait, what did I
livery
miss?
for
I
the
zoned out.
JDMP
Then wait,
car.
hold on. He's 19 years old.
All right. Did you personally witness Kale Soze taking acts denying Sheriff Bones' authority or that of the state?
Wait, say that again.
Did you?
I was thinking about Gargura. Sorry.
Did you personally witness Kale Soze taking acts denying Sheriff Bones' authority or that of the state?
Objection calls for conclusion.
Taking axe.
Rebuttal.
Wait, he didn't. No, he had a gun, not an axe. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Rebuttal. Prosecution.
Oh, what was the objection again? I'm sorry.
Calls for conclusion.
Yeah.
Rebuttal. So you asked for rebuttal, Your Honor. We
just gotta fuck
are
myself.
not calling for a conclusion. We're simply asking his opinion on the events that he witnessed.
Wait, Your Honor, can I ask a question?
Yeah. What's up?
That lawyer dude just said he was gonna fuck himself. Can he not do that in front of me? I don't want to watch that.
Oh my God.
Wait, what lawyer, dude?
The guy in the black.
I apologize, Your Honor.
If he does, he will be charged appropriately.
All right, I don't want to watch that.
That will not happen here.
Nobody wants to watch that, Your Honor's apologies.
Probably the only thing he's done in
Wait a
this
minute.
case so far.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're fine with that as long as it is noted that it is his opinion and not anything else.
Alright.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Just rephrase it to make sure it's in your opinion.
Wait, what?
That was gonna be sustained.
I don't want him to masturbate.
He is not going to fuck himself.
Thank you
I'm
for
not gonna do
He is
that.
getting closer,
Declan.
but it's just only to ask you a question.
Of course.
Oh, all
we'll
right.
hand down contempt if anyone does that. For
I don't
some
think
reason.
that's why he's
Don't
hunching
worry.
over. Maybe.
All right, what's up? What's up, dude?
In your opinion, did you personally witness Kale Soze taking acts denying Sheriff Bones' authority or that of the state?
No, he had a gun, not an axe.
All right, Declan is being Declan. No further questions to the witness at this time, Your Honor.
I think he's being Declan because he doesn't know no better.
Yeah, he's just Declaning out. You know, he's just really thinking about his like Oshi or something.
You're doing great, Declan.
Well, no, he said he had an axe, and he doesn't. He had a weapon. He had a
All
gun.
right. Defense.
I'll go. Oh yeah. Hey, pal, how you doing?
Hey, nice cosplay, dude.
Thank you. Did you happen to hear?
You're the Trump guy, right? Nice.
Oh.
Sure. Did you happen to hear anything that Bones was saying? You said when you ran in and started shooting.
Oh
did you
yeah,
hear what he
Bones was
saying?
like, "Put the gun down," and he said it like 4 other times, different ways, and then you were like, "No," and then he was like, "All right," and then he tackled you and said, "Don't resist," and then you resisted.
Right, but then that would be before you came into the building, correct?
Yeah, we went to the building because you ran away after he said, "Don't resist," and then you resisted.
Yes, and what did he say while I was running away? Do you recall?
Said, "If you don't put the weapon away, you're gonna get shot." That's like we have to tell people that because we're trained to like articulate everything so they know what's gonna happen if they do illegal stuff.
Okay, and you said Well, he put away the weapon, or you're going to be shot. Is that what you said? Or stop running, or you'll be shot. What did you? It was put away the weapon, or you're going to be
It
shot.
was like something like that. I mean, we kind of just like intermingle a lot of things, right? Because it's kind of all the same gist. It's like you could say put it down, you could say put it away, you could say lower, you could say a lot of stuff, but it's basically just like, you know, stop brandishing the firearm, or you know, you're gonna get taken as like a lethal threat, and we're gonna shoot you.
Okay. And do you have a Class 1 weapon license?
So I don't have a civilian license. I only have my PD license. They're
Right. Do you have
separate.
a
You got to pay
class-
for the civilian one, and I don't want to pay for a fucking M1911. That thing sucks.
Right. Do you
Doesn't
have a
cool
class?
flashlight?
Do you have a Class 1 weapon license?
I'm gonna object on scope.
No, I didn't buy one. That's what I just said.
He answered. You got. some
Declan,
on
can
there.
you wait
on
3
it.
seconds
Yes.
and stop when I object?
Oh, all right.
You said that you have jurisdiction of the state. Where's the jurisdiction defined, and how is that approved in Los Santos that you're aware of?
Oh, so when we got recruited, basically like they just told us like you patrol everywhere that like, you know, the state.
Oh, okay. They would be your training officers, correct?
Yeah.
So would the sheriff, for instance, be able to train people and teach them things?
I'm objecting on scope.
Rebuttal.
We just talked about training, like the question just before, and he said it happened in training. So I'm asking if the person that just, you know, was questioned, and is the sheriff, you know, would do that.
Then I'm gonna object that it is the improper person, or not opinion of a lay person, but improper witness. Yeah. Objection on proper witness. We had Bones on the stand. He had no opportunity to ask him that question. He denied. That was the best person to answer the questions regarding the sheriff.
Okay, that's fine.
Yo, can
but
everyone
this-
talk slower? This is really hard.
You have been through
Yo,
training,
Thunder, thank you
correct?
for 4 months.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
got
hold on,
trained.
but that okay. So we're sustaining on that.
Yeah, I'm
missing
fine to
witness.
just
Yeah.
change the questions.
He's
honestly.
But I didn't get trained
that's
by
all right.
Bones
Thank you,
though.
Susan.
Right. And typically, who are the people that do the training? Who is qualified to do that sort of thing?
FTOs.
And is that like a rank, or is it just a label? Like, what's how is that you know defining?
Oh, they call it a
your,
cert.
understanding?
It's like what old people eat for candy.
What is this?
No, certs. Duh.
And generally, anybody that would be in a commanding rank would have this certificate.
That's a good question. Are there any commands that aren't FTO? I don't.
like to think
okay,
not.
So here's the thing. I don't know if currently there are any that are not FTOs, but I don't think you have to be. Because, like, you know, there's some dudes that are just like cargo fast type guys, and they might be command
you
just
mean
because they're
like,
like really good in the field, right? But they don't. I don't know.
Right.
Like Bones?
Okay. And just to confirm, those are the FTOs are the ones that train you and told you your jurisdiction.
Well, some of them, but Academy also, like, some of the brass step in, you know, like the chief and stuff.
You like
Okay,
Betty
yeah, I mean,
zoned
yeah,
out again?
that
I
makes sense.
did.
But
Okay.
Lenny and I also
and
learned from watching Red Room films on the dark web. So my training is kind of everywhere, you know.
It's pornography. I don't know.
No,
I
it's
don't
where they like
understand.
rip someone's toenails off with pliers.
Okay.
We report it to the FIB. It's for like investigation purposes, you know.
The FIB. Okay. Is and who's the FIB?
Oh, we just send it to FIB.gov and hope that it gets through. Just I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. We're kind of just covering our backs. I kind of just like watching.
Oh yeah. I mean, listen. If you're into that, you're into that. That's fine. If you like pain and
Yeah, it's
agony,
cool,
so be
yeah.
it. Okay. All right. And okay. Well, I mean, listen. I don't know how to stray from that question, but that's very strange of you. So, did you say you're 19?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Listen, I'll just see if the other guy has any questions, but you know, it will do, son.
All right, bro.
Chat, can we
Other guy,
fact
you have any
check?
questions?
No, I think Declan's done enough up there for us.
Anything on redirect?
1 sec.
So they got their jurisdiction of
the
command
training
officers,
officers.
and Bones is the one that says he doesn't know where.
I just got one question for you.
Yeah, all right.
How many of these Red Room videos have you watched?
I only started watching them when Lenny told me about them.
Wait,
But I would say we
he's
probably
lying.
watched like
He's 24.
one after each night. We got kicked out of the maid cafes in Nipone.
Is it Revenant?
We got kicked out of
Yeah.
like, hold on, like 60. So I probably watched like 60 or 70 in Nipone. And then we watched some here in the States, but we were too busy like shooting criminals here, so we didn't really need to watch them because it wasn't as entertaining because we just watched like the blood in real life.
We have to mark him for recall.
Right.
So maybe like 20 here or so.
This is disturbing.
All right. Well, yeah, that's no more questions for us, Your Honor.
Alright,
Thank you so much,
understood.
Declan.
Thank you.
We should
for
get on that state order.
getting
All
the
right.
Psychological
yes,
evaluations.
we should absolutely do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please leave. Please
Declan,
leave,
you're done.
Declan.
Wait, me?
Please
Yes,
leave,
that's it.
Declan.
You're done.
Oh, all right, cool. Thanks,
Please
bros.
leave
out.
us. I'm gonna wait until he leaves, just to make sure.
Choose for a Sandy Shores
I'm
department as well.
scared.
Does he have to be in the courtroom? Just okay. We'll keep an eye on him. All right. Prosecution. Last.
I don't know where Bobby
please.
Charles went. Give us a moment.
Trying to locate
Oh,
him.
he escaped. I just saw him 5 minutes ago.
Did see him have a.
I think he's just
headshot.
outside the door. Let me go see where
I don't know if he came back.
Bobby, it's your turn. Get in front.
All right. Prosecution calls Bobby Charles to the stand.
All right, cool. Hey, Bobby,
my
before you
God.
start talking, how many times did you talk when I told you not to talk?
Not once, and you can't prove it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Because it was like
There's a
thrice.
camera in here. There's a camera right there.
There is.
Okay.
But
Well,
I also
him
don't
saying
want to
not
hear your
once
voice
isn't
more than I
technically
have
a
to.
lie.
That is true.
I won't
I don't
watch
want
it.
to analyze that. You know what? You get
No,
the pass. You
I
get the
don't
pass.
care. That's fine.
All right. Just to remind you, Mr. Charles, Mr. Bobby Charles, you are under oath as you've been sworn in. Prosecution, whenever you're ready.
1 second, Your Honor.
We're about to be here for another hour and a half. I can already tell.
All right.
No, this wouldn't be on there actually.
Bobby, did your bitch ass speak with Kale Soze on the day of June 5th?
Your Honor, I will not be referred to as a bitch ass.
Another motion to refer to him only as a bitch ass.
I would like to make that motion. Yes, I second Gatsby's motion to refer
Any
him
objection
only as
from the
bitch ass.
defense?
I'm not gonna fucking testify at this goddamn court case. You're gonna call me a bitch.
Yeah,
We're not calling
sure.
him a bitch, Your Honor. We're calling him a
Sounds
bitch
like
ass.
there are no complaints.
Great.
Bitch ass is how.
Oh, I got a
Alright.
call from my auntie, guys. Gotta
Well,
go. My auntie
what?
just called me.
Get back up
Got
there,
it,
Bobby.
casserole's ready.
Get back there,
You
Bobby.
ain't
Get
gonna
back
call
up
me
there,
a
Bobby.
goddamn bitch.
I swear to God,
Bobby.
get back up.
Your Honor, I
Bobby,
think
please get back
Bobby's
on
back
the
up there.
stand.
Your Honor, I think Bobby's invoking his right to remain silent.
Yeah, you know what? I'm invoking my right to remain silent.
That's fair.
Then you cannot testify. All right. No,
Oh, he solved that
no
problem.
complaints here. All right.
Call
Goodbye,
me a
Bobby.
bitch
Well-
again.
For real.
I'm on your side, Soze.
If you leave us alone.
You're on my
I
side.
still wrote down the first question though.
Bobby,
just to be,
Bobby,
just to
go.
be
Side
honest.
of
Bobby, you're not
morals
needed.
and integrity.
The side of goddamn
All
democracy.
right, great. Well, we don't have any more witnesses, Your Honor, and any highlighting of evidence or testimony. We're going to save for closing, which we will provide a copy of to Your Honors, of course, for your review. So at this time, the prosecution rests.
All right.
Thank you.
With that being said, we'll go into the defense.
You testify?
You've already mentioned that you're not
Oh,
testifying.
we can just do the closing statement. That's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right. Do we need time to prepare a closing?
Give us like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Your Honors. We can get this rolling. I don't know if they need more
Sure.
time, but we need 5.
I'm
Defense.
ready to speak from the heart at any point.
All right. He's a very.
I don't
funny
need to
man.
make anything up.
All right. We'll allow 5 minutes for the prosecution. I'm just gonna hold this flag and also be in my head.
I mean, you guys are very familiar with each other. Goddamn.
I'm gonna just say
Looking in the mirror.
Oh yeah.
it is required by law that every attorney in here file for a mistrial if there's any failure in the due process, and it had happened. She didn't do it, and she's meant to be in an unbiased position, which shows bias and random shit like that. And I mean,
gonna say
where's the
everything,
PC
for
for
sure.
any of these charges? There's no PC for the for the joyriding, nobody said that they didn't even ask the guy that owns the vehicle. There's nothing written otherwise to say otherwise.
I mean,
plus I defended myself, so already it was an unlawful arrest.
So even with
listen, shooting the cops, they probably might be able to stick, but you know, I don't mind that. I'll do it again. Ran by a goddamn sheriff that doesn't even know where his jurisdiction is. Oh man. Do you know if I don't think there's anywhere that says you can't stand your ground versus a police officer.
No, there's nothing that does state it.
He also shot first, and it also says in the
he's not wrong.
Shoot a fleeing felon if they believe they are a threat to other people.
Yeah.
He said he was going to shoot me. You know.
Unless you put away your
if I
weapon,
ran.
but there was no way to actually put it away.
Yeah, exactly.
You can
didn't even wanna talk
also,
to me.
I mean, this is probably going to be a reach based on how the judges are acting, but you can call for.
I'm going to jail.
Oh yeah. I want to know why that judge left.
So maybe I'll get time served.
One of the judges left. I'm just saying that in and of itself should be a mistrial.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That guy was heated as soon as you came in, though. It was really very strange.
Yeah.
He's an asshole.
Yeah, but you did also seem to want to hear you out on the whole.
Your
you
Honor, I have a
being held
motion
for too long.
Right. Then,
to
like I
make
said,
prior
that
to
should be
closing.
mistrials.
I would like Bobby's invoking of his right to be ruled with negative inference.
I think they're both in their heads.
Such is life.
Okay, I'm gonna get it.
As a parent chooses to exercise their remainder rights.
Apologies, I was very focused. Did you say something there, Siobhan?
I was just asking Bobby's invoking of his
Negative
right to
inference
remain
means that if
silent to
the
avoid his
parent
subpoena of
chooses to
appearance before this
exercise.
court today be ruled with negative inference, or at least considered by this judiciary, if it should so please you.
The charges are not against Bobby at this time, so I don't think it will hold any standing. Although I will judge him harshly for his existence, as I usually do.
Perfect. That's all I ask. Thank you, Your Honors.
Okay.
You do be a bitch ass. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, that's me.
The motion was made to call you a bitch ass. Just saying.
It was. No one argued.
Don't worry, Bobby. Outside of this courtroom, I'm not going to call you that.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
Hold on, let me get your
Alright, I'll
numbers.
be in my head another moment. Yeah.
Be polite, Bobby. What the hell?
I think you. Oh, Ruby, hold on. Do you see Ruby? I see Ruby.
We should also mention how Changgang were found guilty of not only terrorism but murder of a government employee, and they only got 5 days and the $350,000 fine. They're asking for
I
seven
think,
and 500K.
Oh, 500K? I mean, listen, the money's irrelevant.
Yeah, but like 7 days when you're only getting charged for treason where you shot 3 people, whereas they were found guilty of terrorism and they
Oh,
murdered someone. And they
Right,
got 5 days.
right.
Good, you're good. It's a little under 5 minutes, but how are we looking? Do Sorry. Do we need any more time?
Bobby Charles would not stop speaking his hideous forked tongue things in my ear.
God. You know you can count how many cavities rather that he has just by him speaking.
You 100%. Sorry, I just give me 1 minute. All right, we're ready, Your Honor. Your Honors?
Yo.
Yeah, what's up?
After this, you want to do a vault?
Yep.
Cool. Sounds good.
After this, do you want to do a vault? Oh, G6. Oh. I was like, what? Oh.
All right. We're ready.
Ready. You ready?
Yes, we are.
Cool.
Let's go.
Okay.
Defense ready?
Yes.
Defense ready. Prosecution ready. Judge is ready.
R.
Yes, Soze?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's begin. The court today. Oop, JK.
Now.
All right.
Now go.
Thanks. The court today has 4 questions before it. Does conspiring with at least one other individual to commit armed rebellion against the jurisdictional authority of the sheriff's office rise to the level of denying the authority of the state? 2. If so, do the actions taken by Kale Soze with Bobby Charles and Sheriff Bones rise to the level of incitement, even if unsuccessful at rallying more to his cause? 3. Does one need to merely engage in rebellion on one's own to be guilty of treason, or does a mere act of incitement meet the level? And 4. When is the line of civil disobedience crossed to treason? We have testimony that Kale Soze did engage in rebellion against the state. We have no testimony to the contrary. We have evidence that he posted to encourage others to question the state's authority. We have evidence, messages with Bobby Charles, where Mr. Soze had attempted to incite Mr. Charles to rebellion. We have heard testimony that Kale Soze used high-grade weaponry to defend his rebellion against the authority of the state. We have evidence that he did so in the People's A. We have his testimony to Sheriff Bones under Miranda in the People's A, confirming he wrote the manifesto denying state authority. Outside of the place where he made a stand against officers of the state with a Class 2 automatic weapon. We have probable cause for detainment articulated, where the further escalating actions taken by the defendant began occurring
That's PC.
prior
Wow.
to contact from Jeffrey Bones. Soze never had any intent to comply. He never had any intent to recognize the authority of the state. I'm honestly surprised he even showed up to court, since the Constitution doesn't give judges the power to really do anything in his eyes for events taking place outside of city limits. I don't deny the authority of this court to decide events outside of city limits. Otherwise, this court would be forced to vacate every judgment made in the last 6 months where events take place outside of city limits, including but not limited to several drug trafficking
It's literally
cases.
prejudice.
This task is reprehensible in the scope of its idiocy.
Her closure is prejudice.
The ability of implied powers
She's
cannot
saying
be denied with the
you
Constitution,
cannot
nor their impact on the framework of government.
make
Laws
proper
exist to bind
judgment on
everyone
this
under the
case
geographical
due
area.
to its
No one is
impact
in
on
ban,
other
else the laws would
cases.
mean dick. Sorry, I'll take the contempt. Between these alternatives, there is no middle ground. Certainly, all those who have framed written constitutions contemplate them as forming the fundamental and paramount law of the nation.
Am I eating? I had some.
As Hamilton
Kniffa.
stated in the Federalist Papers, amongst the most formidable of the obstacles with which the new Constitution will have to encounter may readily be distinguished the obvious interest of a certain class of men in every state to resist all changes which may hazard a diminution of power, emolument, and consequence of the offices they hold or held under the state establishments, and the perverted ambition of another class of men who will either hope to aggrandize themselves by the confusions of their countrymen or flatter themselves with fairer prospects of elevation from the subdivision of the empire into several partial confederacies than from its union under one government. That man is standing before us today, Kale Soze.
It sound like a ChatGPT closing statement.
Yeah.
Kale Soze left Officer Bones stranded, took his car without permission, twatted for Bobby Charles a call, posted a manifesto on the sheriff's office walls like Martin Luther with his 95 Theses, spoke with Bobby Charles. Bobby was immediately, as evinced by the text and evidence, incited to rebellion at the location where Kale Soze was. Words declaring his acts as in defiance of the state were uttered by Kale Soze and followed up on with Class 2 gun violence against officers in the capacity as law enforcement. The charge of treason does not specify more than one individual taking part as required nor inherent to the charge. Common sense
Semantics.
should be applied when considering jurisprudence renders common law. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the court, on your honors.
Bro, that
my turn.
Yep.
Okay. Firstly, great closing statement, but for somebody that is an expert witness, I believe you should not lie inside the closing statement. We have a prosecutor who came to jail with somebody that had a weapon out, Mr. Max Thoroughbred, a convicted ex-terrorist in the state of San Andreas, which is impeachable. It doesn't say that the statute of limitations applies to that. It is only implied to the charges that would have happened before it. There is no necessary charge to the impeachment. Impeachment can happen at any time. This lady, who is on the council, non-biased, by the way, for the people, did not question me at any point in time to get my side of what had happened, ever, for the people. She also said that the car that was Bones's car was also stated inside by Bones it was not his car. Nobody confirmed that I did not have permission to drive the car. It is also implied that I did it for my safety, which is very logical, and it's also in the Constitution. So, me being pinned for joyriding is stupidity, to say the least, based on their own constitutional laws, by the way. At no point in time when I asked for PC was the point of the PC created. They said there was PC. Okay, and they can explain certain things, but they never explained which portion of it was the PC. There was nothing said that was PC. It doesn't make any sense. The semantics was argued today, and for somebody that is meant to understand the law and be for the people, I don't think an argument should be based on vagueness and semantics. It should be a well-known, well-written law that we all understand as a people. That is the goal of a democracy and a people of a democracy. If I am to be judged because I write on a wall that I am an overseer, somebody that overlooks a democracy as a person, as a people in a democracy, and that is the reason that I am held on treason charges. I don't even know where to start, okay? I just don't know where to start. There was also no fundamental PC based on those charges. Like I said, I was too not questioned. We had Bobby Charles over here, stricken or whatever the fuck happened from any evidence, but yet she was here using his word against me as hearsay, implying that this was factual evidence. And if that's the best you got, no offense, Bobby, you're a great guy, but I don't think many people are going to believe that, even if he was on the stand. I think disagreeing with a police officer who is localized by the state authority doesn't mean they are the same as the state authority. If you were giving authority by the state, you are not the state authority. It's different. The state authority is the state. Under that is the localized government. They would be empowered by the state, not the authority of the state. And that is also the argument this lady had said. That is just not what it is. It says in the Constitution itself that the power comes from the state. It doesn't make you equal to the state. And nonetheless, me arguing with a police officer is not arguing with the state. It is another entity under the local government itself. There is multiple entities that chain down here. We're getting to a point that if I was arguing to a building, that apparently I'm arguing to the state. It doesn't make any sense. It's illogical. It's stupid. The entire time, I only ever questioned what I was being detained for, and Bones himself could not justify the PC for the joyriding there. He couldn't do it here in the courtroom, and it escalated to a thing where I didn't feel safe. This man said to me, "I am going to tackle you and put you in handcuffs," when he couldn't explain the PC to me. Okay. That's fine. I get it. He's probably stupid. But when you assault somebody by tackling them and you don't have the right attire on as a police officer, I actually started to question if he even was a police officer, in all honesty. He doesn't know what PC is. He doesn't know what his jurisdiction is. He doesn't know anything. It sounds like he literally is not a police officer. Not that it's relevant. I did shoot police officers. I saw other police officers there, okay? And I will happily shoot anybody if I am fighting for my rights as a human in a democracy, okay? There's been civil wars that needed to happen. I'm not saying there needs to be one, but I will do what's right by the laws and the Constitution. That's what I will do, always. Jail will not affect me. It will send the message that you are inconsistent and you don't understand your own laws, and that's fine. You can say what you want to the people. The reality is we wouldn't be in this situation if Bones did his job correctly. It's that simple. If he understood the law and he understood what joyriding was and my right to self-defense and protect the people around me, we would not be here today. We would not be here today. There was also multiple failures within this proceeding and the due proceedings beforehand, which would have been a violation of my rights. We've mentioned them. I don't need to go over them. The fact that if there is one, that is enough for anybody to request a mistrial. I have informed the prosecutors of this. The judges know. And we are the only ones that have mentioned it. It says by law that if anybody's rights are violated, it doesn't say for how long or how it's done, that you should press for a mistrial. And here we have a council member for the people that will not enforce their own laws unless it's for their own biased police department. Not to mention the council person themselves swore an oath that said they would not join any other agencies. And here today, they are a prosecutor, a lawyer. Here today, they are also a police officer. There is multiple agencies in which she has sworn an oath to that she would not be a part of. She has failed in her own duties, and we are here to believe that she should have the right to write over laws and imply that I am in the wrong. She doesn't understand her own oath. Okay, listen. I'm gonna close this up. There was no PC. Nothing was explained. This was a fucking sham and an absolute avoidable disaster. I am not against the state. I am for the state, and that's all I have to say.
All right.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to thank every member of the proceedings here for your time and consideration.
thank you.
We've heard a lot of arguments. We will need the time to take it into consideration. So just hang in there with us. Hang in there, kid. With that being said, we're going to go in the back to deliberate.
Hey, you guys,
All right.
doing okay?
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was good.
Mhm.
That was really good. I'm glad you brought up the fucking wear 10 hats.
Oh
Shit.
yeah,
My pen was on fire. Right,
I mean, they could have been
all
a whole lot
everything
more,
Soze
but-
said.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like,
Why he recused himself? He's sitting over there.
it seemed like I mean, look, there's a lot of doubt there. I don't know how beyond a reasonable doubt even a rational person could think and read what it is that happened and say, "Hey, that's treason."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the
Yeah.
only like clear-cut things I think is like resisting and shooting the cops. That's it.
I mean, they called it legislation, not me. If they want to call it legislation, so be it.
Yeah.
I don't think writing on a wall that I'm an overseer means I'm some sort of authority. I am
mean,
so confused.
Well, with the when you consider everything that's been said and done in this court case, it sounded like Bones saw that and didn't know what it meant, just like he didn't know what a lot of things meant. And
Yeah, we don't know what jurisdiction is, where it ends. We don't know anything. And the reality is, I'm not trying to fight against them. I'm just trying to understand the law and make sure the people understand it. But they came aggressive from the start. They didn't even question me. They are fucking very clearly showing their opinion on the civilians of society.
When we hadn't brought it up. So he's
well,
already-
I'm glad I
For the people
attended
my
this.
ass.
I mean, obviously, I opened up this docket like during this case and just watching it in the first like 5 minutes. I've just been in a constant state of just being flabbergasted.
She was listed as
So-
an expert witness to begin with, and then she turned into the prosecutor.
Yeah, that should have right there. I don't know
That's a
how the
mistrial.
judges didn't. Yeah, absolutely.
The judge
That should have
walking
been a red
out
flag.
is another mistrial. Yeah, I don't know. It's wild.
No,
We'll see, though.
Cases like this are important for that very purpose. What surprised me is the
Ugh.
fact that the title of the charge in incident is treason.
Treason
Wait,
with 5
aren't you a
question
cop?
marks?
Cannot the sheriff the sheriff cannot articulate treason. The judges cannot articulate treason. The prosecution can articulate treason, and it's not even written anywhere in the report or in the incident where treason was.
Yeah. You want to know something else?
Tell me.
You police department does not have anything written down in regards to FOIAs. So y'all are about to get about 10 different docket postings a day for each and every incident
Can you
that
explain
you
that a little
arrest.
bit? Can you
Yeah.
explain that more?
Yeah.
We'll
You
just
know,
say you'll see.
It might be a bit of a class action
Yeah.
one, to be honest, I'd imagine.
Coyote, we would just say like point to us in legislation where the FOIA process is explained.
Come again. Repeat that question.
Point to us in the publicly available legislation where the FOIA process is explained.
I'm not sure. Ever since I started, we've been told if a lawyer comes and asks for a FOIA, there is a process in doing so. So the first step
what's
is
the
someone comes
process?
request. The first one is someone comes request the FOIA, and then we go from there. I haven't actually done it myself yet as a cadet, but
Robin, how long have you been waiting for one of your FOIAs?
There was one where I requested it, and it was 27 days after the incident, and then I didn't get it till 5 days later, after I followed up on it.
So what process are you talking about? Because that doesn't sound like a process. That sounds
The
like
only reason my client could appeal was because she was in the ICU and the charges didn't get placed on her like until she was out, so that's when her statute started.
who is the person in question?
That was a Miss Cassandra Cage. The appeal was handled and she was found not guilty.
Yeah. I have a client that has about 14 FOIAs since April 16th. none of which fulfilled.
When you say FOIA, you mean that a request has been made within the department and you're still waiting?
Myself and 4 other attorneys since April 16th.
And you spoke to an officer and made a formal request?
Multiple lawyers did.
I
And
work
it's
at
not- and it's
reception,
not-
and I'm supposed to just give them to you guys when you come in and ask them, as long as it's like
The
a-
problem
a
is,
certain quota.
at least one of the individuals that works in the front is a complete idiot.
Who is that?
That is true.
The one that wears blue, Joyce, J something.
Jadelyn.
Yeah.
So the person in defense here saying so you taken to prison, you sitting in Bolingbroke, and no one take your statement?
Nope.
Does the
Well, I
officer
mean,
request to speak to you and you deny it?
nope. They ended up coming in there to tell me my charges at some point, and the officer had a gun out with the prosecutors, the 2 prosecutors in Bones, when they were talking to me to tell me my charges. It was hostility the entire time, honestly, just like the judges began to be hostile right at the beginning. I don't understand.
Is it?
It's
Yeah.
almost like
I'm
anything that questions.
I would never use this
the
outside of
law,
like
they take
fucking with
as an
him.
offense, when the reality is, we as a democracy just want to make sure we do what's right.
Yeah, if we're not allowed to question, then nothing changes.
No, see, that's why the court cases like this is very important.
Hmm. And like I said, I don't care if I go to jail.
It's
It'll be
funny,
a bigger
yeah. I
statement,
find
I
it funny.
believe. There's no way I go to jail on
There's no way
treason,
you
that's
go
for
to
sure,
jail.
right?
I don't think
Surely
you're gonna
not.
go to.
Yeah, they
I
got
don't
like
think.
nothing.
I mean, they can do the guilty on the shooting at the cops, although I don't really understand it, but I think it was an unlawful detainment the entire process. But it doesn't really
Wait,
give
what is
you
that?
a
You
valid
see that?
reason.
Wait, you'd have to go to jail again after you just spent days in jail?
I have no idea, to be honest.
If they find him, if they give him more than the amount of time he served in jail.
I think I'll get time served.
You're
with
so
guilt
fucking
charges, but
old.
It's still pretty shit.
Did you challenge your cop? I want to ask you a question because I've been really curious, but I didn't approach because I'm not the officer in question, etc., etc. Did you at any point challenge or question the officer's authority and jurisdiction?
I wouldn't be able to see it from over there.
I asked them. Yes, I asked them. I didn't say you don't have jurisdiction. I asked, do you have jurisdiction? Yeah, a few times. And also, when he came in, he didn't say put the gun away. He said, if you don't stop running, I'm going to shoot you. That's what he said. And then he shot me.
Jesus Christ.
So when you asked him, but when you questioned him on his authority, what prompted you to do so? Were you reading the legislation prior to that?
Oh yeah, I did read some of the legislation. I was asking, where is Los Santos? Where are the boundaries? All that sort of shit. Listen, I did talk about the jurisdictions and whatnot, but I didn't question the state. I questioned where the lines are that are enforced. I didn't say that they didn't exist or something. I just wanted to know where they were, essentially.
So I'm not asking to kind of catch you in a technicality. What I'm getting at is, they told me that you were the trooper back in the day, the trooper, the super trooper. So naturally, you have some knowledge on the law. Now, when you read that, that was immediately obvious to you that the jurisdiction was lacking?
The Constitution of the state police, of the Constitution of Los Santos, it's like I said, there's a difference between authority of the state and authority from the state. She had said they have authority of the state, but it says in the Constitution the authority is from the state, which is a very big difference. You don't have state power, you have power from the state to control your local government. And when they write in their own governments that it says Los Santos, it is up to us at that point to interpret that as a people. And if I ask anybody on the planet where the fuck is Los Santos, they're going to say it's the city. There's no county defined in their jurisdiction, so I don't know the jurisdictions. They don't even know the jurisdictions when I ask them. They'll just say the entire state, and, well, where the fuck does it say that? Where does the state end? Where does it start? There's nothing.
No, I had a similar.
The only
idea.
reference is Los Santos.
So whenever you operated back in the day, were those distinctions clear and obvious?
It was a structure just like
far
this.
as the jurisdiction goes in the legislation.
Well, we as the state police would have authority over the police in terms of power, so to speak. But essentially, we police the same laws. So the penal code itself was the state penal code, but the authority was just different. We had more authority essentially. We were the authorized from the state, and they were under us essentially, authorized by the local governments. If that makes sense. So
when this was first brought to my attention, it was one of two things: either you're correct, or it's a clerical error.
Wait, what do you mean by clerical error?
Well, that it like it.
It's not an argument.
As if, like it was. How do it? Like the fact that the officers have jurisdiction in all of San Andreas is self-evident, and the fact that it's not listed is listed because it's assumed so, and therefore it's just a clerical error where someone just forgot to put a word in.
Well,
you
that would
can't-
be the truth
Yeah.
if we had the state law, but we don't have a state law.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We have a new territory, quote unquote, in which we create the law. So if there is no law created for those specifics, there is no law. We don't have the state law. We are broken off as a territory. The state gave us the authority, so the state doesn't need to be a state, quote unquote. It's a entity above us. It could be called federal. It could be called anything. It doesn't matter the level. It is above us. The entity above us is what we label as the state.
Say when Bones came in, he didn't come in with aggression, and there was no like escalation.
There would have
of-
only been questions. He tried to put me in handcuffs instantly for joyriding,
But
for returning his fucking vehicle.
But what would your move have been then? Would it have been to figure out how to fix this, to address it? Because
Oh,
the
I mean,
implication-
that's what was starting. We were starting to talk. Yes, that's exactly what we were doing. I was questioning what the law meant and trying to understand it for the people.
Because here the implication is pretty massive. Everywhere outside the border of Los Santos is a lawless land, and pretty much all the habitat, everybody who live in there, all the people with family going to work every
Well, that
day.
would be anybody. Yeah, I mean that's technically what it would be, but obviously there's still federal law, like murder and shit. So if the law and the jurisdiction is inside the city, right? If you commit a crime outside, you could still technically be charged with it. You just couldn't be arrested by them because they wouldn't have the jurisdiction.
So who in that case? Let's say I live in Palito and someone breaking into my house and putting a gun in my face, and I call the authorities. When they show up, which officer or which state official or government worker would have the authority to arrest?
That's the exact question I asked, and nobody knows the fucking answer. And that's why the council, the people that is apparently over there for the people, just need to clarify that in the Constitution. They don't need to fucking tell me I need to go to jail for treason. They just need to make sure the people understand what the fuck they're saying. Technically, they have the power to make laws across the state. But when you say something is the Los Santos Constitution and legislation based on Los Santos Police Department and Los Santos Sheriff's Department, it doesn't say that it spreads anywhere apart from Los Santos. That's all they have to define, and they would have that law made.
So the solution is as simple as sitting down with the council and amending the verbiage.
Yes, and then they would have the power out there, I believe.
Now, up until that point, can everybody who was arrested and charged in outside the borders of Los Santos, do they have a chance to be recompensated for everything that's happened to them up until this point?
I'm unsure exactly, but I mean, technically, since it would happen outside,
Oh, fuck.
Is it a violation of your rights if there were no rights out there?
Dude,
Technically not. It could be argued both ways, so it is very possible that it wouldn't be. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't even know what I'm saying is factual.
Oh, fuck.
It's,
No, it's just funny. We're doing like side RP right now.
Everything can be in interpretation of what the law says rather than what is the definitive law. And if you have a constitution and the base legislation, you just need to define the specifics and then build from it. And if
And that
somebody
is done.
questions the specifics, then you build on it. You don't put them in jail for joyriding when they don't joyride. You talk and communicate, and especially as a sheriff appointed by them, should be there to make sure everybody understands the law and is encouraged to enforce it. What have they done for the state today if I go to jail on every charge, apart from take people's rights as a democracy?
They will just announce that it was a clerical error and that it was self-evident that I'm assuming this is a guess of mine, of course. that
You
it
think
was,
they're gonna put me in jail in a clerical area? Is that what you're saying?
No. I think what they're gonna say is the case that you made, the point where the law has no jurisdiction in that place because it doesn't state anywhere in the legislation or the Constitution that officers
I didn't
have-
necessarily say that. I questioned it. I didn't necessarily say they didn't have jurisdiction. Like I said, I don't give a fuck if I go to jail for shooting those motherfuckers.
No, but it's a good point, is it not?
Oh, it is. But
the point still stands. Whether you don't make it, the implication is there and it's clear to see.
Yeah, I mean, it was partially said, but they also brought it up themselves.
Regardless of the result, I think everyone can see that there are clear holes and sort of loopholes and sort of false leads in the legislation that need to be rectified.
Let me ask you something on a personal level, okay? Even that will have no bearing on the case.
Can we just enforce the law as a people instead of a fucking asshole that just wants to see someone behind bars? How about that? How about you just get the goddamn PC
True.
before you put my ass in
Yeah,
handcuffs?
yeah.
It's a simple process.
Do you sincerely believe that, like, you challenging the joyriding?
Yes.
Now you did
I
a
don't
really
think,
clever and strong argument up there, but do you sincerely believe you were in the right on that one?
Yes, I delivered a fucking police
wait.
vehicle to
police station.
their house. And they didn't prove that I didn't have permission. The owner wasn't there, and they said that.
Okay,
let
now
me,
let's say-
if you don't mind, let me just add something.
Go
to
ahead,
this.
please.
Look, when you say, do you sincerely believe that you did something right or wrong? It's about how the law is defined, right? You may morally feel one way or another, but at the end of the day, it's how the law is defined. And if you don't have the probable cause that fits what is written, then he can't be found guilty of it.
See,
It's
and I'm not asking here to determine his guilt. I'm just asking just personally. Now, because
I would
let
do
me
the
ask-
same thing again. I would return a vehicle that I fucking deemed unsafe to society to a place that is safe.
So let's say
Yes.
someone is walking down the street and they see an abandoned police vehicle. Obviously, the police vehicle is loaded up with gear that in the wrong hands can be a threat. So should civilians then go, hotwire the thing, or if the engine is running, hop in and drive it to the nearest police station?
Well, are they ex-state police officers that were trained around guns and understandings of the police force for 10 or so years? It depends. What they
So
think
if-
would be logical.
so
I
if they-
I would think that a trained police officer that has done a lot of law work would logically be pretty smart in moving that off a highway, mind you, with two corners to a police station. But in saying that, maybe if it was a civilian, them locking the doors and closing it could work. But I was inside the vehicle while it happened. I was inside it. I wasn't on the sidewalk. I was inside the vehicle. It was moving. I jumped across the seat and drove it because I didn't want to get out on the highway unnecessarily. There's been plenty of police officers, I'm sure you know, that have stopped on a highway and got cleaned up, especially in the middle of the night, and wound up fucking dead, okay? I ain't trying to die for a police vehicle or whatever bullshit morals these assholes want to portray on people.
See. I'm just kind of thinking of the implications. Say like you are exonerated.
I saved lives is what I did.
This is
But
where
the
prosecutorial
caveat-
discretion comes in.
But the caveat here is that you had past experience. So if someone doesn't have past experience as a police officer, could they just not exercise just general reason that it's unsafe and move it there?
Why would a person not be able to move a vehicle off the road if they feel it's unsafe when it is unsafe? I'm
But here's the
curious why you
thing.
think they shouldn't be able to.
So my question was, why didn't he just move it onto the shoulder, lock the door, and wait
Because
for the
I
guy
was
who
in the
stumbled?
vehicle.
See, but why not just pull it over to the side and lock it and dial 911?
It's an off ramp on a highway because speed.
Where did? Because I was under the impression that he lost his consciousness or whatever down south, and you drove it all the way up to Sandy.
He clearly said to begin with it was at Elgin. And Elgin is not the highway. I had to get it out. of him.
Coyote
It
is
was
missing the point. You need
off-ramp
probable
north of
cause
the
based
hospital
on the
that heads
law
towards
as it
Sonora
is written.
That you cross over Elgin on. You don't. He wasn't driving up Elgin. He drove across it, and we were halfway down the turning ramp, which is a half-line corner in the middle of the night where there is no
In the city,
lane on the
correct?
side of the road.
In the city.
No. Well, technically, if you're on the freeway or highway, I believe you're heading out of the city. So, it's borderline. Sure.
Sure. So like, why not just pull over and lock the doors and call 911?
Because it was on a highway.
Interesting.
Like I said, I'm not going to pull over on a highway where cars literally go 200 miles an hour. How is that safer than me
Yeah.
driving at 2 corners and stopping?
I'm so confused.
No one in the state of San Andreas speeds.
Well, there's plenty of no ones, so you're technically true.
Like, Coyote, if you're saying, like, it's okay for him to drive it to then pull it over, you're then giving him the okay to just say to drive it to the police. Like, he's still...
Well, listen, I mean...
Whether he drives at 10
No,
feet or 100
I just
feet.
imagining myself in his shoes and just wondering, like,
Where
okay,
is
what
the
are my
safest
options?
place that you would consider a police vehicle to be that is unlocked? Where is the safest place you could put it?
Naturally, somewhere where it can be watched and supervised, i.e., a cherry station is not a bad place to put it.
Mm-hmm. Directly to the police station that he runs. Yes.
See. Well, I think it's my lack of knowledge in the city. Elgin Avenue makes me think it's like down in the city, and Sandy Shores is like a long way going all the way up.
So if you look at your map of GPS, it is on the border of the city. It's the off ramp that turns into Los Santos Freeway, which just drives straight up the freeway, one road. Then you turn off to Sandy Shores and you're there. That's literally what it is. While yes, I could have turned around, but I ain't trying to do no U-turns in a police vehicle and whatnot when I can just drive safely up a road.
I wonder
that I've
if
done,
Crane was being serious
I
about the
don't know,
fire
about
thing. I
50
just
million
realized
times.
if he's memeing or not. Hold on. Doing an
Let me ask you a
audit
question that I don't think
participation
you'd
this
answer, but
week,
I'd
looking
appreciate.
at past month plus.
What
You haven't been around,
case-
but want
what
to
do you think
preserve
was
your
the
bar.
strongest
Let me
case the
know in what
prosecution could have made
situation is.
against you?
We'll be clearing and active to
They
hire
had
more
no
folks.
case.
Oh wait,
There was no
you
even
just
with
send
that.
this?
They didn't get permission. They didn't ask the owner.
I've
if I
been
had permission, so
around.
they
I
have
don't
PC
sign
anyway.
in and haven't gotten any
There was no
cell
PC
reps.
emphasized there. It
I
just doesn't
also
make sense.
think it's
And that's
kind
why
of
I asked
foolish,
him. He didn't even articulate that
my
when I was there, and he
opinion,
said I was being
only
disgruntled on
to
disobeying
get
authority by
rid
asking
of
questions.
lawyers.
Chance, by the way.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in.
So isn't that like a pretty easy fucking slam dunk for the prosecution saying it was a police vehicle? You know, all police vehicles are, regardless of who is the one that went and made the purchase, it belongs to the PD, and only licensed
No,
officers
they're
are
actually
allowed.
personalized vehicles when they.
Oh, I
purchase.
just saw
asked
the
him that too when He
message.
said that.
Wait, when
The
was
owner
this?
is
Oh,
the
this
person
was
who pays for it,
today.
and it goes in their name apparently, so it isn't actually government owned, which would be people owned, which means I would own it as much as him. So
I feel like this should be handled like. Well,
Either way,
I mean,
like,
I kind of get
there's
it,
an
but
argument there, no matter what. You shouldn't go and jump in a police car at any point if there's no need to do it. But if the car's rolling and I was already in it, me driving it to a safe location seems pretty sensible. It doesn't seem like I was doing anything maliciously. And the fact that the charge is called joyriding would also emphasize the meaning of joyriding to be, tampering with a vehicle, stealing a vehicle, and doing something by definition of the word itself, right? Or does the word itself not have any meaning in this world?
Let me ask something else that was a little puzzling to me. So if there was a distinction made on licenses for weapons not being class 2.
Listen,
not-
if there's
not being around-
if there's not proof along the reasonable doubt, then the fact that we're here questioning it, like what the fuck, okay, it already says enough. I just don't care.
I'll ask you, Nino, because you told me when I
Yeah.
put you over yesterday when you turned the HCP.
yeah, that was. I'm sorry, I tried to what?
Oh, nothing. You said.
No, say it again. Say what it was.
HCP.
Listen, if you want me to bring up the fact that your dumbass had lights on, running through a series
green.
of
No,
lights.
it was-
Shut up.
Nope.
No.
You lying.
And then you U-turned after supposedly seeing me go through a light, which infers that you look behind you while actively driving at a high rate of speed, putting other individuals in danger in order to get a fucking traffic citation? Do I need to explain, like, that life is more important than a fucking ticket to you? Like, I don't know what your argument is right now.
Well, no.
Well, I'm
But
listening.
let me outline.
Go ahead.
Let me outline what happened.
Yeah.
I'm going laterally on the street.
Why did
okay?
you not give me the ticket?
Because I called for something more urgent came. That
Okay.
was like threatening.
Yeah. And is it not life-threatening when you're running lights with just
It
when
was
you're
green
running
for me,
lights with
and you
your
nearly
code
T-boned me,
2s
and
on?
you were in a red.
With your code 2s on.
See?
And then you look behind you After which point, I would have crossed those lights. What's more
Senor,
dangerous?
You nearly T-boned me and you ran a red.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
100% you did.
So I almost committed manslaughter.
I was going to. Do you know what a 37 Charlie is? A call for a 37 Charlie.
No.
Okay.
So I almost killed you.
You did something rather dangerous. See.
Okay. So where's the ticket?
Well, like I said, you looked out. I gave you a warning, and I had to run off for something more.
Was someone else's life in danger?
See, in that moment.
I got you.
That's all it was.
Anyways, please continue. But
I have
I'm
a
going to
law
make this
question. I have a
very
law- I have
fucking
a law-
clear
I
to
have
you.
a law question.
You
I have
are
a law
a law
question for you.
enforcement officer, and I understand that you might be getting trained to like escalate situations because of that fucking cunt slacks who likes to just throw little things here and there. If you want an honest conversation, we can have one. But if you're going to throw in like little remarks like that, I'm going to treat you like a bitch.
You're.
So let's
I
start
just
from
giving
the
you a
beginning.
little friendly ribbon. I don't know why you get
I
so
don't know
pressed
you.
about it.
Let's start from the
I'm
beginning.
doing it off duty. I mean,
I'm
cursing
teaching
at my
you
mama
a
and
little.
stuff like that.
Let's
you know,
start from the
cursing
beginning.
my
Let's
mama
start from the
and
beginning.
Oaxaca and talking about sucking and fucking. You know, I just let it. God forbid I say hissy fit.
Jesus.
Anyway, I will have a question to appeal to your intelligence here.
Yeah.
A serious question. The prosecution at one point brings up Class 2 weapons license.
Yeah, they asked if I had a
Did
Class
that
2
not
weapon
hurt?
license.
Didn't that hurt the prosecution more than the defense?
Oh, 100%. They.
Can you explain that to me, please?
Wait. You're wondering how it hurt them more?
No. I think it did hurt, but can you
It
clarify
did hurt.
like your thoughts on it?
So, the defense brought up the fact that Soze here had a weapons license. The weapons license legislation has no references as to what weapons that license grants you. And they brought up some imaginary Class 2 weapons license as if it had any relevance. The only thing that they showed is that thing doesn't exist. Therefore, the weapons license that Soze has is more likely all-encompassing of all firearms.
All the weapons.
Yeah.
Kel, do you have a
That's why
second?
I asked after if they had a Class 1 weapon license. And he said no.
Kel,
So
do you have a second to
have-
talk?
Sure. You want to go privately?
Yeah, I mean, just like over here is fine. It was more so we don't hear everyone else.
You seem like a nice guy.
Oh, really? You think so?
Yeah. Don't end up like the rest of them.
Listen, I'm just trying to do, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
fucking do my job really
Yeah.
good, you know? It's
Once we get to
the
know each
learning-
other, then you can throw jokes.
Okay, I just say you kind of,
What?
you went hard on me yesterday, you know what I'm saying?
No, I was preventing myself from getting
was okay.
defending.
Frugal,
Listen, you
Bobby.
stupid bitch.
Look up
All right?
frugal in a dictionary.
Defending yourself is within my rights and the right of every civilian in Los Santos. I think sometimes the police department forgets that and infers it's a hissy fit. Now, if I see that behavior in the cells when you're pressing one of my clients, then you're going to actually see a hissy fit.
Also, Coyote, don't put on a brown shirt.
Yeah.
Why? What's that? What you mean? No, I'm off duty. I'm here to be off duty because I didn't want to miss anything. I didn't want anything to go up and move me away from the court case. Because I think this is a really important one.
Don't wear Hugo Boss either.
Why? What are you guys talking about?
Hugo Boss made uniforms for a certain group of people in the past.
Yep. Not
Are you
wrong.
having problems with FOIAs as well, Atlas?
But the second part of it said that would prevent
Atlas?
He drifts off. It's,
Oh, okay.
I think most people are. I think whatever process you think may exist, that it may be telling you exists, is not only not codified into law, but that process, the imaginary process, is not being followed. So,
How long is it supposed to take in theory?
well,
if
for
things are
some
running
reason,
correctly?
officers think they need 5 fucking days to fill out a report on an incident that transpires like that same day. Now, it's understandable that you need 5 days. Say, let's say you're dealing with like,
Shootout or something.
yeah, like complicated charges, right? You're dealing with terrorism or like some I don't know, some financial fraud that spans like multiple incidents. Sure, then you need some time because you got to piece it together. All right. But requiring 5 days when you're charging someone, putting them away for God knows how long, and you can't sit down and like bang out a paragraph is an issue there. See what I mean? So the 5-day thing is
100%.
ridiculous.
So,
It used to
again,
be
like-
3. I don't know why it turned to 5. Apparently, words per minute might have gone down or something. I don't.
Yes, well, let's just say this. There have been officers that have taken a week to put their statements in for a case.
Jesus, a week.
Think about this comparison, right? If you put someone on a hut, you have 3 days to file your evidence. But if you charge someone with, I don't know, reckless evading, you've got 5 days to do your report.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense.
Which is why y'all are going to pay for it when these FOIAs are not given quick. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the docket for each and every
I'm here for my performance.
arrest to ensure that the report is given.
MIB.
And then
you guys-
decide which ones we want to, you know.
Can you explain what you mean by going to the docket?
You know that when the cops say, just bring it to the docket?
Like, let's go to court over it?
Yeah. I love paperwork.
Does that speed up the process for the FOIA?
No, it destroys the police department.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to spoil Nino's idea.
No, we won't go into any more detail. We'll let it linger right there.
I want to hear about this.
We'll talk about we'll talk about it afterwards. We're already planning something.
Also with requesting FOIAs? Are they like getting stonewall or
We have
something?
made this statement clear as day as lawyers, especially to our head of bar. FOIAs, getting them out from you guys is a pain in the ass, and it's also a pain in the ass typically from, you know, the front desk. Sorry to say it if anybody here is from the front desk.
No, I say you're saying, look, we fucking the TD is there to serve the public. If the public is dissatisfied, something's up, something's wrong.
Oh yeah, no, the public is dissatisfied when it takes 27 days for them to get one freaking FOIA. And then they're like, oh, well, this FOIA is still pending investigation and shit.
Yeah.
25 days later. Yeah. It's just covering cops' asses on them being lazy on doing their work.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say it.
That's a good change.
Roman, come here one sec.
Yep.
Realistically, 48 hours is the time they should have. I mean,
Tony, is that you? Oh, sorry, never mind. Are you a lawyer as well?
no.
Oh, okay.
And you've yet to gain weight.
Elena, I want to say, fucking just call me. I'll fucking take care of it quickly next time you're requesting a FOIA.
No.
Why not?
Because that's not how it should work. I should not have to go shopping for any member of law enforcement in order to get the paperwork necessary for a citizen of Los Santos to defend themselves. It is your job, and your, as in all of the police department, to be producing that at the behest of the citizen the moment they request it. Now, if y'all need to do Google Forms or whatever the fuck it is, that's fine. That's not our problem. You have to produce it. And that includes your phone records, which, and there's a lot of things that hasn't been tried yet. Murphy would know. But we can actually subpoena those phones you're using. You know that?
Our telephones.
Yeah.
Oh, that is interesting.
Yes,
And what
there's
would
a
the
lot.
grounds be for that?
Well, let's just say there's a lot of things that we can do that has not been done yet. And it's getting to the point where, based on everything I'm hearing, those sort of measures probably
So
need to be
shiny
taken
and
because they are
soft.
defined in legislation for us to be able to do so. I mean, that's your work phone right now. Are you clocked in?
Nope.
Were you clocked in
No,
early?
I clocked out so I can fucking be
You
here
clocked
to
in
catch
early?
everything. See.
You know, everything you did on that phone, that's mine. And everyone else in this room.
No, it's in my pocket.
It's in your well, yeah, no, it's in the telephone company.
I can defend.
Yeah, and we get
Even
the subpoena.
Even the text to my mama.
Yeah, text them. I might be
Actually,
relevant. We don't
I
know if
wanna
you're
ask you-
spilling information about our clients.
I want to ask something about something about subpoenas. That's been a concern of mine. I'm gonna bring it up to you guys because you're representing people.
Don't you have like people that train you? I'm not trying
Yes,
to.
I do,
I'm
but
just kind of
look,
like pointing something out. You know what I mean?
No, you do, but I think it's valuable to hearing. Obviously, you guys are professionals at what you're doing,
Yeah.
and there's a
I
lot
do
that you
think the
upset
law
with.
is
So
probably the least
there is a lack
touched
of
upon part of the police department.
there's like a lack of communication right from your side to the other side.
No,
But
but see,
obviously-
here's the thing, Kyle. And I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm trying to paint a very like clear division of responsibility. We're responsible to our clients, right? And we can tell you our concerns, but we would only be doing you a favor, right? If the Los Santos Police Department and the Sheriff's Office and the whatever you want to call it is not fulfilling their duties, we don't got to tell you you're not. We just got to sue you. You know? And I know that sounds harsh, but oh, well, we can talk more later. Do you have any food?
For legislation.
No, sorry, ate it all.
You don't have a drink?
Un momento. No, the fucking thing took all
I
my
got
shit.
you. Come
Do you have a drink? All right.
God took it.
No,
So you-
that
are you
prison was.
thirsty too?
We just
Yes,
beat
please.
people all day.
What's your name?
That was it.
Tilly. What's
All
up?
right.
All right, is everyone
Hey,
here?
thanks for the help, pal. I appreciate
Yep.
it.
Let me get something to drink.
Thank you.
Don't hear no's, so that sounds alright.
Yes,
Let me know
yes.
if you need more.
Awesome.
Yo,
Appreciate it.
what's up, judges?
No problem.
Alright, I'm hanging the gavel here. Alright, please bear with me as I'm freestyling this so that we can get this over with.
That's
To go through the charges one at a time here.
wow, freestyle.
I
You
know
did
Nino
have
might be
criminal
coming
possession
across
of a
as
firearm
mean, but he's
custody,
setting a boundary, right?
which we will be finding you guilty of today.
Nino gave a lot
At this
more
time,
than he needs to,
we've taken a
but
look
he's trying to
at
help
how
him out a
weapons
little bit.
licenses are handled, and there are situations in which a weapons license may refer to only a certain set of weapons. I do not believe that that gives you justification to carry a Class 2 firearm, as well as the significant amount of ammunition that you had on you. So at this time, you will be found guilty of that charge. Next up is resisting arrest, which we will also find you guilty of. Testimony in this court today is that you attempted to resist arrest, broke out of cuffs. For a third charge, joyriding. At this time, we will be finding you guilty. Unfortunately, you are no longer a state trooper, and you are not permitted to drive an officer's vehicle.
By who?
I'm
whether or not
definitely
the
a
person can
terrorist.
confirm that they owned it.
You
All
have
right.
confirmed for me. Thank you.
All right, well, that does it.
If you would like to let us finish. For the 3 times attempted murder of a government employee, due to the testimony today from yourself and others, you will be found guilty as well. Now, for treason. Pull up the charge here. Treason is whoever engages in and or incites others to participate in rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the state of San Andreas. The authority of the state of San Andreas shall be considered for the purposes of this statute to include the Senate and or the laws of the state. This shall include anyone who attempts to secede from the state by way of sovereign land, claims, or annexation. At this time, we looked at the evidence as a whole. We looked at the notes left on the sheriff's office, which did make claims of land and annexation. However, that in itself does not lead to treason, in my mind. I believe there could just be ramblings, could just be a failed attempt to cause some issues.
Still,
However,
they should still
when those
file
words
for
are met with
mistrial 'cause
actions,
this is so fucked.
that is where we find an
Yeah.
issue. For you went prepared that day with a Class 2 firearm and 2,200 something bullets and 3 loaded magazines. as
Where?
well,
How is it prepared?
to storm into that sheriff's office and aim a gun at the sheriff before they attempted to fire upon you. Due to the fact that your words were then followed up by actions, you are being found guilty of treason at this time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am very proud to be a part of this beautiful country. that for some reason knew we would be talking about the state before we were here. If you didn't notice, there was a judge, everybody, that was talking about the state when no one had referenced it at all before this had even happened. There is bias.
We
These
do believe,
people are not
Judge
for the
Jackson is
people.
biased.
At
They
this
have
time,
also
We just found him guilty of
left
everything.
halfway through a court trial, my friends.
Fascinating.
Just
At
remember,
this time, we will be sentencing you
That's
to
right.
3
Yeah,
years
it should be a
imprisonment,
mistrial.
3 years of parole, and a $100,000 fine.
What the?
That is the sentence of this court.
thank you.
Oh, well, good thing
He's
debt
innocent.
prison isn't
Look
a
at
thing
him.
anymore.
Hey, Bones, you want to come put me in jail, buddy?
I'm coming.
That was awfully
Judge Jackson,
good
how
PC
did
you
you know
gave to the
about
judge.
arguments that could be made before anyone had made them?
Run outside, Soze. I gotta
What
call
are you
you.
talking about, man?
Remember,
when you mentioned about you not wanting to hear arguments about state
you
authority.
don't need to prove PC or follow the Constitution. Live in your own bubble.
I'm asking a
The
question.
law
sir.
is the law. They are
You're not
not for
getting
the
an answer.
people.
They shoot on our rights. On fire, do you have a?
But to see
court
that
unit
justice is
ready?
being done in public.
What evidence?
Now,
would
if you'd like to talk about the
articulate
charges as it relates to
PC?
the
There was
criminal
none.
trial that was just had, we can absolutely have a
Remember
discussion.
me,
Okay.
people.
I'd rather not discuss it with you, sir.
Very well.
Hey.
Is the mayor who is in
Mr. Ferrara,
Bones, I can't believe it.
I've spoken to you before. At this
Shut up,
point,
Mr. Guttershine.
me and Slack's going to be speaking to Mr. Braun in terms of ethical, I forget the exact term.
Oh, brother, hold on. Listen.
Right.
Do you know what timing is?
Yeah, I know what time it is.
Okay. So, is your fucking are you trying to bring up the fact that you're about to bring up a bar complaint?
No, I think he's in our favor.
We are going to be bringing up an ethical misconduct complaint against the judges here. If there's anything that we need, I hope we can get some support.
Because I was about to slap you in the face if you were coming at him. My apology. I thought he was coming at you, and I was about to literally physically assault him. I was like, hold up, no shot.